good afternoon everybody, and a very warm welcome to Donington Park and the second visit of the season by the 750 Motor Club to Donington Park. First though, with spectators, and a very warm welcome to those of you that are here. I can see a number of you on the bank overlooking the old hairpin, some up at Hollywood as well. And you're very welcome to this two-day meeting organised by the 750 Motor Club, which is very busy indeed because we have no fewer than 25 races during the course of this weekend for you, 12 of which are today, the remaining 13 coming up tomorrow. My name is Ian Soman, up here in the main commentary box, overlooking most of the circuit actually, but in particular the start and finish line. And alongside me for the weekend is going to be Josh Barrett. Josh, a very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Ian. Yes, unusual, isn't it, for recent times? Have lots of qualifying in the morning, have most categories over the 2 days, and that's what we've got. And like you say, it's a very busy weekend indeed.
Yeah, it certainly is. Let's have a quick walk through the categories that are racing here today. First out on track in a few minutes' time, after some clear up from that final session for the Clios has been completed, we'll have the first of the races for the Yokohama Mazda 7 Championship, which will provide great racing, I'm sure. We've then got, again, the Toyo Tyres MR2 Championship. They also have a double header with both of their races today. Then we'll pause for lunch, which may or may not be a little bit shorter than might have been anticipated with one or two delays over the course of this morning. But after that, we'll have the first of the races for the Swallow Hill Homes F1000s. They'll also complete their racing today. Then we've got the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship. We've got the Protect Shock Sport Specials, and then later on this afternoon, after the second races for some of the earlier categories, we've got the High-Tech Alfa Romeos, the PBS Brakes Hot Hatches, the Digging Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Hatches, and the K-Tech Racing Clear 182 Championships, which have just had two red flags during the course of their qualifying session, unfortunately. But hopefully they will fare better this afternoon. So, busy day of racing in prospect, and Josh, I think one of the things to note really is that the grids are fantastic across the board.
Absolutely, I think there's around 350 cars here over the 2 days of racing, which is brilliant to see, and it's been the general story, hasn't it, around British Club Motorsport over the last 12 months, since we got back going last July. The grids have been good, and they've stayed good at the moment, which is great to see, and that adds everything to the weekend to be a good one, I think.
Absolutely right. Weather is going to play a part, I think, this weekend. We've started out with a pretty dry morning for the most part of qualifying, but for the last half an hour, 3/4 of an hour or so, Josh, there has been rain. The track has got slippery, and whether that contributed to the incident that we've seen in the Clio qualifying session, not sure, but certainly the track conditions now are greasy.
Absolutely. I think we had at least 3 separate incidents during the course of that Clio session, which kind of does suspect that the conditions are difficult. It's very similar conditions to what we had here in December last year, isn't it? It's damp and not particularly warm as well. So it's going to be a difficult day of racing if it stays like this, and it's possible that may happen. I think normally we get some really good racing, don't we, around the Donington Park National Circuit, and hopefully that will continue. And with our first category, the Yokohama Mazda 7 Championship, they had a couple of cracking races at Silverstone last month.
Yeah, they certainly did. Just before we get on to that, just a reminder, if you go to the 750 Motor Club website, which is 750mc.co.uk/calendar, then you'll see there'll be links to various information, including the race programme, including the live timing, and including the commentary stream as well, which is going out on Facebook and on YouTube. So getting a few comments in, which is good to know. I think that probably means that we're working and we're being heard online as well. So hello, for example, to James Harridge, who's listening in, Formula V front runner, of course. But yeah, Yokohama Mazda 7s, first up, as you were saying, Josh, these raced at Silverstone, about 4 weeks ago, wasn't it, on the national circuit. Two very good races, both of them won by Danny Andrew, but it was pretty competitive racing across the board. And Mazda 7s, for those of you who haven't seen it before and it's not been to Donington before, effectively it's the kind of chassis that we've seen for many years now in 750 Motor Club in low-cost racing, but upgraded to run a 1.8 litre Mazda engine from the MX-5, uses the engine and gearbox, of course. There's also a control package of parts as well to keep the costs at a sensible level. and it's a bit quicker than low cost, of course, which uses the cross-flow engine. We saw them here a month or so ago. But the quality of the racing, which is renowned for its slipstream, is no different, Josh.
Like you say, a bit quicker, so therefore perhaps not quite as many overtakes as locals, but you have to work a little bit harder for it, but certainly the cars can stay together and can overtake without huge amounts of difficulty. And to note, the two races before lunch are not due to have a green flag lap at least, so once we get the cars onto the circuit, I suspect we'll quickly be getting into it. I think it was damp, wasn't it, still this morning for qualifying? I spoke to Ben Powney. He said the chicane was very wet, but the rest of the circuit wasn't too bad.
We need to see, because it may be that the officials deem that conditions have changed. I can see that on some of the cars there's work being done, just perhaps changing setup as much as anything else on the cars, not really anything they can do with the tyres, of course.
When I was doing my paddock walk this morning, the championship leader, Danny Andrew, double winner from Silverstone, the rest of the cars in the assembly, his car was being welded. And I see he did qualify, but not very well, so I guess he will be one to watch during the course of this race. The former low-cost and Sport 1000 racer, who had that really good start to the season. Shall I go through the grid and
go for the moment? The Clio last Clio I think is just being cleared away, so we should be getting underway shortly. So a good time to do the grid.
Yeah, so this will be the third round of the Yokohama Mazda 7 Championship. On the front row, 56 and 37. 56 is Daniel Sibbons and 37 is Ben Powney. On row 2, 55 and 20. 55 is Simon Court and 20 is Joshua Platz. On row 3, 71 and 50, 71 Jonathan Lisseter and 50 David Jones. On row 4, 35 and 24, 35 is David Winter and 24 is Martin Farrelly. On row 5, 43 and 99, 43 David Mason and 99 Martin Shelton. Row 6 is 27 and 38, 27 is Danny Andrew and 38 James Lewis Barnd. On row 7, 1 and 7, 1 is Colin Marshall, 7 Daniel Court. On row 8 is 80 and 47, 80 Rob Ollie and 47 Lewis Penstone Smith. And on the 9th row, the grid 69 and 34, 69 Thomas Bates and 34 Matt Grau. So 18 cars due to take the first race of the weekend, which is actually the smallest grid as well over the weekend we've got, which shows you how strong the grids are over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, one of those missing is Matt Groh, who should have been starting at the back. He is not there. There was two cars that weren't seen in qualifying as well, which were James Millman and Lee Dolby. So we should have 17 starters. There's 17 of them waiting in the assembly area, and I suspect that they will be released onto the circuit shortly for their 15-minute race around the Donington Park National Circuit. So the stream going out on Facebook and YouTube as well. We're taking it straight out of the PA stream, so that's what you are hearing. Yellow flags waving to greet the drivers to make sure that they are approaching the grid with suitable caution. With the start line marshals ready and waiting to greet the drivers and get them into their correct positions. One of the easy jobs they'll have today, Josh, with the relatively small field, but still a good field by many standards. I see that the number 50 car, which is David Jones, he's got the LED lights strapped to his roll cage, and they really do shine brightly, don't they, in these gloomy conditions, it's best to say.
Yes, absolutely. Good to see a colourful grid as well. Not too many cars of similar colour here, so that's good. So Danny Andrew, championship leader, then starting P11. He should really be able to come through that from there if all is okay. Another podium finisher from Silverstone, David Mason. He starts just in front of him in ninth. And David Winter, another podium finisher, starting in front of him in seventh. So the only drivers towards the front of the grid who did well at Silverstone, Ben Powney, who's second, and Jonathan Lisseter fifth. So it's a bit of a mixed-up grid to what we saw at Silverstone. Daniel Sibbons, the poleman, is sixth in the championship after a couple of fifth-place finishes. So I'm sure he'll be pleased with how qualifying went this morning.
Yeah, look at lap times, just over a second covered the first 8 cars, didn't it? So it was relatively compact in terms of the lap times. Slightly different conditions that we have now for racing this afternoon, though. We're getting ready to show a board to the drivers which says 30 seconds, which suggests to me that we're going to get straight into racing. So 15 minutes, Josh, over to you.
Yeah, 15 minutes is almost the course all day long. So short, sharp races from the 750 Moped. The first race of the 25 race programme is the third round of the Yokohama Mazda 7 Championship. The red lights are on and the lights go out after a long hold. Eventually the lights do go out then and everybody scrabbling for grip. And I think Josh Platts on the second row who made a good start. Jonathan Littetter's make a better one from row 3. He's second. He might lead by the time they get to Redgate. He does. So Jonathan Littetter, who did well in this when it was a series last year, goes from 5th to 1st at Redgate. Round the outside, Ben Powney is much quicker. He gets second. There's a car that gets tagged round. There's 3 or 4 cars at least that are off there at Redgate. Do they all get back going? Possibly, the answer to that may be no. Danny Andrew, he's off, and he's David Mason, David Winton, all may get going actually, but 3 of the championship contenders and the drivers who did well at Silverstone not out of the race, but right at the back again.
Yeah, they are, and there was a couple more that ended up trekking through the gravel trap that will have lost ground, so they'll have quite a shaken up order, I think, by the time they get back round to us. They're making their way up towards McLean's Corner for the first time in this race. Get the binoculars on them and I can see it is the orange car, which is actually it's Ben Powney out there in the lead of the race at the moment, and he's being chased, I think, by Liciter in second place. A bit of a gap back then to the third place car, which is that of the pole position driver Daniel Sibbins, as they make their way up towards Coppice for the first time. Powney goes in quite deep, runs out wide over the curb at the first apex. That is going to allow for Jonathan Liciter to get up the inside of him. Jonathan Liciter goes well in a wet condition, so he might relish these greasy track conditions that he's got at the moment. His Club 100 karting has done lots of karting on slicks in the wet, and he sure enough takes the lead as they head down towards the chicane to complete that number 1.
He does, but Ben Powney cuts back to the left-hand side of the circuit as they exit the corner. So I think the 2 leaders will be side by side at the end of one lap. It's Liciter who just leads, and he started down in 5th, but made that good start. He's side by side with Ben Powney. Then it's Simon Court and Daniel Sibbins who are the next 2 side by side. And as Ian said, a big gap to the rest, but Ben Powney leads then. He gets back in front into Redgate Corner, ahead of Jonathan Liciter. These 2 are 1.5 seconds ahead of Court and Sibbins. The best of the rest is David Jones, who's ahead of James Lewis Barnes and Daniel Corr. And again, there's another gap to the rest, but most of these gaps here are produced because of that incident at Redgate on the first lap.
Danny Andrew crosses the line 15, so today is a day, and this is a race where Dave Vassey's lap charts that he's keeping for us will come into their own as we track the progress of Danny Andrew up the order from 15th on lap 1. The leaders making their way around the old hairpin up towards McLean's for the second time. It's the orange car that's in front at the moment, so that means it's Ben Powney. There's one coming into the pit lane as well. That is the number 99 car, which is that of Martin Shelton. I think got the Driver of the Day award for the Mazda 7s at Silverstone. Had a good meeting there. I think it was his first time out. But we've got Josh
and Powney all over the curbs on the exit of Coppice. He got very sideways, but held on to it. And actually, it might have worked. He might have been able to pull a bit away from Liciter. But do you think the next 2 are catching them in? Simon Court and Daniel Simmons look a bit closer?
I think they possibly are. The gap was, a second and a half between second and third at the end of lap 1. It may have come down slightly down, a little bit, maybe by a couple of tenths. And I think we might get 4 cars for the lead before much longer. They're heading out of the chicane now, up and over the line to complete lap number 2. It's Powney, number 37, leading, then 71, Jonathan Liciter in second place, and Simon Court, 55, in third. There's 1.2 seconds now between Liciter and Court, so he's closed the gap by 3 seconds. Martin Shelton trying to rejoin in the pit lane just as the leaders are coming past. They get through in the end. It's Court third, Simmons fourth, then Daniel Court in 5th place, number 7. Number 50, David Jones. 743, David Mason. James Lewis Barnes is 8th in number 38. Then Josh Platts, who was on the second row, and Martin Farley round out the top 10.
David Mason, he was down in 10th after 1 lap, and now he is up to 7th. So he's quick. He's as quick as Ben Powney, in fact. So David Mason's got good pace. He is, 3rd in the championship. The leaders exit the old hairpin, and Liciter's back with Powney. Powney seems much quicker through Coppice. That line which he takes is really wide over the curves actually seems to work. And that's what got him that advantage at the end of 2 laps, but it looks like Liciter's back with him, and he's dragging Simon Court and Daniel Sibbins with him. Simon Court, he started third, didn't he? Simmons on pole, and then there's over 10-second gap to the rest. So it's 4 cars for the lead. They're heading through Coppice for the third time.
Yeah, and it looks like a more conventional line that time from Powley, although the drive from third, which I think is Court, Simon Court, did try and take a deeper line that time. I'm not sure it did it any good. I think the first two are getting away from the second two, the third and fourth place cars again, as they come into the chicane at the end of lap 3. Powley ahead of Lissitor, gap back then to Simon Court and Daniel Sibbins. Lissitor almost overlapping with Powley as they come across the line this time. And we'll have the inside line for Redgate Corner. It then switches to the left-hand side of the circuit, which is the outside, of course. And he is unable to make it through there. And then a gap to fifth, well, that is David Mason. He's rather on his own. He's well clear of Daniel Court in seventh. Then David Jones and James Rees-Barn battling over seventh.
Mason's only 300th off the fastest lap of the race. So he was down in 10th, then he was 7th, and now he is in 5th position. So David Mason, very quick indeed. The leader down into the old hairpin. Very different lines for the two leaders there. Oh, and the fourth car has gone spinning, I think, into the gravel. So that would be Daniel Sibbins, won't it? Yes, just 3 cars coming out the old hairpin. The top 2 much further ahead of Simon Court. Daniel Sibbins will get out the gravel and will still be in 4th, but much further behind.
Yeah, absolutely. So a question of whether he loses too many places. He was about 10 seconds clear of David Mason.
I think he's still 4th.
So, yep, he is still 4th, but he's sort of closer now to Mason than he is to Simon Court, I think. Leaders are up at Coppice once again. This is lap 4. We've had 6 minutes of this race so far. Lap's taken about 1:37 in these conditions. So we'll probably get 9 laps out of this, I would think, for a 15-minute race, maybe 10 if we just about squeeze it in.
We are 17 seconds off the qualifying pace, so it is very tricky out there, those lap times would suggest.
Often Donington is at its most difficult in these conditions, isn't it? And people talk about the airline fuel and all of that, getting dropped on the circuit and all of that, but it can get really slippery, really greasy in these conditions. End of lap 4, it's still 37 Ben Powley leading from Jonathan Lissitor, number 71 in second place. Powley has done the best lap of the race now, 1:35.8, so there is more time there. Lissitor also did a personal best. Then Simon Court, number 55, is third. Daniel Sibbins, 56, is fourth. And David Mason, fifth, but only 2.4 seconds now between Sibbins and Mason.
Yeah, with Mason's pace, that could be another place he gains before the end of the race then. The race leaders heading down the Craner curves, and Lissitor almost alongside Powley going down into the old hairpin. Can't quite make it though, but then cuts back on the exit of the old hairpin. And is that going to work for him on the long drag up the hill? No, I don't think it is. Powley stays ahead of him. Lissitor, who had a problem in the second race at Silverstone, I think he had a floor issue there, so he's a bit further down the championship than he would like. There's a car off at Coppice in the gravel, and the car doesn't come through. Is Thomas Bates, 69.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's Thomas Bates there that's off, unfortunately. So that means that Martin Shelton, I think, who calling for this, will go past him. But yes, it's not far off the edge of the circuit there. There's marshals in attendance, so there'll be double waved yellows to deal with that. We've had just over half of the 15 minutes now. We're up to 8 minutes on the clock. 2 leaders down towards the chicane to complete lap number 5. And it's still the orange car of Ben Powley that's ahead of Jonathan Lissitor. As they reappear into our sight from behind the grandstand, there is 2 car lengths between them, perhaps 1.5 maybe. Lissitor certainly in the tow, pulls to the left-hand side of the circuit as they head into Redgate Corner. Powley will make him drive around the outside if he can. He can't. Will he switch back at Redgate Corner on the exit? He thought about it, I think, but in the end he didn't. So he's now sitting right on the rear of Powley's car as they head down towards the old hairpin for the 6th time.
They're very even, these two, in these conditions, aren't they? Very close. The two of them are. They're pulled away from Simon Court dramatically now. I'm not sure if Court had an issue on the last lap. David Mason has just equalled Ben Powley's fastest lap. They're both on a moment at 35.8. So how close is he to Simmons now? Well, he's 7 tenths behind, so that might be a place that changes in the next lap or so. Daniel Court is 6th, 7th is James Rees-Barn, 8th is David Jones, 9th Martin Fowley, and 10th is Josh Platt, who went so well in qualifying, but Platt's struggling a bit in these conditions, it would seem.
Yeah, so still we have the car being recovered at Coppice. The snatch vehicle is now on the scene as well to try and deal with that, just as the two leaders go past it. And you can see from the sort of body language on the track, there's not an awful lot of grip there. Different lines being taken by Powler and Lister, who are a long way clear of everybody else now, as they go through Coppice Corner and down the exhibition straight and in towards the chicane, right and left onto the Wheatcroft straight again, and it is still Powley that's ahead. The gap fractionally larger this time. It was 0.19 seconds. It's now 0.36 seconds. Best lap of the race is still with Powley. They're like 1:35.8 jointly actually with David Mason, who's in fifth.
Indeed, and the leaders, they're holding each other up a bit here.
And David Mason's not fifth, he's fourth now. He has got ahead of Daniel Sibbons.
He's coming back under pressure though, isn't he? Sibbons throws it up the inside, but Mason's quicker. He carries the outside line with more pace. I think he might catch Simon Court before the end of this. He's only 2 seconds behind, and he tends to go about 2 seconds a lap quicker.
Spinner into the pit lane entrance was number 24. That's Martin Fowler, the ex-Sport Special XMR2 racer. He just spun into the pit lane entrance, didn't hit anything and managed to rejoin, and so he's in 9th place, but he lost about 5 seconds with that spin. Danny Andrew, by the way, back up to 10th. I thought we might see more from him, but he's lapping about 5 seconds slower than the leaders.
Yeah, I wonder if all is not well. Like I said, when I went in the paddock this morning, there was a lot of work going on that car, and it kind of suggests that not all is well with it, of course. And that first lap incident, he might have got caught up, might have caught a bit of damage there as well. It's hard to know from here. But the leaders in the final third come out of Coppice. Now, Jonathan Lissetter, he's been so close to Pound. We haven't seen a real challenge, have we? Is he waiting for the end of the race, or is he just not able to find a way through at this stage? Well, he's almost alongside into the chicane, but he doesn't really make a move of any sort, so they come out of chicane. Same order. Pound ahead of Lissetter after 7 laps. Well, they're saying at this time, Lissetter's getting alongside on the run up towards Redgate. Powney blocks him, so Lissetter comes back into the tow, and they stay in that same order. And for third, David Mason's right on the tail of Simon Court, so he's caught those 2 seconds in 1 lap, and he will go around the outside into Redgate Corner. He's been quicker here before. He's using the pit lane entry as well to do it, but he gets the place. He's up to third from what basically was the back after a spin at Redgate.
Leaders are heading down towards the old hairpin. They'll probably have 2 more laps to go at the end of this one, maybe. Maybe one. We'll wait and see. Lisseter on the exit of the old hairpin. Looked like he might be getting up the inside. There's someone off at the chicane because there's a green flag on the exit, but there's 2 leaders side by side now as they make their way through Schwantz curve up towards the right-hand at McLean's. It's Powney, though, that has the inside line, and he hangs on, but this time Lisseter does get the switch back, and he got halfway alongside, but he couldn't make it through, and he's tucked back in behind now. That car up at Coppice from the gravel trap has gone, the Thomas Bates car, so should be back to racing though again. Again, Powney takes a very deep line into the corner, slightly shallower line taken by Jonathan Lister, who did have a good chance, I thought, going up to McLean's. He couldn't make the most of it. And as we come into the closing stage of this race, he's sitting in Powney's tail as they head down the straight towards the chicane.
The yellows are gone at the chicane, and that was David Jones who had a spin out of 8th place. He dropped to 11th, but racing has very much resumed there. All the curb taken on the right-handed element by Jonathan Lissetter. Can he get a better exit to the corner? Well, he's right on in the slipstream. He pulls out to the left-hand side of the circuit. There's 4 cars that are going to be lapped before the end as well. We should squeeze in 2 more laps, and Lissetter gets the lead round the outside into Redgate. Finding the grip on that wider line in these conditions helped him there, and he's in front. But they've got these cars to lap in the next lap or so, and that could become a bit of a problem for them. And Powney trying to fight back down the Craner curves. That's not really going to work for him. He's doing a lot more road than Lissetter is. And the first car they are going to lap will be Rob Ollie, I think, and they will do that on the exit of the old hairpin.
Certainly will. So traffic is coming into play. Quite a spread of lap times for the 134s that the leaders are now doing to the 145s, 146s, 147s. Being done by the drivers towards the back end of the field. Danny Andrews just coming through, and he is about... Well, he's up to 8th place now. He'll get 7th as well because he's just at the inside of James Lewis Barnes there, and he's got the position as they go into Redgate Corner. So another place made back from the championship leader, claiming back vital points.
David Jones did it again. He just went up to the chicane again. He's got back going. I don't think he's actually lost a place this time, but that's 2 laps in a row. He's had an off. At the chicane, there's a spinner Is that one of the cars that's just been lapped out of Coppet? It's going a long way off the road.
Grass is wet, isn't it? And so far away of the barriers there, that's not really a problem. Meanwhile, Lister coming into the chicane for what I think will be the penultimate time. He's now got the lead from Powney. First time he's been through in the lead of the race. Yeah, we've got 28 seconds left on the clock. So they'll go on to the final lap now. Lister leading by just over half a second from Ben Powney. Question is, has Powney got an answer up his sleeve here? Possibly it was the case that Lister was just biding his time, really, waiting for the best opportunity.
That the third is good. Simon Court has just got up alongside David Mason, who's dropped to the back of that queue. He was getting into third a moment ago. And side by side are Court and Sibbon through Redgate. David Mason makes it 3 wide through Redgate corner in slippery conditions. They come out with, I think, Sibbons ahead now, who had dropped to the back of that queue at one point.
Yeah, so Sibbons into the lead of that particular group, up into third place. Of course, he qualified fastest. He was on pole position alongside Ben Powney on the front row of the grid. Meanwhile, Powney is ever more distant in second place. Lister on this final lap has been pulling away a little bit. He must be leading by a second or so now, so just as they head between McLean's and Coppes for the final time. And then that battle for third, which is a full 15 seconds behind the leader. Sibbons has worked his way to the front of that. Court is in the middle, and Mason is, I think, at the rear of that group in the green car, which is just heading out of McLean's now, Josh.
Okay, so that's the battle that might change, I think, on this last lap, because I don't think Ben Powney is close enough, or instead he's dropped away on this final lap of the race. A 10-lap race to start off the Donington Park Race Weekend for the 750 Motor Club, and Jonathan Lister is going to win for the first time this season in the Yokohama Mazda 7 Series. He goes out over the curves, out of the chicane, and he sees a checkered flag, and he punches the air with delight when we started 5th on the grid, and he takes the win ahead of Ben Powney. And for third, they're in traffic as well. Side by side are Sibbons and Court as they come into a chicane. They're not quite going to capture traffic, in fact, and Court is in front, but he's sideways out of the chicane, so Daniel Sibbons dragged up alongside him but can't quite make it. So Simon Court just by a few hundredths of a second beats Daniel Sibbons to third. In 5th place was David Mason. He was right there with them. In 6th is Daniel Court, but he's quite some way behind, and all by himself he's a long way ahead of anybody else. So assuming he's had a incident-free final lap, he should take 6th. He turns his way through the chicane, and he is there in P6, which is a much better result than he saw at Silverstone. In 7th place will be the car of Danny Andrew. Remember, he was right at the back after one lap, after getting involved in the first lap incident at Redgate. Then in 8th is James Lewis Bond. 9th is a close battle to the flag. That's David Winter, another person who was off at Redgate on lap 1, just beating Martin Farrelly. And then David Jones and Joshua Platts are the 2 remaining cars on the lead lap. And Lewis, Pentstone Smith, Rob Ollie, Colin Marshall all a lap, and Martin Shelton too, all a lap down. And we lost Thomas Bates halfway through the race. So Jonathan Lister, the first winner of the weekend from Ben Powney and Simon Court. And that result, really, I think, will put Ben Powney into the championship lead with Danny Andrews' poor result. So Powney's been consistent all season. He's had 2 thirds and a 2nd place now. And they'll be hoping to better that, I'm sure, later on, because both of the races for the Yokohama Master 7 Championship will take place today. The second race coming up, scheduled around 3:30. And that takes place in the dry, you expect to see a bit more cars in that front group, because both Litter and Powney in these conditions were very impressive indeed, finishing 18 seconds ahead of the rest. And it was on that final lap of the race, Jonathan Litter got the fastest lap, 1:33.37. That was still 13 seconds off of the qualifying pace we saw this morning. And the race winner, Jonathan Lister, makes his way down into the pit lane. In a few minutes' time, we'll have MR2 cars onto the grid, but I think hopefully we can hear from Ian now with the winner. Thanks, Ian. The cars are already coming onto the grid. These cars are not due to have a green flag up. This is how they will line up. On the front row, 22 and 25. 22, Nick Williamson. 25, Paul Hinson. Row 2 is 2 and 11. 2 is Ben Rowe. 11, Adam Lockwood. Row 3, 50 and 27. 50, Cam Walton. 27, Sean Traynor. On row 4, 26 and 84. 26, Paul Cook. 84, Neil Stratton. Row 5, 39 and 6. 39, Adam Lewis. And 6, Darren Aldworth. On row 6 is 96 and 24. 96, Aaron Cook. 24, Daniel Sylvester. On row 7, 86 and 78. 86 is Lee Brown. 78, Jim Mew. On row 8, 51 and 79. 51, Andrew Strange. 79 is Jonathan Grimes. On row 9, 82 and 53. 82 is Andrew Ruffman. 53, Tony Jones. On row 10, 36 and 69. 36, Georgios Georgardis, and 69 is Daniel Bryant. On row 11, 17 and 68. 17, Maxine Nichols. 68, Jim Cook. Row 12, 66 and 5. 66, Paul Hudson, and 5, Dave Hemingway. Row 13, 74 and 42. 74 is David Mustard and 42 is Michael Japp. On row 14, 13 and 12. 13, Ray Stillman and 12, Gary Patterson. Row 15 is 19 and 99. 19 is Cameron Bell and 99, Oliver Aldworth. On row 16, 72 and 14. 72, John Wilson and 14, Gareth Baxter. On row 17, 67 and 65. 67 is Simon Quinn. 65, Via Aldridge. On row 18, 58 and 56, 58 Micah Brown, 56 Nathan Harrison. On row 19, 16 and 57, 16 Daniel Farmer and 57 Chris Brown. And on row 20, 21 and 55, 22 Wags Furman and 55 is Martin Davies. So a full grid of Trotem R2s. There's 40 of them due to take the start, which is great to see. They started their season off at Cadwell Park last month, which was a bit incident-filled, which meant one race did not happen in the end, which means we have, because the race were in groups rather than full grids, so there were so many cars, there's no championship points to speak of, because that has gone down to a Motorsport UK decision, which we haven't heard of yet. But the first race at Cadwell, that was won by Aaron Cook, who's now out in the Mark III rather than his Mark II that he won the championship in last season. He's only qualified here on the 6th row of the grid, and he goes very well in the wet, so watch out for him. The second race was won by Paul Cook. Paul Cook, who had a damaged car after Cadwell Park. That car's been fixed. He starts 7th. The race is about to get underway, though. The lights go out, and 15 minutes of MR2 championship racing is go. Last year's champion, a couple of years ago champion, I should say, Sean Traynor made a good start from row 3. He's coming through the middle of those in front, and for the lead, there's Paul Hinson, a former champion, trying to go around the outside of Nick Williamson, who got pole. He can't do it. Hinson's going off. He's in the gravel. They're all going into the gravel here. There's half dozen at least. Paul Cook is one of them. And there's more incidents go. Oh dear, this has gone terribly wrong, hasn't it? Yeah, there's a number of cars involved. You can see the 13 car has had a moment as well. That's one of the roadsters that's got going again, which is Rhys Dorman. There's cars coming in the grass down the Crane of Curves as well. Yeah, with such a big grid in these difficult conditions, I won't say we never seen it was going to be very challenging to get through the first few corners unscathed. Who's leading the race though? Nick Williamson, I think, is leading. Trainor's got second from 6th on the grid, so that was a good start. And that's the problem, perhaps, with not having a green flag lap, wasn't it? But nobody's left at Redgate, I don't think. So there's no cars that are causing the race to be paused at all, so that's good news at least. The leaders down into Coppers. It's 2 for the lead then, Williamson v Traynor, and then the rest come through behind. So Hinson and Paul Cook, they are 2 cars that I noticed were in the gravel at Redgate, so they'll be 2 to watch out for. And what about Aaron Cook, who was a winner at Cadwell Park in this new Mark III Roadster to him? He only qualified 11th, but he goes so well in these conditions, so watch out for him. There's the Mark II and the Mark III. Nick Williamson from Sean Traynor. It's Cam Walton, I think, in 3rd. Then Aaron Cook is 4th, I reckon. It is. So he's come from 11th from the grid to 4th. Then it's Ben Rowe in 5th, who's having a better start than he had Cadwell Park. And in 6th position is 39, which is Adam Lewis. So he's had a good first lap to this race. A pretty eventful first lap, it has to be said, Ian. Yep, so it was like in the Master 7s that we saw before. We're going to have cars that are now trying to burn from the stern, trying to come through from the back of the field, having been caught up in that first lap incident. And just good news, really, that all of them, I think, did get going again. They're all making their way across the line now. We'll have to check how they do come through.
36, 37 have come through. Not sure how many did take the start in the end. Leaders, meanwhile, are out of the old hairpin already and heading towards the Starkey's Bridge and then Schwantz Curve. And it's Nick Williamson. He's still there, but he's got Sean Traynor nibbling all over the back of him now, almost alongside. The first 4 cars are together because you've got Cam Walton returning to the championship this year, and you've got Aaron Cook, of course, successful last year in that group as well. And the 2 roadsters look like they're making a move there on the way up into Coppice Corner. So Traynor going for the lead and Cook going for 3rd place. Traynor's done it. Traynor's gone through, and it looks like it might be Williamson down to 2nd place. It is, and I thought it was going to be Cam Walton getting possibly up to 2nd place there, but he's still in 3rd, and Alan Cook in 4th. But a great scrap this as the track just starting to dry, I think.
Indeed, the Mark II's a bit quicker down the straight, so that meant Sean Traynor was coming under pressure again from Nick Williamson, but he couldn't get through. So Sean Traynor lead, and the 2 Mark II's are in the middle. That's Nick Williamson and Cam Walton. Then it's Aaron Cook. So it's interesting that the past champions, Aaron Cook and Sean Traynor, have both moved to a different car recently. And you could argue that's made the battling up front a bit more competitive, Ian.
Yeah, absolutely right. Good race this then. Sean Traynor leading, Nick Williamson 2nd, but Cam Walton trying to go around the outside of him there at the exit of Red Gate towards Hollywood. It's the blue car for Williamson. It's the white car for Walton. Walton was on the outside, but he's still clinging on as they head towards the Craners. Williamson has got his nose in front, though, but Sean Traynor really getting away now as these 3 cars, really, because Aaron Cook's involved as well. Battle for 3rd. I say that, but Cam Walton, as he went up to 2nd there, as he went into the old hairpin, took an enormous amount of speed through him, seemed to really bridge that gap to Sean Traynor very nearly again. So it's now Sean Traynor leading and Cam Walton up to 2nd, Nick Williamson's 3rd, and Aaron Cook, last year's champion, is still there in 4th position. A gap back to Ben Rowe in 5th, Paul Hinson, who was off on the first corner. He's in 6th. Adam Lewis 7th, Dan Olga 8th, and Andrew Ruth and Lee Brown, Lee Brown, in fact, rounds out the top 10.
Paul Hinson was 9th after 1 lap, so he did gain 3 on that time around, so he is coming back through the order after qualifying so well. And here comes Aaron Cook around the outside of Nick Williamson. So Williamson made the good start and got pole, of course, in the drier conditions. Doesn't seem to be enjoying these conditions so much, you could argue, as he's lost 2 places, and he goes hot into the chicane, and he kind of stayed on the circuit. There's a lot of runoff there that he can kind of use. One car spun. Is that Ben Rowe?
That's Ben Rowe. Paul Hinson had already made it through on the inside on the way into the chicane. That was to take 5th place away from him, but somehow Ben Rowe managed to spin it on his own as Hinson went by. So he's dropped down the order now to about 10th, I would think. 8th, in fact, over the line.
Paul Hinson's got the fastest lap of the race. He's going about half a second quicker than the leader. So he'll be ruining that first lap off. I think he's off was all by himself. Well, behind perhaps a few more incident. Now, Sean Traynor has Cam Walton going after him. Then a big gap back to Aaron Cook, is it, who's got ahead of Nick Williamson. So Cook is into 3rd. He carries a lot of speed. It's him this time that carries a lot of speed into the old hairpin, Aaron Cook, because he is keen to bridge this gap that has been produced between him and the top 2. We've still got 9 minutes of this race to go. It's a 15-minute race like the earlier one. And the leaders are heading up towards McLean's with Paul Hinson chasing them all down. He's the quickest driver on the circuit, or he was on the last lap at least. In 6th is Adam Lewis. In 7th is Darren Aldworth. 8th is Ben Rowe after his spin at the chicane. 9th is Andrew Ruthven. He's going well. 10th is Lee Brown. 11th is Paul Kirk, another driver recovering. Then Jim Mew, Daniel Bryant, Daniel Sylvester completes the top 14. The leaders, are they getting any closer to one another? They are. There's a new leader, I think.
Yeah.
Cam Walton's got ahead.
Yeah, he's got his wipers going as well, hasn't he? So maybe there's just a spot of drizzle still in the road. It looks like Cam Walton then has taken the lead away from Sean Traynor, the multiple champion of MR2s, but Sean Traynor trying to fight back. We know that the Mark IIIs, which he's in, generally not as punch in a straight line, but he was giving it a go nevertheless down the Wheatcross Straight. He's on the outside line for Redgate Corner, trying to go around the outside of Cam Walton, and he's done it. A great move there by Sean Traynor, setting that up on the exit of the chicane, drives around the outside of Cam Walton, who's lost quite a bit of time already to Sean Traynor. He's almost back into the clutches of the 3rd place car, which is now that of Aaron Cook.
Absolutely. Cam Walton didn't have a great time at Cadwell Park. He got a couple of 4th places. but was a bit off the leaders, but this is much more like it. He was a race winner, I think, in the past, Ian, and I think he could be a race winner again this year, back out in one of the Rogue Motorsport Mark 2s. It's good to see lots of Mark 1s out this year, the Class A cars. I think Dave Hemingway is the best of those in 21st overall. He was a winner in the race he competed in at Cadwell Park.
Nick Williamson in 4th place, certainly being caught by Paul Hinson. Last time through, Hinson was 2.5 seconds faster than Nick Williamson, so by the end of the lap you'd think those two would be together for 4th. And remind that Paul Hinson qualified on the front row as spinner at Coppice. That's one of the back markers, I think.
Yeah, right in front of the leaders that happened, because the leaders are almost in traffic, such is their pace. We're only halfway through the race, so if it was the car at the back, would that be Micah Brown possibly? The leaders turn into the chicane. There's 3 of them now because Aaron Cook has caught the top 2. The champion from last year, out in a different car this season, but he's very quick through the chicane. He's almost alongside Cam Walton, heading down towards Redgate Corner, not quite making it, but he's done the fastest lap of the race. He's on a 1:32. Has Aaron Cook, and he can't quite get the better of Cam Walton. Cam Walton knows the grip's on the outside because that pressure on trainer passed him last time, so he keeps to that outside line. But on the exit of the corner, Aaron Cook's found the traction. He's alongside, going through Hollywood and onto the Craner curves. They are side by side here. And on the outside line through the left-handed element, through he goes. Aaron Cook out over the curves, but he's got it done. He's into 2nd place. So it's the 2 Mark III roasters at the front of the field. The champions, from the last 5 years or so, one championship to Cook, but 4, I think, to Sean Trainer, who's the race leader, and they are right at the front now, even as they get through the traffic too.
Yeah, it should be in for a good last 5 minutes or so of this race. Certainly traffic will play its part, I suggest. As they get through some of the slower cars. Dave Hemingway, it is, by the way, that's leading Class A from Nathan Harrison, who's second within that class at the moment. But Alan Cook now is right with Sean Trainer as they pass one of the back markers. Sean Trainer has cleared him. Alan Cook has yet to do so. Will do so down the exhibition straight. And not too far behind at the moment is Cam Walton. And yeah, it's still the same order as they come into the chicane. 5.5 minutes of the race left to go, so probably 4 more laps left, Josh, and we're in for a grandstand finish because Alan Cook is trying to get alongside Sean Trainer now.
He's absolutely alongside as they head off to Redgate, and I think Cook's momentum, we'll see his nose in front. He's on the potentially grippier outside line through Redgate, but as the track dries, perhaps different lines will come better, but now it's the outside line that works, and Aaron Cook goes through then into the lead of the motor race as they now exit Redgate. You've got Cam Walton there as well, and they're 5 seconds ahead of the battle between Nick Williamson and Paul Hinson. There's a huge gap to the rest. It's Darren Alderworth in 6th. 7th is Adam Lewis. The leaders catch traffic down through the Craner curve, which was awkward. They stay in the same order just about though. So I got to Adam Lewis is 7th, 8th is Lee Brown, 9th Andrew Ruffman, I think he's having his best race in the MR2 Championship, 10th is Ben Rowe, who's dropped some more places and he's been caught by Paul Cook, who was way down the order early on.
Micah Brown into the pit lane as well and out of the race. So 10.5 minutes gone. We're listening to commentary from Donington Park of the 3rd round of the Toyota MR2 Championship for 2021. It's being led by the 2 roadsters at the moment.
Side by side through Coppice Corner. Sean Trainer dived up the inside of Aaron Cook. Cook hangs on though, but that was very close indeed. And that might, Ian, give Cam Walton a run down to the chicane.
Yeah, let's have a look at them then. Pretty much side by side, those two. Walton with his wipers still going on the left-hand side of the circuit. That's the outside of the first part of the corner. He's completely outbraked himself though. Takes a little journey through the gravel, comes back out the other side and he's lost 5 seconds.
He was on the outside line for sure, wasn't he? But way, way out, as Ian described there for you. So it's the 2 roasters for the win now then. There's still 3.5 minutes to go. There's half a second between Aaron Cook and Sean Trainer. They turn their way through Redgate. In 3rd still is Cam Walton. Ian was spot on with losing 5 seconds. Paul Hinson's into 4th now, so we'll see if Hinson can catch Walton. That'll be for the Class B win, of course. I think Ben Rose had another off at the chicane, which will promote Paul Cook to the top 10. How many more places can he get, you wonder? What kind of lap time is Paul Cook doing? Well, he's well off the leaders, in fact. The fastest lap, Aaron Cook, 1:32.5.
Yeah, and qualifying time as well, much faster than 1:24, I think, pole position time. So about 8 seconds off what we were doing earlier on. 3 minutes of the race left to go.
Well, that does mean, though, we've halved the dry to wet gap that we had in the previous race. So conditions are getting better. And that means the lines are changing, which I think is making it quite difficult to know the drivers which line to take. We've got change from the lead. Trainer's in front. Sean Trainer's got ahead somewhere on this lap of Aaron Cook. So they come out of copies in that order.
So that's on lap 8 of the race. We didn't see that happen. May have happened at McLean's where we were watching other things, but there's still time for Alan Cook to try and come back. The 2 laps to go. Have to find out from Sean trying to where he got that move. Different lines being taken. Certainly Alan Cook using lots of curb there on his way through the chicane. The Rogue Motorsport prepared car that's chasing after Sean Trainer's car. And lap times, an incredible time from Sean Trainer. 1:31.17. Admittedly, we know that Cook made a mistake there, but he was 1.3 seconds behind or slower than Cook on that lap, than Trainer on that lap.
Got back markers, including Maxine Nichols, who's here racing in memory of her dad, Mick, who sadly lost just before Cadwell Park. I think she started from the back of the grid in memory of him. So good to see that she's gained a number of positions. She's in 31st.
Yeah, as the leaders battling through traffic again, out of the old hairpin and up towards the Schwantz curve they go. And looking at it, I'm trying to work out which two the leaders are now.
It's the 2 just coming up to McLean now.
They are. Yeah, they are still in the same order. And it is Trainer from Cook, and then this gap back to Cam Walton third. He's in danger of being caught by Paul Hinson, you would think, although they both did laps in the 1:31s last time through, but we could have a change for third before the end. They were only 1.6 seconds apart at the end of the previous lap. Nick Williamson fifth, Darren Aldworth in sixth.
So there's 1 lap to go at the end of this, and then there's a lot of traffic for the top 2 to deal with. That could be where Aaron Cook lost the lead earlier. Well, it's Sean Trainer in front. There's at least 5 of them turning their way into the chicane in front of the leaders, who stay with Trainer ahead of Cook as they turn then out on chicane. Cook uses all the road out over the curves on the exit of the chicane. I think that really helped his traction down the starting finish line, down towards Redgate they go. Then this is the final lap of the race, and traffic will certainly play a role, you'd think, in this, Ian.
Well, they've got about 3 more cars to pass in this gap, so there is a bit of a gap which they may or may not pass. They've got now 2 cars left to go. Each one of those is one of the Class A cars, the Mark 1. In fact, I think both of them are. They are doing that now as they head through Hollywood. So they've done that. Then there's a gap before there's any more traffic. So this is where Aaron Cook can try and plan an attack, really, before they get to these next 2. He looks to the outside of the old hairpin, which isn't necessarily where you'd expect to make an overtake, and he didn't make an overtake there. But I think, if anything, he has lost a little bit of time watching for them now, coming past Starkey's Bridge and through Schwantz Curve. And yeah, he does look to have lost quite a few lengths there, Josh.
Yeah, I think he's lucky to not end up on the grass. He carried way too much speed on the wrong line into the old hairpin there. Third is Cam Walton still. He's keeping a second or so away from Paul Hinson as it stands. Nick Williamson is still fifth, a long way ahead of Darren Aldworth, Adam Lewis, Lee Brown and Paul Cook is ninth now after passing Andrew Ruthven recently. Race leaders, though, on to the back straight for the final time then of the first of 2 races for the MR2 Championship today. And they turn their way into the chicane. And Aaron Cook right on the turn again, a Sean Trainer. And they're always side by side as they come out of the chicane. Aaron Cook's on the grass trying to get ahead of him. That's not going to work. So Sean Trainer wins it then. He beats Aaron Cook in a similar car. They had a number of times last season when they were in different cars where Aaron Cook won the majority of them. But Sean Trainer beats Aaron Cook here in quite a battle. Cam Walton took third and the fastest lap of the race on the last lap. He was only 3 seconds behind the top 2 in the end. Paul Hinson was 4th. 5th was Nick Williamson. And then a big gap before we see anybody else. A number of lap cars going through, of course. Lots of that amount of cars lapped in the MR2 Championship race for quite some time. But through eventually in 6th position, a good result for Darren Aldworth. In 7th was Adam Lewis. In 8th position on the last lap, Paul Cook got the better of Lee Brown. And Andrew Ruthven was 10th. In 11th place is Georgios Georgiades, so that's by far his best result, a 3rd place within the Roadster Class 2. Jim Mew was 12th, Ben Rowe dropped to 13th, so not a good time for him. He was 5th early on in the race. 14th was Daniel Sylvester, 15th Adam Lockwood, 16th Daniel Bryant, 17th, yet across the line should be Oliver Aldworth. For 18th position, John Wilson beat Jonathan Grimes. In fact, Oliver Aldworth does not come through. There was a calf at Coppice, perhaps that was him. So Wilson 17th, 18th Grimes. For 19th place should be Paul Hudson, therefore, who's just ahead of the Class A winner, Dave Hemingway, the best of the Mark 1 cars, the original MR2, 20th overall for him. The car that went off at Coppice, it looks significantly damaged. It's crabbing down to the chicane. So this is the car, I think, of Oliver Aldworth that is damaged. And I don't think he's going to make the checkered flag. Well, it was Sean Traynor, the race winner then, after an eventful start to that race, with a number of cars off at Redgate. It was good to see, the majority of the cars actually taking the checkered flag after a few instances of the last round as well at Cadwell Park. So a good race once we got the first corner out of the way, and it was Sean Traynor who took the win from Aaron Cook and Cam Walton. Class A win for Hemingway, Class B for Walton, and Class C, the overall winner, Sean Traynor, and he's in the pit lane with Ian. Yes, thanks, Ian. Just going back to what Sean Traynor was saying about the fastest lap, and that means pole for race 2. It actually went to Paul Cook, who was recovering after his off early on, who finished 8th. He got the fastest lap in the end, I think, from Paul Hinson and Cam Walton. So the two drivers who were battling for the lead in that race, Traynor and Aaron Cook, will not be starting quite at the sharp end of the field, but that'll be later on. We've got a short lunch break now. We're due to resume at something like 2 o'clock. And that will be for the Swallow Hills Home F1000 Championship, the fastest cars of the weekend. The Jedi Racing cars will be the first race after lunch, followed by the Race Parts M54 Championship, 2 races that can race on slick tyres, so there might be a tyre choice for those 2 races. Protect Shocks Sports Specials Championship will be up after them. Then we get reruns of Mazda 7s, MR2s, F1000. And then we have racing for the Alfa Romeo Championship, hot hatches, classic stock hatch, and clear 182. So a tin top field to the end of the day. But we'll be back in just over half an hour or so with the F1000 Championship, which have 2 races this afternoon.
So, welcome back after the lunch break to this 750 Motors Club race meeting here at Donington Park. First of 2 days of racing. We've already had a couple of races before lunch. 10 more to go this afternoon and 13 more tomorrow. Josh Barrett alongside me, Ian Solomon here in the commentary box. Whether you're listening around the circuit, and good to see a number of you here at various points around the track as spectators return to Donington Park for the first time this season, or indeed listening on the live commentary stream. It is just a commentary stream. We've got the webcam pointing out towards the chicane, but it's not a full live stream coverage. We'll have that next weekend at Croft, but for this weekend it's just the commentary with pictures, just to let you have a look at what the conditions are like. Really good to see a number of you listening. I can see that Emma Dempsey, hi Emma, is listening in and looking to see how Kaz Cole is going to fare in this F1000 race, which is about to come to the end. He's already coming to the grid with 1 or 2 cars not there. Josh, we should, I think, have 23 of them qualified. How many we'll see remains to be seen.
The car that's on pole is not there, for example. I think a number of cars seem to have not made it in time to the assembly area, which, considering we're not running early or anything, isn't particularly clever. There's one car at the end of the pit lane, and I think there's a bit of confusion, isn't there, further back. So shall we go through the grid as it was supposed to start?
Go for it, Josh.
On the front row, 80 and 65. 80 is Dan Gore and 65 Matthew Booth. On row 2, 56 and 11. 56 Lee Morgan, 11 Elliot Mitchell. On row 3 is 42 and 60, 42 Paul Butcher, 60 Jack Tomalin. On row 4, 1 and 41, 1 is Dan Clues and 41 is Billy Stiles. On row 5 is 7 and 5, 7 James Hills and 5 Rob Wellham. On row 6, 55 and 22, 55 Nikita Abramov and 22 Dean Warren. On row 7, 88 and 33, 88 is Mark Bept and 33 Rob Bailey. On row 8 is Mac 66 and 73, 66 Max Winterhauser and 73 Kaylee Cole. Row 9, 17 and 29, 17 Daniel Levy and 29 is Dax Ward. On row 10, 67 and 77, 67 Andrew Wills and 77 Mark Crawford. And on row 11 is 21 and 18, 12 and 18. 12 is Thomas Gadd and 18 is Christopher Hill. And it looks like more cars are making it to the grid.
Yeah, I did have a quick count. It looked like most of them there. There's that one at the end of the pit there, which I think is probably Andrew Wheels, on the basis that it's not Lee Morgan, who is in the similar livery, but up towards the front of the grid. And Dan Gore, importantly, has taken up his pole position in the Mattel Cars run entry. So we should have most of the 23 cars that qualified. The couple weren't seen. Then Powney and Eddie Felkingham weren't out in qualifying this morning. But a big grid that we have of these F1000 cars. We had the opening meeting at Silverstone 4 weeks ago. 2 wins there for Lee Morgan, but he was a non-finisher, I think, in the third race. Elliot Mitchell, it was that took the win there. And because of that, Elliot Mitchell comes into this weekend leading the championship in the JFK run effort. 77 points he has. That's 9 points clear of the champion from 2 years ago, Matthew Booth. Dan Gore third, another 4 points behind him. Lee Morgan, double winner. Silverstone is fourth. Paul Butcher, veteran, twice a runner-up, I think, in F1000, fifth. And Rob Wellham, who's been winning in the past as well. He is sixth on 47 points, just ahead of the reigning champion Dan Clues on 44. And we've got some of these competitors sort of liberally spread through the grid here, haven't we? Because you've got Clues, he is seventh. You've got Wellham lining up 10th. Morgan is third. Booth second. And Elliot Mitchell is fourth on the grid. So they're sort of spread around about the top 10, the leading contenders for this race, Josh.
It looks like pretty much everyone's on slick tyres. That's one thing to note, isn't it, after the rain we had earlier?
And possibly that's why some people were late. They were making the decision as to which way to go, whether to go for wets or for dry tyres. I think dry clearly looks to be the right answer at the moment.
Yes, it's dried out quite a bit, hasn't it, since that Master 7 race that took place, an hour or so ago. The cars are going to go off onto what is a green flag warming up lap for these cars, and then there'll be a 15-minute race. So, yeah, Dan Gore on pole, as you said, the driver was third in the championship, had a couple of third-place finishes at Silverstone. They had 3 races at Silverstone, just 2 here at Donington Park. I think it's a 15-round championship this season for the F1000 machines. But Elliot Mitchell, but seems a surprise at Silverstone with 3 podiums and now the championship leader.
Yeah, absolutely. But a good, consistent weekend that he had. He was right on the pace, really. And although hasn't been right at the very front in previous seasons, not necessarily too much of a surprise to see him there. And he is in the number 11 car. In 2019 at Donington Park, he did finish all three races, but none of them on the podium. And Sarah, who's the championship coordinator, poses the question, will he hold on to the lead under pressure on a technical circuit? Well, we'll see. Starting fourth on the grid for this one, pole position is number 80, which is Dan Gore, as we say in the Mittal Cars entry. And he's very focused on a mission this season. The car has done races in both F1000 and Mono as well. So it's on for almost half a season by now. But the driver, of course, therefore has his eye on a little bit more. Maybe that's told with pole position this morning. Then we've got one of the privateers, Matthew Booth, 2019 champion, of course, a couple of second places at Silverstone. Here he got 2 second places in 2019 and a victory as well. So it's one of his favourite circuits. That's Matthew Booth on the outside of the front row, albeit it's a staggered grid. Lee Morgan in the Perpetuum motorsport car. He holds the lap record and had a double win, of course, at Silverstone. Can anyone beat him here at Donington? Well, qualifying form suggests they could, and then we've got Elliot Mitchell next up. They're already back to the grid after their green flag lap. Just to let you know, on the inside of row 3, it's number 42, and that is Paul Butcher. Of course, he's been a long-time supporter of F1000, but previously raced in Caterham's, that's where he started. 5th overall so far, 20 plus years of racing in a Jedi. And then next to him is the 60 car, the youngster, Jack Tomalin, back with his own engine in the car. Had to buy one from Andrew Wears, who's obviously in a different team, for the meeting at Silverstone. And he needs to sort of regain some points that he perhaps considers that he lost at Silverstone with not being able to have the strong weekend there that he was hoping for. So 15 minutes of racing ahead of us, Josh.
Absolutely. Lap times in qualifying were in 66 seconds, so assuming we get to that, the laps are going to flow by quickly around the Donington Park National Circuit for the 4th round of the Swallow Hills Homes F1000 Championship, which is about to get underway with Gore and Booth on the front row of the grid. Then the lights are red and they go out now. It's a decent start from Dan Gore. He got lots of wheel spin, but he got away well as the cars charge up towards Redgate. There was one that didn't get away, but let's watch the leaders into Redgate, because into the lead Dan Gore turns. But is that Elliot Mitchell, Lee Morgan, isn't he? He got second then, ahead of the front row man, Matthew Booth.
Kels Cole yet to get off the line, unfortunately. She had problems starting, I think, at Silverstone as well last time out, but she's yet to get away.
There's a spinner at Redgate, but hopefully they'll be able to get back going. Leaders already through the old hairpin. Of course, the problem for the marshals here, these are the quickest cars all weekend to get back to the line. The cars are already going up towards McLean, such as the speed of them, but good work from our sideline marshals. Looks like that car is for the pit lane.
Yeah, that's Kels Cole. Hopefully she might be able to make a start from the pit lane, but obviously the car not fired up. The leaders, though, are already up at Coppice. They've zoomed their way around there. It looks like there's a 3-car break, but some great battling going on down the order. Who is it that's out in front at the moment? They're hard to pick up on the screens that we can see here in the commentary box, but there's one of them outbreaking themselves as they come into the chicane. They come out of it in the order. Dan Gore leading them. In second place, Lee Morgan. In third place, Matthew Booth. So it's the first 3 on the grid, not quite in the same order, because Booth is trying to fight back. Are you going to get up the inside of both of them into Redgate corner? He's got past Lee Morgan. He settles for second place. He couldn't quite get past Dan Gore as well. So Dan Gore leads and Matthew Booth up to second at Redgate.
That was quite an attempt, wasn't it, by the champion from 2 years ago, Matthew Booth, but he did get ahead of Lee Morgan then, who dominated the race. And Morgan's going right here. Morgan's going off, I think, at the old hairpin. He was out over the curbs. Hard to tell there's only 2 cars there now, so I think Lee Morgan went off at the old hairpin. He may have resumed. Hard to see from this vantage point. A number of you watching here at Donington are down there at the old hairpin, so you would have seen that unfold, but I think Lee Morgan was up over the curb on the entry to the corner and went very wide and possibly onto the grass, but out of Coppice, it's 2 for the lead. Matthew Booth looks quick here. He got past Morgan, of course, and now he's having a go to get past Dan Gore. He's on the inside line as they come down to the chicane. He's on the inside line. He breaks late. The car twitching, but he's through into the leader of motor race then. It is the lead up. Now Matthew Booth is going 2 places in 1 lap to get himself ahead of Dan Gore. In 3rd is Elliot Mitchell. 4th is Jack Tomlin. 5th is Paul Butcher. 6th is Dan Clue. So Lee Morgan must have went off the road at the old hairpin, and he hasn't come through yet. Chaos Cole update, I'm afraid she's still in the pit lane. She's not been able to get out onto the circuit, I'm afraid. So Matthew Booth leads them by 0.3 of a second at the end of the 2nd lap. It's 19th for Lee Morgan. That was a proper off, wasn't it?
It was, wasn't it? Yeah, so he lost 20 seconds basically with that moment. So watch for him fight back through the order. In fact, he was pretty much with, consecutive positions with his teammate Andrew Wheels, who was 20th at the end of lap number 2 of the race. Leaders are already heading up towards Coppice Corner again for lap number 3. So Booth, it was in the ascendancy. He's still there, and he's pulled out a bit of a lead over Dan Gore this time. Elliot Mitchell there in 3rd place, I think, is if anything closer now to Gore than Gore is to the race leader. And 4th place is Jack Tomlin, with Paul Butcher still in 5th. He's got 3 cars in pretty close proximity to him, though. So the next thing for us to watch really is the battle for 2nd place, suggest whether we're going to see Elliot Mitchell get on terms with Dan Gore.
Yellow's at Redgate. There's a car off on the exit of the corner. If we see he doesn't come through at the end of the lap. But it is, as you say, Booth leading now by a second over Gore. And the fastest lap goes to Elliot Mitchell in 3rd place. The championship leader, 67.41. So we're pretty much on a dry lap time here at Donington Park now. So the car that went off might have been Max Winterhauser, 66. He's not come through. He was in 11th position, and he's not come through. One driver to note making his debut, Tom Gadd, from the back of the grid. He's up to 11th. So the former low-cost champion, he's going pretty well.
Yeah, qualified 22nd, low-cost champion a couple of years ago, but safety car now coming out. Well, that's good news for the likes of Tom Gadd, then, because it will close the field up. Not such good news for Matthew Booth, who'd got a lead of 1.02 seconds. Actually, 2 cars.
Dan Clues.
Yeah, Dan Clues is one of them, and that looks like that's a separate incident to me. And he's now been dug out of the gravel by the marshals. Snatch vehicle is on its way to collect the Windhauser car.
Right. There's been a change for 2nd by the looks of it before the safety car. Sorry to interrupt him, but Dan Gore's lost another place, and this time to Elliot Mitchell. Now, I wonder if some of this differing of pace is set up, the drivers have gone on. You said about how cars were late to the assembly area. Perhaps that was set up changes. And like Booth and Mitchell have been really quick, particularly in comparison to Dan Gore, who led early on, but he didn't seem to have the pace of those other 2 around him.
No. Good news this for Lee Morgan as well, you'd think, because where does he come across the line? He comes across the line in 15th at the end of lap 4, but this will, get him much more into contention because he's just behind Dean Warren, Mark Betts, Eddie Falkingham, Dax Ward. Good to have Dax back on the grid, Miss Silverstone, and Tom Gadd, who's up into 10th, as you say.
Of course, like you say, he gets closer, does Lee Morgan, but he loses laps to pass people, doesn't he? So you get one advantage and you have a disadvantage. Billy Stiles, he's not had a great start to this, has he? He qualified 8th. He's dropped to 17th, 41. He was 11th after 1 lap. The last lap was slow because of the safety car, of course. But I was just wondering if anybody else was involved in what happened to Dan Clues, because that was a bit unusual, because that would have been under yellow flags, wouldn't it?
Yeah, the car that's been being recovered is now being recovered. It's on the tow rope, or on the rope from the Snatch vehicle. That will get behind the barriers shortly.
Clues is back in the race, though, isn't he?
Yes.
He's on the back of the queue, so again, that advantages him.
Yes, definitely.
The cause of the partial cause of the safety car.
Yeah, the marshals did manage to dig him out. And you wonder if the marshals were already there or making their way to the scene for the car that was already in the gravel.
I suspect he might have a trip to the clerk of the course later.
Yes, we'll see. Champion and cover star of the motorsport magazines or not. You might find yourself having a chat with one of our 750 Most Club officials here. Safety car lights are still on. The safety car heading down the exhibition straight. And I would think we'll get one more lap under the safety car because we just need to get that Snatch vehicle to the safe side of the barriers. We've had just under 7 minutes of the race so far. Yeah, we're not far away from getting the vehicle behind the barriers, but I think we will have one more lap. Probably what will happen is the safety car will pick up speed a little bit for this next lap.
See, the car behind the safety car is Katie Cole, so she's got back out there. Presumably she will be waved through, otherwise we might have an interesting restart to the race.
Absolutely. So she must have got out of the pit lane without us seeing her do so. She's just clocked 1 lap now, so she's 4 laps behind the leaders.
I think she's being coached again this weekend by W Series racer Sarah Moore. So I'm sure she'll be getting quicker and quicker as she gets more used to these cars. I don't think she's done much testing.
No, well, unfortunately, with the lockdown rules in Ireland, that's been making things really difficult for her over the last 12 months or so. Clearly, as they have for a lot of people. She actually did her first long circuit drive here. Her only test was at Donington Park before she had that opening race at Silverstone. She did really well actually at Silverstone because the pace at Silverstone was absolutely fierce. I think a lot of people think it was the strongest ever grid of F1000 cars. It was just so fast, so competitive there, and she acquitted herself very well indeed on her debut.
I think the whole grid was separated by 3 seconds, weren't they? Which is fantastic.
No, really good, and it was fast as well. Good lap times were being set there. So we're under caution at the moment, and we will be for another half a lap probably before the race gets underway. I don't think Cole has been waved through as yet, so we'll wait and see what happens there. The drivers that we've lost then from this race are Mark Crawford, another driver coming over from the other side of the RC, I think, and Max Windhauser as well, who's the one that's been recovered. I think Crawford came into the pit lane at the end of the first. I don't know if she actually got back out again.
I think he did, because I thought he was behind Windhauser on the screen.
Yeah, I think you're right. So I think he's got back out as well, which is good. Another newcomer to F1000 for this season as the numbers grow. Great to see well over 20 cars on the grid here at Donington Park in the third season now since the switch to 750 Motor Club from the British Racing and Sports Car Club. It's really been a breath of fresh air for the championship.
Lights are still on the safety car.
They are, and the safety car is still being held out at the start line, which suggests
well, we've got a snack tractor going on the old hairpin.
No. So I'm not sure there's another car there, is there? There is a car there.
Haley Cole.
It's Kel's Cole. Oh dear. So we probably would have gone racing again, but unfortunately Kel's has just stopped by Sarki's Bridge. Not quite as close to as Nigel Mansell got all of those years ago, but she's stopped. So her car, unfortunately, seems to have let her down, and that will now need to be moved. The snatch vehicle was heading down through the old hairpin. I think it's almost at the scene, and again that will need to be moved down before we can get racing back underway in this Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship race, which is being led by number 65 Matthew Booth, from number 11 Elliot Mitchell in second place. In third place is number 80 Dan Gore. In fourth place number 60 Jack Tomlin. Fifth place was 42 Paul Butcher. Sixth is number 5 Rob Wellham. Seventh number 7 James Hills. Eighth number 33 Rob Bailey. Ninth number 55 Nikita Abramov, and rounding out the top 10 number 12 Tom Gadd.
Just outside the top 10 is Eddie Falkenham, who you mentioned earlier didn't get out in qualifying, so he would have started up right at the back. So both him and Tom Gadd have made really good progress, and they're both drivers that have come over from another 750 Motor Club Formula, aren't they? Tom Gadd low cost and Eddie Falkenham Clios.
Yeah, and there are a few that have done that. Matthew Booth as well, obviously came across from Sports Specials as well. So Mark Betts did Sports 1000 too, looking down the grid. So there's a few that have made the switch from other categories, and all different categories as well, which is interesting.
Yeah, and a lot which, like the Clio change, for example, is not something that would be the most obvious, but I think these cars are very attractive to a number of people, and you get quite a bit of talk in the paddock about, I'd like to try one of those Jedi racing cars. So I suspect there will be more in the future, and as you were saying earlier about how successful the move to the 750 Motor Club has been, perhaps it's brought to the eye of new competitors these types of cars, and the cost of them isn't particularly high, and it's a good way into racing with these more youngsters out there, as well as people like Paul Rich, you mentioned, been coming back year after year. Yes, there's very little you can get for all the money that a Jedi racing car can offer.
No, the performance for pound is almost unparalleled, you would suggest, and you're right, it attracts the youngsters like Jack Tomlin, like Billy Stars, Kel's Cole as well, to make it as a stepping stone into circuit racing from karting quite often, but others equally have made the switch. We're having another lap behind the safety car as this recovery of the Cows Coal car continues. And just taking a little bit longer than we might have expected to recover that.
This is where Lee Morgan didn't want the safety car, isn't it?
Well, yeah, he's got close to the pack, but when you're only driving around behind it rather than able to make any moves to get past it, at the best we're going to get one racing lap now, I think, aren't we? Once the race gets back underway.
I think that's kind of looking unlikely, isn't it?
I think it is. Yes, as there's some more concern as that car is being recovered. It might take a little bit longer than we would like to do that, which is a great shame. It's a shame in a way, ironically, that Kayle's left the pit lane really, because she's not really gained anything and we've lost some racing laps. So with no intent to Kayle, she would have probably been better off staying where she was, and so would all of us, because we'd have had a few more racing laps than we're going to have had here. More marshals on the scene now to help with the recovery. So up the hill towards McLean's on this 8th lap of the race goes the safety car with Matthew Booth behind it. Yellow flag and safety car boards being shown around the circuit, of course.
I think we can confidently now say this race won't be resuming, will it? There are a few issues down at the old Hairpin.
No. Well, it's I'm still trying to sort out exactly how to recover that car. So I do wonder if we will swap the yellow flag for a checkered flag. I mean, by the time I get back, it will be pretty much 15 minutes anyway at the speed the safety car is going. And that'd be a great shame because we'd only had, I think, 4 racing laps.
The recovery is now continuing after.
We won the 4th when the safety car out. Thanks, Dave Vass, who's on a lap charter here this weekend. And it's not too far for that snatch vehicle to go. It's only going to go a matter of 50 yards from where it was.
You might get a lap out of this then. Here come the cars.
And we're at 40. Okay.
It's starting to rain. We've got window wipers going on the safety car as well.
Right. Not side on the F1000. Yeah, so we're going to go on to the final lap, I think, here, because there's only 40 minutes from the seconds. I think it is raining on parts of the circuit now as well. So
which should be interesting for the next cars, which also slick shod in the collecting area.
Yeah, so this is the final lap of the race. It's behind the safety car, unfortunately. There was a chance we might have been able to get going again, but it was touch and go. The recovery vehicle was just heading behind the barrier where it now is, and we can see on the camera that's showing us that part of the circuit where spots of rain on the camera lens there. Well, I mean, Matthew Booth will not mind this. He took the lead on the second lap of the race, getting ahead of Dan Gore at the chicane to take the lead. He'd started, I need to remind myself where he'd started. Was it second, I think it was, wasn't it? Yeah.
He lost that place
at the start to Lee Morgan, got it back quite quickly and then took the lead towards the end of the second lap. But I'm sure he would have much rather had a race for a bit longer than he actually has done.
Absolutely, but first win, I think, in some time, because he didn't win the race last year.
No,
I don't believe.
No, not since his championship winning season has he been victorious. So safety car.
And another good result for Elliot Mitchell as well, isn't it?
Well, to keep him in the championship lead, especially with Lee Morgan finishing down in 15th, he won't pick up too many points for that. So, yeah, Mitchell will stay in the lead, although Booth will, of course, gain on him because Booth 9 points behind the championship. I think it's 30 for one and 25 for second. So it'll be down to 4 points the gap. So, slightly anticlimactic first race of the day for the Swallow Hill F1000 Championship. The checkered flag, you can see, is being prepared in the finish line hut.
We don't have reverse grid, do we, today? Because there's only 2 races. Is that right?
I think you're right, but I think it's just a straight for the result of this one.
So the impressive drivers really. I think you're looking at Tom Gadd, aren't you, for his first race in one of these cars. Obviously, had problems in qualifying this morning to be right at the back, but to go into the top 10, and we'll be interested to see what progress he can make later with a longer race. So the cars come out of the chicane,
and I think they're actually being signalled straight into the
But are the drivers realising what they've got to do?
Yeah, and the checkers, no.
And they're not going to get the check, or the check flag just to let go. But yes, I don't think the drivers realised what they had to do there.
Some of them did, but 3/4 of them didn't.
It's going to muck up the race results, isn't it?
Well, yeah, the checker flag was ready to be shown in the pit lane when they were all supposed to follow the safety car in, but all but about 5 of them failed to do that. So,
you think where Dave Rass's result lap chart comes in crucial because the screens don't show the true results. But it was a win for Matthew Booth, wasn't it? In second place was Elliot Mitchell, and third Dan Gore. Fourth was 60, that's Jack Tomlin. Fifth is Paul Butcher, sixth Rob Bradham. Seventh was James Hills. Eighth was 33 Rob Bailey. Ninth was 55 Nikita Abramov, and 10th was 55, which was 12 even, which was Tom Gadd. So hopefully the F1000 race goes better later on. They've got a second race today to redeem themselves. And if we won't have an interview for a moment, let's give you the grid for the next race, which is the Race Part 750 Formula Championship. And we've got a really good grid of cars here, one of the biggest grid we've had for some time in the 750 Formula Championship. 22 cars qualified this morning, and they will line up like this. On the front row, 69 and 1. 69 is David Bartholomew, and 1 is Peter Bove. On row 2, 77 and 4. 77 Bill Cowley, and 4 is Chris Goff. On row 3 is 2 and 27. 2 is Mark Glover, and 27 Mick Harris. On row 4 is 5 and 9. 5 is Bob Simpson, and 9 is Richard Jenkins. On row 6 is 11 and 3. 11 is Raymond Barley, and 3 is Andrew Kemp. On row 7, 10 and 12. 10 is Rod Hill, and 12 is Conway Dorr. On row 8, 7 and 42. 7 is Steve Boover, and 42 Martin Kemp. On row 9, 55 and 8. 55 John Donnelly, and 8 is William Smith. On row 10, 6 and 28. 6 is Simon Bolter, and 28 Alan Bunter. And on row 11 is 30 and 73. 30 is Ulrich Hilliam, and 73 is Tony Brazier. So that's how 22 750 Formula cars are due to line up. We may get an extra one on the back as well, which didn't qualify or qualified out of session. But we'll see in a few moments' time when they come to the grid. It'll be a 15-minute race, and they will have a green flag lap 2. And I think Ian should be downstairs with our winner of the F1000 race, which was Matthew Booth. Well, it looks like there's a few discussions going on down there, so perhaps Ian will be able to bring us up to speed in a moment or two. Okay, thanks Ian. 750 Formula cars are on track next, which are on, I should think, on slick racing tyres. I don't think the rain has come to terribly much. I think we've got a bit of recovery still to go on after that F1000 race. Let's see if we can pick up what's going on Yeah, we've got the flatbed truck down at the old hairpin. So that is happening at the moment. Before we can get these cars onto the circuit, as I say, they have a green flag lap. And as I said earlier, great to see so many cars here, and 7 former champions of the 750 Formula Championship, and they are on the first 9 positions on the grid. So great to see the championship getting stronger again. A championship that is the longest running category in the country as well. And it's coming back to strength this year, which is great to see. Mark Glover, he is the championship leader after the first 2 rounds, which took place at Silverstone. He took second and a first. First actually was in the win was in race 1. It was second in race 2, and that gives him 47 points, which is 5 more than Peter Bove, who was the champion from last year. He got a second and a third in the 2 races, and third in the championship is Raymond Barbie. He went really well. He got a 4th and a 5th. 4th in the championship, Nick Harris, another former champion, returning this year. He had a podium in the opening round of the championship. Andrew Kemp, also on 32 points, is in 5th. He had a better result of a 4th at Silverstone than Chris Goff, 6th in the championship, who had a better result of a P5. The winner of race 2 at Silverstone is Ed Piver. But he didn't finish race 2, so he's further down the championship. But he's not racing this weekend, but the car he drove is, and that is the car that's on pole position. That's David Bartholomew, another former champion. He's in the PRS 1B, and he set a lap time in qualifying of 1:19.2, which was a few seconds away from the lap record, which was set by Ed Piver in that car a few years ago. Alongside him, a couple of seconds off in qualifying, is Peter Bove, the champion from last year. I think they're like a 5-time champion now is Bove, and he got a second and third, like I said, at Silverstone. Returning to the category, third in the grid is Bill Cowley, another former champion, and he's out in the Cowley Mark IV, and good to see him back after a couple of years away. And alongside him is Chris Goff, who's the first of the former champions in the CGR2. And then on row 3, 2 more former champions. Mark Glover, the championship leader, he only qualified 5th alongside Mick Harris. Bob Simpson, been in the category for over 50 years now, he starts in 7th alongside Richard Jenkins, the former low-cost racer. And then Dave Robson is the 7th of the former champions, who starts 9th in the SDAR. So good to see that car, which we haven't seen that much of. Although saying that, the car's not on the grid, is it? So I think we are missing Dave Robson, unfortunately. Oh, he is there, but he's another driver who seems to be a bit late on parade, but he will be able to take up his position there on the 5th row of the grid. So good to see that car that hasn't really done that much racing, Ian, the car that Dave Robson is in today.
He spent a lot of time building it, and he's, 3 years ago probably, I think he had it out for the first time, this newly built car, maybe even 4 years.
Yeah, it's got 17 is the
so probably 4 years then, and he's not been able to bring it out that often. But good to see him back out today, and I'm sure you've already mentioned the number of champions that we have on the grid today, which is impressive. I'm sure everyone will agree.
So the car on the back, which I didn't mention, is Paul Mason, 67, that didn't qualify this morning. Qualified at lunchtime. Will start to the 23rd position on the grid, but there is one missing, isn't there? Martin Kemp's not there. Car 42 is missing from the 8th row of the grid.
Yeah, absolutely right. So he's a bit of a miss. But still a very, very good grid of race parts, 750 Formula Championship cars. They head off on their green flag lap now, ahead of this 15-minute race, as most of them are today, with the exception of the Alpha race that we'll have later on. And it's going to be an entertaining one, I'm sure. It'll be interesting to see if Peter Bove and Bill Cowley can take the fight to David Bartholomew. Of course, that car has been very successful in the championship in the past with multiple different drivers in it. And Ed Piver getting the win last time out as well. So, yeah, be interesting to see what David can do here as we watch them come round onto the grid. It's a great championship, this, because of the diversity of cars that you have. Many of them self-designed or self-constructed or self-engineered and developed by the driver. And that's what 750 Formula is all about, always has been, and hopefully always will be. In the recent times, there's been more of the sort of kits available, the race kits Falcon, which Martin Kemper's been behind. Few of those have been brought onto the grid, and the race kits Merlin as well. And that's something that's a bit more accessible for drivers that maybe don't have the wherewithal to design and build their own car from scratch. But great variety of cars on the grid. Darvies, of course, with Peter Bowes. You've got the PRS of the pole position car. David Bartholomew, of course, the fantastic Cowley, Mark IV of Bill Cowley, who welcomed back to the grid, first time back in car racing for a little while. Good to have him out there. But he's been very successful, won championships and won races as well with the 750 Motor Club.
And Chris Goff did well in qualifying, didn't he? Fourth there, with 6 former champions all around him on the grid. So fourth position for him in a number of the self-built cars, the Chris Goff Racing, 2 Evo. So here we pleased to be right up there, ahead of Mark Glover, the championship leader, and ahead of Mick Harris and Bob Simpson as well. So really interesting. Although Bartholomew had pole by quite some way, it'll be interesting to see if that relates to the race, because those times are quite a chunk still away from what the lap record is, which would suggest conditions weren't perfect in qualifying, although they may not be perfect now, to be honest. So plenty of interest over the next 15 minutes to see how it plays out with a real star-studded and large 750 Formula grid here at Donington Park. And we've nearly got everybody in place after that green flag lap, and it is David Bartholomew and Peter Bowes then on the front row. Then you've got Bill Cowley and Chris Goff on row 2, Mark Glover and Mick Harris on row 3. The 5-second board has been shown, so about to get the third round of the Race Park 750 Formula Championship underway. The red lights are on and the lights go out now, and away they go. A couple of cars don't get away at all, including Dave Robson, who goes eventually, and for the lead it's absolutely side by side between Bartholomew and Bowes. Peter Bowes on the outside line trying to grab the lead, but I don't think he's going to do it. He may lose one, in fact. Bartholomew then leads, and Bowes and Cowley tangle at Redgate Corner. They've managed to get away with it. They sat in the interlocks for a moment or two there as the cars will make their way onto Hollywood and down the Quaker curves. That's allowed Bartholomew to get away. It's Chris Goff in second. There's a car all over the curve getting twitchy. Managed to get away with it again. That might be Mark Glover who's lost some time as well. So once again, Redgate a bit of a dramatic zone at the start of a race today.
Absolutely right. This has given David Bartholomew a big lead already over the rest of them. Chris Goff in second, Peter Bowes in third, both trying to fight back then as they climb up the hill towards McLean's on the inside line, and he goes back through. So Bowes back to second, Goff third, Cowley it is in fourth place, and fifth, is that Mark Glover, I think, in fifth place possibly, as things stand. But Bartholomew in the PRS with a big lead, and Cowley's got past Goff as well now. He's done that into Coppice Corner.
Absolutely, and there's a car off at McLean's by the looks of things, but should be able to get back going. But it's Bartholomew then that leads. Peter Bowes going after him in P2, then it's Cowley, then it's Goff. Is it Bob Simpson in fifth, in fact? I think it might be. Where is Mark Glover then? Mark Glover is not in that front group at all. Mick Harris is sixth, then it's Barley in seventh. There's Glover hitting this second group of cars. Didn't qualify particularly well. The start of the race has gone even worse. Yeah, we'll just see where he comes across the line. He's been across the line now. He's 10th at the end of lap number 1. So Bartholomew leading by a second and a half. I thought it might be more than that, actually, by the time he got round to the end of the lap. And it wasn't as big as all that. Still cars coming across the line as well as the leaders already down at the old hairpin. I think some of them probably struggle a little bit for grip because it is a bit greasy out there. One of them is going to head for the pits as well. That is the number 6, Simon Bolter, Darby, that's headed for the pit lane. Meanwhile, the leaders head up towards McLean's for the second time. It's Bartholomew, number 69, that leads from number 1, Peter Bowes in second place. He's scampered well clear now of Bill Cowley in third, number 77, who can't really
put any distance between himself and Chris Goff in 4th. 5th and 6th are together, and 2 old adversaries going at it here. Bob Simpson ahead of Mick Harris, 14 championships between them over the years. They are just about heading into Coppice Corner now, looking for them at the back of our view on our CCTV screen here. It looks like it's Mick Harris that's got through there up into 5th place. There's for 3rd, Chris Goff trying to fight back and get back ahead of Bill Cowley, but he's not close enough to be able to make that work into the chicane.
No, what about behind? Yeah, is Harris ahead of Simpson? He hangs on there. I think with Ray Barley chasing after him. Whole battles behind. 8th and 9th are together. That's Mark Glover trying to gain positions. He couldn't do it though. 39 he was trying to pass, which was Matthew Unwin, who was actually behind him at the beginning of the lap. So Unwin's had a good lap to get up into 8th. I think he's one of the newcomers this year and making a good stride here at Donington Park. He got a 9th, I think, at Silverstone, but he's currently running in 8th.
Yeah, absolutely right. The leaders then heading to the old hairpin. Well, that's the 3rd and 4th place back of the leaders, actually heading up to McLean's already, and still a good gap between Bartholomew and both. It was 2.1 seconds at the beginning of the lap, and then another 4.5 seconds back to Cowley in 3rd place. He is still there ahead of Goff in 4th, and now Mick Harris in 5th has pulled dramatically away from Bob Simpson, who's back into the clutches of Ray Barley. So I wonder if Simpson's got a problem or just made a bit of a mistake on this lap, because the way Harris has pulled away from him is incredible. The gap between the two of those all of a sudden.
It's a bit like the gap between Bove and Cowley. But of course, they were right together on the first lap. That's massive now. So it looks like Bill Cowley hasn't quite got the pace when we last saw him out there. David Bartholomew, though, car 69, the PRS, leads then and crosses the line with 1 minute 20.27, which extends his lead margin out to 2.8 seconds to Peter Bove. For 3rd and 4th, Bill Cowley and Chris Goff come up across the line. They're both being chased quickly by Mick Harris. Mick Harris is going a second and a half quicker than them, will be with them shortly, and behind them Bob Simpson's got attacks on either side. That's Barley on the left hand side of the circuit and Glover on the right hand side. Mark Glover may gain 2 positions here. No, he doesn't. He might not gain any actually on the inside line. No, he doesn't. He might lose one on the exit of the corner, and there's a car off at Coppice as well, but he was slow through Redgate in the end, and Matthew Unwin trying to find a way through.
Yeah, not sure who it is that's off, but they're well off the road on the inside of the corner, so hopefully that shouldn't cause too much trouble. But a great four-way fight heading down towards the old hairpin, featuring Bob Simpson, who's I think still at the front of that group of cars. Got Ray Barley, Mark Glover and Matthew Unwin all together as well. We think 55 is the car that's missing, which would be John Donnelly. Possibly he's the car up there at Coppice. That battle for what positions, it's 6th, is just making its way through McLean's now, and it looks like we've got Barley trying to make a move on Simpson as they go up the hill. We've got green flags now at the chicane, which suggests that someone has been off and is just in front of the leader. It may have been the leader because Bartholomew now under attack from Peter Bove for the lead of the race. The two of them are side by side. Bove gets into the lead there as they go across the line to start lap number 5. So Peter Bove takes the lead. David Bartholomew immediately fights back there on the inside at Redgate Corner. Can Bove hang on around the outside? The answer to that question is yes. So Bove gets the move done, but under exactly what circumstances, it's hard to know.
And for 6th, it's Ray Barley that's come through, and Mark Glover's passed Bob Simpson too. And joining in that battle is Andrew Kemp. So hard to know where to watch at the moment here around the Donington Park circuit. Leaders, Bove and Bartholomew turn their way through the old hairpin, and meanwhile up at Redgate, Mark Glover gets another place. So he's into 6th now, and Mick Harris has caught the battle for 3rd. So he's caught Bill Cowley and Chris Goff. And is he making a move on them? Not quite, yeah, but Cammy's much more speed through the old hairpin.
Flag, the race being stopped, Josh, I'm afraid. Excuse me. We've still got that car for Coppice, but I don't think that can be the reason. And so I wonder if there's a car at the chicane that's frustratingly out of our view. No, it would appear not. So unless it is that car for Coppice that is the problem, that's the only one I can see around the circuit that has come to a stop. I don't know if there's anyone else missing from the lap chart. We'd had 6 minutes 53 seconds when the red flags went out, so just short of half distance. So we'll wait and see what happens next. We'll see if we get any notifications through from race control as to what's going to happen. But for the moment, some news just come through actually thanks to Lisa Palmer, who let us know that Bill Cowley's on wet tyres.
That would explain the lack of pace, wouldn't it?
It would, but actually all the more credit to him for being up in third. On condition that probably wouldn't merit it. So thanks for that. But red flags coming out. We're just trying to understand exactly why. If we get any news through from race control, we will let you know.
The car at Coppice is kind of close to the circuit, isn't it?
What is it? 5-10 yards away from the edge. I suppose it's hard to tell, isn't it? From some angles, it looks closer than others. But that may have been the reason for it.
This is going to frustrate Peter Bove, isn't it? Because he passed.
Yeah.
Kind of after, because I presume we go back a lap.
Yeah, you would do. Whether for the regrid or for a result, if we were going to take a result, which I don't think we will, because we'd had less than half of the race. Hopefully that car shouldn't take too long to recover.
No, we got the Snatch tractor charging its way through Coppice Corner, and on its way Marshall's as well. And we've got a circuit vehicle going out as well. So whether there's something unrelated to what's going on here, obviously we don't know that. But clearly the marshals and the rescue crew are up at Coppice pretty rapidly. But you usually don't get a race stoppage for that. But yes, we'll see what happens. There's some certainly exciting points, wasn't there, Ian, in that race up to that moment?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It was a really good race, wasn't it? It's a dramatic first corner, as we've seen throughout much of the day. But good little scraps going all the way through the field. As well. Quite a wide variety of pace, but nevertheless very good racing. Hopefully we'll get more of that in a few minutes' time. Next weekend here at Donington Park, the Classic Sports Car Club are here, and they are talking of 500 entries for the meeting here next weekend. So that's the Classic Sports Car Club Championship. So on Saturday the 29th and Sunday the 30th of May. Don't forget, you should, if you possibly can, book your tickets online in advance. There may be availability on the gate, but it just depends how many tickets get sold. So get your tickets on the website just to be certain, donington-park.co.uk. Then on Monday, the 31st of May, it's the bank holiday next weekend, of course. There's more racing, and that's from the British Automobile Racing Club, where the centrepiece of the action is the Classic Touring Car Racing Club action. There's also races for Mighty Minis and for the BMW Championship as well. So that's next weekend, Classic Sports Car Club, Saturday, Sunday, BARC on Monday. And then the next racing action is the 12th and 13th of June. That's the Ferrari Challenge. Ford Power Live here on Sunday, the 20th of June. And the HSCC, Australia Sports Car Club here, the last weekend in June, 26th and 27th. And then as we get towards the beginning of July, the World Superbikes are here. Fingers crossed that by then more restrictions are eased and we can get a good crowd here for the World Superbikes on the 2nd, 3rd and 4th of July. Again, look online for your tickets. Then the following weekend, British GT and F3 are here. They get their season underway at Brands Hatch this weekend here at Donington Park on the second weekend in July. All of the information on forthcoming events here at Donington Park on the website donington-park.co.uk.
Well, the recovery has been completed. The circuit vehicle that went out is returning, but we've got no sign of what's going to happen next. You kind of wonder why that didn't happen on the safety car, if that was the reason for the red flag.
Yeah, well, there may be more to it that we don't know, but so that circuit vehicle that went out has come back again. That's the same one, isn't it?
Yep, absolutely. One lap on.
It's actually a fire truck.
Well, that's why I wondered if something had happened away from what we could see, but nothing apparent.
Will Cowley's now driving down the pit lane.
I wonder if he's looking to restart on slicks.
Well, exactly, because the circuit's clearly getting drier. We can see.
Although I presume his slick tyres are some way back in the paddock somewhere, or if it's not worth destroying a set of wrecks, I guess is the other thing.
Yeah, that might be the answer. Is going to drive, I think, through the scrutineering bay exit, I think, at the end of the pit lane, I suspect. Hopefully we see him again today. Remains to be seen.
Slightly strange moment in this race, really, isn't it? With no new, well, is it a new grid? One of our start line marshals have got. But yeah, it'll be a few minutes' time, won't it, before we get this race back underway because they'll have to do another green flag lap as well before we get back going.
Yeah, we will. Marshals have got a new grid, so they will get them all into the correct order. And I don't think I have any notification from race control. Dave Vassey's just trying to find out what the situation is, but nothing has come through yet to me. But we'll see how many minutes the restart will be. We'd had just under 7 when the race was stopped for a 15-minute race, which would mean mathematically there was 8 left. So whether we get 8 or not remains to be seen. But we just had the one round so far this season for the race part 750 Formula Championship, or the 2 rounds that were meeting. That was at Silverstone, of course, and Glover and Pither shared the wins there.
Any news on the course that they're going to go back
Bove and the Glover
10 minutes?
took their place. It's going to be a 10-minute restart they're going to get, so they're going to get value for money then from this, Josh, by the sounds of it.
Hope they've put enough fuel in, because they'll have to do another green flag lap as well. So cars now are heading to the grid, and as expected, it will be David Bartholomew on pole. So after 3 laps, the grid is taken from, I presume, and Peter Bove on the front row. So that's as it was originally. Then Bill Carroll will be missing, running from row 2, but Chris Goff will be there. Mick Harris, he'll have another go on row 3, and he looked quite quick prior to the red flag. He was certainly a good chunk faster than Chris Goff was, perhaps not quite as quick as the leaders. And then alongside Mick Harris should be Bob Simpson, I think, who of course did lose some places just prior to that, so Bob Simpson will get to regain his position with Marshall pushing his car back so he can get around the car that is in front of him. So this delay is going to cause a bit of a delay to the timetable as well, of course, which was quite tight anyway.
Yeah, busy day here at Donington, 12 races, busy weekend with 13 more to come tomorrow as well. I'm racing from quite early tomorrow morning, just before 10 o'clock, the first race. So do make sure you're here at Donington or join the stream in good time.
And there's tickets available on the gate, so if you're listening at home and think, oh, I wish I went, you can come tomorrow. Well, I guess you can come this afternoon if you're really close.
Yeah. I would advise looking at the weather forecast before you come. That may change your mind, but I don't think it's actually as bad as it was looking a couple of days ago. But although I've had some rain, I think we might get a little more tomorrow, but mostly late in the afternoon. Possibly even we might miss it completely, certainly during racing hours anyway.
So the 4th row of the grid should be Ray Barley, who started 11th originally, so that would be a good first part for him. And then Mark Glover alongside, although Mark Glover's decided to park up where Bob Simpson was, so that's really not supposed to have happened. But he's now everybody's moving up, which shouldn't really be happening, but there we go, that is really happening. Mark Glover's sort of been a bit off form, hasn't he, here at Donington Park?
He has, and he did have that win and a second at Silverstone's. Had a good start to the year, but not necessarily hitting the form. He's his local circuit as well, of course. He's from Derby, so not too far away.
Dave Robson, of course, had that stall at the start, didn't he? So he's down in 15th on the grid for the restart.
Good to see Alan Bunter back out in the number 28 car. That's the Shark, and it does look very Shark-like, doesn't it? Sort of angular, pointy, aggressive. It's got the Shark's teeth painted on the nose section as well to emphasise the aggression of that car. Alan, who's been a long-time printer of 750 motor base programmes and things, although he's not had to do that over the last year or two, as we've switched to digital during the pandemic. And just looking towards the back, last car on the grid is going to be the 73 car of Tony Brazier, the BFS.
So a little bit of confusion where a number of cars are way in front of where they should have been.
Now everyone's sort of shifting up.
Yeah. There's a lot. Mark Glover is now where he should be, so I think that's been sorted, hasn't it? That space is there.
I suspect all of the confusion has come from Bill Kelly not being there ultimately, and it sort of had this ripple effect down the grid. But now everyone's sort of moving forward, getting into position, and then we can get the green flag lap underway, 32nd board is showing, green flag will be showing at any moment.
I guess we'll see if this race actually does go over a full 10 minutes, because that might be rethought during the course of the race.
Yeah.
But the cars then go off onto the second of their green flag laps, and Peter Bove was able to catch Bartholomew in what was a bit of traffic issues down the chicane. It was all out of our view, but there was yellow flags, wasn't there? With a slow car, and then David Bartholomew lost the lead, so he's got a second chance here to keep ahead of Bove, whom he was lapping something like 7 tenths quicker than. But lap time is still 4 seconds off the lap record, so conditions obviously aren't perfect. Still.
No, absolutely right. The track now looks drier than it did for the first part of the race, and the skies were looking lighter over Donington, but look into the distance, there is greyness. But I think that's where what's been here already is what we can see out of our commentary box window. It's what's sort of behind us that we need to look at. It looks reasonably promising, actually. So we should be good for a dry rest of this race, certainly, and probably a little bit longer than that as well. So 10 minutes we're due to have for this restarted race parts 750 Formula Championship race 3 of the season. 12 races to be held this year.
Gives us a good chance we'll get a third different winner of the season, because of course Ed Piver not driving, the car he did drive might win again.
Yes.
And that's David Bartholomew, and Mark Glover doesn't really look very likely, going on how today's gone for him so far. So it's a good chance we'll have 3 winners in 3 races to start off the season for the 754 World Championship.
Yeah, no, good to see so much competition in the championship this year, and obviously it's going to be interesting if Ed and David and maybe Richard Weatherby as well do share the driving in the PRS this year, which means that none of them will be contenders for the championship individually, but may well be the ones that between them win all of the races potentially. Peter Bowles, of course, in that derby that Robin Gearing raced a few years ago successfully, but Peter's back in the car that we raced many years ago. So the only gap of note on this grid is Bill Cowley, who has not taken the restart. We know he was on wet tyres, and I suspect he's just made the call that he's going to be increasingly uncompetitive and do it with race a set of wet tyres as well, driving around on a pretty dry Donington Park circuit, which is a shame.
Well, Cowley isn't the person you'd think to take sort of a safer option or whatever, would you? No. I just thought it might be different to the rest, although it hasn't worked out for him. Race though should get back underway very shortly. Without him, 10 minutes is what we're expecting for the race part 754 World Championship Round 3 Part 2. 5 second board has been shown then, so it's Bartholomew and Bowes on the front row again. The red lights are on, the lights go out now, and away they go. It's a better start this time from Bartholomew, not a good start at all from Peter Bowes, so Chris Goff comes up alongside him to try and grab second place as they head their way there into Redgate Corner. It's Bartholomew the leader there. Bove musters his way back in front of Chris Goff, and then Mick Harris is 4th, and then Mark Glover is 5th, I think. So it's a much better start from him this time. They get through Redgate without problems and head on to the Craner Curve. But once more, like in the first part, it's a good lead for Bartholomew from Peter Bove, and then the rest of them coming free and wide in some instances down the Craner Curves, but they've got through there okay. I think that might be Richard Jenkins making up some time. There's rain spots on the camera lens down at the bottom of the hill. I don't think they were there earlier, but up into McLean's it's about a second, which is the one to watch here.
It's my weather forecasting that's done it. Yeah, it certainly is, as Chris Goff attacks Peter Bove on the exit. McLean's, the two of them almost overlapping on the way up to Coppice Corner. Big lead though for David Bartholomew at the moment. Definitely looks like there might be a bit of rain there. Up on the inside at Coppice Corner goes Chris Goff. I think he's done it. I think he's going to get past Peter Bove here. They're still side by side. Bove just about hangs on around the outside of Chris Goff at Coppice Corner.
One's in the gravel at Coppice, unfortunately, but the lead up, big in front. Where's Bill Cowley on his wet tyres as it comes down? Bove is second, then just about. The car that went off at Coppice, I think, threw it back on, so they can continue. But for second place across the line, Bove and Goff together. Then a gap back to Mick Harris and Mark Glover, who are together, being chased by the race kits Merlin of Andrew Kemp, going well. And in front of him, Kemp can see Mark Glover looking down the inside of Mick Harris, but who can't make that work there. But a good start there from the race kits Merlin driver Andrew Kemp, who's into the top 10. Into the top 6, I should say.
Yeah, so leaders down at the Old Hairpin, already out of the Old Hairpin, in fact, I think, as we watch the battle for second, which is heading down now, Peter Bove and Chris Goff. Very little to choose between those two cars, but David Bartholomew nearly 5 seconds up the road at the end of lap 1, so he's pulling away in the PRS. Not really with anyone too close behind him at all. It is still Bove in second place, Goff in third, going with them in fourth place is Mick Harris, and Mark Glover in fifth. Andrew Kemper's Josh was saying, rounding out the top 6, heading up towards Coppice now for the second time goes this battle for second place. The leader already out of Coppice Corner and onto the straight, and there's certainly more daylight between those two this time. In fact, it's almost equidistant, second, third and fourth, so we're starting to count Mick Harris into this equation as well. So they head down the straight towards the chicane to complete lap 2. It's all about second place rather than the lead.
Mick Harris has gone away from Mark Glover as well, hasn't he? So they're going to shake him off and go after the car in front. Wasn't such a good start for Bob Simpson this time, is it? He's dropped back. So in 7th place, it's nose to tail between Ray Barney and Richard Jenkins. Then it's Steve Boover. Then it's Bob Simpson. So Simpson's dropped down to 10th.
It's Matthew Unwin, I think that was. Thought about heading into the pit lane, but has decided against it, although he may come to regret that because he's fired up again now. I think he was coasting, but has managed to get back up in front gear and get back into the race.
Shame for him because he was having a good first part to the race, wasn't he? But he's now way down in 14th or so position. Race leader David Bartholomew is 8 seconds ahead of Peter Bove, who's coming back under pressure once more from Chris Goff. So Goff with him as they turn their way through McLean, but Bove carries a lot more speed through that corner. Great big wheel on his Derby, giving him perhaps a bit extra downforce through the vast corners compared to the car that is chasing him.
Yeah, that was a wing that was developed, I think, while Robin Gearing had the car. It evolved over time and may suit some circuits better than others, but certainly Bartholomew's going to probably have a 10-second lead. I would suggest by the time it comes through this time, that second, third and fourth, not right on top of each other, but much closer together. And then second, fourth and fifth, I should say, then 6, 7 and 8 together.
Chris Goff has got past Peter Bove on the exit of the chicane, so Goff to second, and there's the yellow flag, the yellow flashing light up at Redgate corner.
Someone off round the corner, then out of our sight.
A car, yes.
Yeah, car has stopped. It's well up against the barriers though, so it shouldn't cause a particular problem. Is that the 67 car, possibly of Paul Mason, that's hit problems?
Yeah, I was thinking that as well. So looks that way. So for second, Chris Goff ahead of Peter Bode, side by side behind because Mark Glover comes diving down the inside of Mick Harris. And Matthew Unwin, who thought he was for the pits on the previous lap, is for the pit lane this time. So yeah, it's a shame for him.
Yeah, that's a big disappointment for Matthew Unwin in there in the Race Kits Vulcan Mark II. Nice. I like that colour as well, sort of deep blue colour on that car, but sadly it's only going to be viewed from a stationary position in the pit lane now.
This is lap 4, and David Bartholomew is lapping people down to the chicane. He's got pretty much the length of the straight to the rest of the field as well. For second then is Chris Goff, and he's getting away from Peter Bove, so not sure what's happened to Peter Bove in the second half of this race. That Richard Jenkins has gone way off at Coppice Corner, and not sure if he's going to return from there.
Well into the gravel trap as well, and he's stationary, I'm afraid. So Richard Jenkins, a former low-cost racer, in the Shepherd, ex-Max Shepherd car, signals to the marshals, I think, really okay, but well embedded in the gravel on the exit of Coppice.
Bartholomew's lead is now 12 seconds. Lap times slightly slower than earlier, so that does suggest the track is a bit more slippy than it was in the first part of the race. Goff second, they're in traffic now. Bove, Glover and Harris as well, so into the old hairpin. I think Goff is getting away. I have to say this is one of the best races we've seen from Chris Goff.
Yeah, absolutely right. He was 6th in the championship coming into this weekend. I saw that Bob Simpson, I think it was, had the driving standards flag shown at him a moment ago.
So, Peter Bove and Mark Glover have got themselves together. Of course, these are the two championship leaders. And the two most recent champions as well.
And first and second in the championship last year as well, so they've been pretty competitive with one another for a little while.
But here they're only battling for third and fourth positions. Last lap board is being prepared. That's slightly earlier than perhaps it might have been, but with behind schedule and a car for Coppice, that was the last lap. Yeah, the last lap code goes out, doesn't it, to David Bartholomew, who's already come through.
Yeah.
The second place battle. Well, it's not a battle anymore because Chris Goff has got away from Peter Bove and Mark Glover, who battle for third and fourth. Up across the line, and Glover's in the slipstream of Bove as they head off to Redgate Corner. And Bove's going to be able to hang on for now, but can he hang on for the rest of the lap?
Very good question indeed, as we are working the sixth and final lap of the race then. Got a lap Rio on down the order. Bartholomew well clear, 14 seconds clearly was at the start of the lap. And Chris Goff there in second place, a bit more comfortable. Third and fourth are right together though, turning their way through and out of the old hairpin now. Chris Goff, so Peter Bove and Mark Glover, only 3/10 separation at the start of the lap. And less than that now, because Glover trying to attack Peter Bove as he goes up to the right-hander at McLean's, unable to make it work there. He's got just really a couple more opportunities, Josh, in order to try and make that work.
So far ahead, David Bartholomew is turning his way into the chicane for the final time. So it's going to be 2 wins in a row now for the PRS 1B. It was Ed Piver 4 weeks ago at Silverstone. It's David Bartholomew who looks delighted with that. A dominant second part to the race for him. Some 15 or so seconds ahead of Chris Goff, but for third position, Mark Glover is jinking one way and the other to try and get the better of Peter Bove. He's on the outside line. He breaks later, but Bove is just about ahead. He still is as they come out of the chicane. So Chris Goff could drive from him to get second. And for third place, it is Peter Bove. He does beat Mark Glover with Mick Harris coming through in fifth position. Battle for sixth turns its way through the chicane with Ray Barney right on the tail of Andrew Kemp. I think Kemp will hang on just about as they take the checkered flag. For eighth position, it should be Steve Boover, and it still is. He's ahead then of Bob Simpson, who dropped away in the second part of that race. He finished ninth. And then Conway Dorr completes the top 10. Rod Hill v Alan Bunter for 11th, turns its way through the chicane, and passing them both there on the last lap of the race is Dave Robson. It's the race from the line for 12th, which out of the chicane is won by Alan Bunter. So Rod Hill lost a couple of positions on the last lap. So Robson 11th, 12th Bunter, 13th Hill. William Smith takes 14th, and in 15th position, a lap down, with Tony Brazier and Ulrich Hilliam, and we lost Richard Jenkins, Matthew Unwin and Paul Mason from part 2 of that 750 Formula race. Congratulations to David Bartholomew then, the winner. His first outing for a little bit, and a dominant win he took, particularly there's perhaps a bit of rainfall in that second part. He was by far the most confident in those conditions and pulled out a gap of 15.8 seconds to beat Chris Goff, with in third position Peter Bove. Cars on track next will be for the Protec Shocks Sports Special Championship, and I'm thinking it'd be a good time to read you through the grid of that now, because there won't be a green flag lap for it. On the front row, 53 and 11, 53 Andy Hiley, 11 Paul Collingwood. On row 2, 17 and 99, 17 Paul Boyd, 99 Martin Gamblin. On row 3, 20 and 64, 20 Mark Conroy, 64 Anton Landon. On row 4, 82 and 40, 82 is Rob Johnston and 40 Darren Berris. Row 5, 71 and 158, 71 Ben Short and 158 Brendan Dudley. Row 6, 7 and 41, 7 is Stuart Much, 41 Austin Greenway. Row 7, 10 and 30, 10 is Nigel Brown and 30 Stuart Thompson. On row 8, 46 and 58, 46 Warren Vesey and 58 Mickey Scott. On row number 9 is 56 and 69, 56 Gary Goodyear, 69 Gerard O'Donoghue. Row 10 is 65 and 27, 65 Martin Hayward and 27 is Andrew Hayward. On row 11, 77 and 88, 77 is Brad Snow, 88 Martin Buckland. On row 12, 44 and 26, 44 Marcus Roskill, 26 Alan Robinson. Row 13, 74 and 18, 74 is Steve Wells, 18 Colin Benham. Row 14, 13 and 79, 13 Colin Child, 79 is Sylvia Much, and rounding off with 29 car grid on row 15, 72 and 72 is David Barrow. Yeah, thanks, Ian. The car's still in the assembly area, actually, because they've got a bit of track clear up to do. Looks like some gravel was left at the chicane. That's on the story of Donington Park meetings, isn't it? So that's been cleared up by our hard-working marshals and hard-working circuit staff as well. And Richard Jenkins' car has also been collected from the gravel trap at Coppice. And the recovery at Hollywood of Paul Mason's car is almost completed. So Sports Specials cars are now being released from the assembly area. Again, this championship got underway at Silverstone last month. And you've got two classes that are battling for the overall championship. Those are Class A and Class B. The category is done by power to weight ratio. And it's a Class B driver that's leading the championship. That's Steve Wells in his self or sort of adapted machine, the SEWC Sub-Zero. So he is the championship leader, but he only qualified, 25th position and only did 3 laps. So we'll see if Wells is out. He had problems in qualifying. Class B poleman starts up in 10th, which is Brendan Dudley's Pro Comp LA Gold. The Class A championship leader is Anton Landon. After taking a first and a fourth at Silverstone, Landon starts 6th today in the Sayana Mark II. The poleman is Andy Hiley in the Kronos HR1S that didn't really have the best time at Silverstone. The champion from last year, Andy Hiley, got a third in race 1. It didn't finish race 2, and he'll be looking to make up for that. He did a 1:15.2 in qualifying this morning, which is pretty identical lap time to his own lap record here on the Donington Park National Circuit. And then there's a trio of eclipses behind. Paul Collingwood starts second. Good to see Paul Boyd back. Multiple winner in the category, he starts third, and Martin Gamblin is fourth. And then you've got the Diana's Mark Conroy, Anton Landon and Rob Johnston behind. As a Class B poleman is Brendan Dudley in the Pro Comp. Second in that class is much further back, the Fisher Fury of Ron Vesey, and third is Martin Hayward. Then Class C for the Mevs, which can't battle for the overall championship. On pole there is Ben Short, who was a winner here in Master MX-5's on Easter Monday, a little time ago. But the race is about to get underway then. This is the third round of the Protect Shocks Sports Special Championship for kit car type machines. And it is Hiley then on pole with all these eclipses trying to get ahead of him. So the Kronos on pole position, the full-bodied car, and the 5-second board is... it has been shown, the red lights are on, so about to get 15 minutes of racing underway. The lights go out now and away they go. Well, Paul Collingwood doesn't really get away at all from the front row, so there's cars going either side of him. He's going to be well down the order. It's Andy Hiley that leads as they turn their way into Redgate. It was a big lock-up with Anton Landon there. And right around the outside of Hiley there goes... it's that... Gambling, I think. Martin Gambling was trying to get around the outside of him. We've got through Redgate okay. And Collingwood's slow. He's not going to get any further, is he? So Paul Collingwood, obviously a bit more of a problem. There's just a slow start for him. I think he had that problem at Silverstone as well. But it's Hiley that leads from Gambling's more locking up, which kind of suggests the track is a bit tricky for the drivers to deal with. It's those two tail for the lead. Hiley being chased by Paul Collingwood. A good start. Is that Rob Johnston up in third as they head into McLean's on the first lap?
Yeah, it looks like it might be. So there's a gap between the first two, Hiley and Gambling, and then the rest. It looks like Johnston in third and Paul Boyd in fourth position. Paul Collingwood, I think, has now pulled off the circuit as well. So he has gone into retirement as we thought he might. Leaders already out of Coppice and heading down the straight towards the chicane on this 1.98 mile national circuit here at Donington Park this weekend. It is the Kronos leading of Andy Hiley, Martin Gambling in second place in the Eclipse. Gap back then to the Siano of number 20, which is that of Mark Conroy in actual fact. Paul Boyd fourth, Anton Landon fifth, Rob Johnson sixth. So Mark Conroy it is. Good start up to third and a change of lead at Redgate.
Yeah, up the inside went Martin Gambling then to take the race lead away from Andy Hiley. It was Gambling that won race 1 at Silverstone. Didn't mention that earlier. So Martin Gambling leads the way, the winner of the opening round. But again, much like Collingwood, didn't finish race 2 there at Silverstone for third. That's Paul Boyd getting the better of Mark Conroy into the old hairpin. After one lap, it was Brendan Dudley that won. That leads Class B. He's in 8th overall. Did Steve Weld start? He did, but he's only 26th. The championship leader struggling here at Donington.
Yeah, he did. So second to last in Class B at the moment with work to do. We'll see if he can come through. Maybe he had a problem on the opening lap of the race, drawn from the Isle of Wight. As for 4th and 5th, there's 2 cars side by side. So I think there's going to be Boyd and Landon that were jostling for positions there.
Boyd got third.
Boyd got third. So Landon, it was Landon and Johnston, I think, in the end, because you've got the 3 silers right together, the 2 orange ones of Conroy, who's still at the head of that group, and Boyd and Johnston, and down to Landon's white and black version in the middle. But it's Eclipses that are out front, along with the Kronos of Andy Hyde, who goes back up the inside and reverses the manoeuvre from a lap ago. But it looks like Gambling is trying to fight back on the inside line as they go through Hollywood and down towards the Corona curve. The 2 of them are still side by side. The Kronos, the white and blue car of the reigning champion Andy Hyde on the outside, loses out to Martin Gambling in the Red Eclipse. He gets the lead back before they get to the old hairpin.
Good battle this, isn't it? And good to see the Eclipses battling with Andy Hyde, who's kind of dominated the last couple of years of this championship. And for the pit lane, it's the championship leader, Steve Wells. So those problems he had in qualifying have obviously continued. And the double Class B winner from Silverstone looks to be out of the race. But for the lead overall in the Class A cars, they turn their way absolutely together through Coppice Corner with Gambling ahead of Hiley and Paul Boyd there in 3rd place, who we haven't seen for a few years, and he's looking down and Hiley slowing. Andy Hiley, he slowed on the exit of the corner. Boyd easily passed him, but he seems to be back up to pace again. But Hiley down to 3rd, and for 4th, those 2 Hunters absolutely together. So Rob Johnson's got the better of Andon Landon, and he's right behind his teammate Mark Conroy, and they blast across the line absolutely together.
Absolutely fantastic. The 3 silers right together. It's a shame they're not all orange, really, isn't it? Because that would be even more spectacular. But up the inside goes Rob Johnston there to get the place away from Mark Conroy, who's done it. So Rob Johnston has won quite a few sports specials and kit car racing this time. Goes through into the lead of that little group, that little battle, but it's 4th overall.
The 2 Eclipses up front are absolutely together now, going down to the old hairpin. Paul Boyd has caught Martin Gambling, and he's just getting quicker and quicker. He's done the fastest lap of 1:16.0, which is pretty much on that record pace, just about 9/10 of a second out of it. So track conditions look pretty good now. After a bit of a tricky spell in the previous race. Andy Harley looks back up to speed now, so not quite sure what happened to him on the exit of Coppice on the previous lap, but he's going back after those 2 leaders that turn their way through that corner again. Coppice Corner on the 4th lap of the race, and Gambling's out wide here, which has given Paul Boyd a run. He got a tighter line on the exit of Coppice Corner, and he's going through, and he's taking the lead.
Yeah, great move there from Paul Boyd. So again, a many-time race winner in this Eclipse in sports specials over the last 5 or 8 years, something like that now. And nice move there put on Martin Gambling to get the lead then. So it's Eclipses 1st and 2nd, then the Kronos, then Silers will not 4th, 5th and 6th anymore because they have been split by Ben Short in the MEV. And he is up into 6th position, so down to 7th has gone Mark Conroy, who was 3rd on the opening lap.
Ben Short has gone 4 or so seconds under the Class C lap record. Not sure quite how representative that time was, but Ben Short going well in that car. He had his first outing in at Silverstone last month. Paul Boyd's getting away now. He's got the lead. He's getting back used to this, isn't he? And he's got a real gap now over Martin Gambling.
Yeah, certainly has, and nicely done at the chicane. He's pulling away now, and actually Gambling is under quite a bit of pressure from Hiley as they go up to Coppice Corner on lap 5. Those 2 right together, then this big gap back to 4th. So can Gambling hold on to 2nd position, because Hiley in the Kronos, which is a bigger car, is going to try and pull alongside as they go down towards the chicane. I think Gambling's going to lose 2 places at the chicane in 2 laps, because Hiley up the inside does the job and gets through 2nd place.
Behind, looks like Anton Landon's the best of the Sianas now. He's up into 3rd place, and Harley again slows. Is he having gear selection issues, I wonder? He was looking down in the cockpit, so he loses that 2nd place as soon as he takes it. And there are yellow flags out at Redgate because of 26 that is off the road, and that is the car of Alan Robinson. So Alan Robinson's had a spin or something on the exit of Redgate. He's not far away from that car. Paul Collingwood that retired earlier on.
No, but well off the road, so shouldn't be a particular problem for the rest of this race, which is just under 7 minutes old, so 8 minutes of the race left to go. Paul Boyd it is that's leading. Martin Gambling in second place. Andy High, I think, still in third. Yes, he's still there, right behind Martin Gambling as they turn their way through McLean's. Then it's Anton Landon ahead of Rob Johnston now in the Slimer battle for fourth. Ben Short sixth, and then Mark Conroy sixth. Leading Class B, by the way, Brendan Dudley in the 158 car in 11th place overall. That's the Procom LA Gold. Next up in that class is Warren Vesey, number 46. He's second in that class in the Fisher Fury.
Do you remember what the problem for Hiley was at Silverstone?
No, off the top of my head.
I just wonder if he's got the same problem. I think he's got second back here. They're a long way behind Paul Boyd, but he has got second back from Martin Gambling into the chicane. But it did kind of look like gear selection issues, which have both been on the exit of corners at Coppice and at the chicane during the course of this race. It's side by side for fourth. Yellow flag have gone in at Redgate, and Rob Johnston's gone back ahead of Anton Landon. So that's a good battle. And then behind them, Ben Short has been repassed by Mark Conroy. So there's some good battles towards the front of the field in this Sports Specials race. As you said, in Class B, it's Brendan Dudley, who's, I think, somewhere ahead of Warren Vesey. Then third, Andrew Hayward. Fourth is Martin Buckland. Fifth is Martin Hayward. So, all sort of people that didn't really feature particularly well at Silverstone.
Absolutely right. So, we are halfway, or more than halfway through this race now. Quite a lot of battles going on down the order, so this will make life difficult for front runners when they come to lap these cars, which I'm sure they will before the end of this race. Paul Boyd it is that's still leading. There's a slow car that he's about to lap, actually. By which I mean a particularly slow car.
That's Gary Goodyear.
I think it is, isn't it? So Gary Goodyear making his return to Sports Specials. Looks like he's going to go into the pit lane in retirement. But Paul Boyd it is that's leading. Yeah, it is Goodyear heading into the pits. He didn't qualify particularly well, did he, in the ARL GTR, new car on me, and afraid to the pits he's gone. So Boyd leading high by 3 seconds, and Gambling just over a second behind him.
Has Gary Goodyear raced while it's been called Sports Special?
Good question. Or was it at Kit Cars?
Yes.
Well, he last raced, but
some time ago.
Yeah.
Well, good to see him back out, but perhaps a bit of work to be done on the car.
We've seen him in other things in the meantime. We've seen him in RGB, I think, and we saw him in road sports too, didn't we?
It's an RGB looking car, isn't it? That?
Yes.
Or Sports 1000s.
Is it now, mate? Yeah.
Good battle through the field in Class B there, just coming up across the line. The Haywards, Andrew and Martin battling with Martin Buckland, who's making his way through. I don't think he qualified so well. No, Buckland qualified down in 22nd. He's up to 16th, so he's had a decent run there. But the leaders Hiley going back after Boyd here. 3 seconds was the gap. He's dropped Martin Gambling for sure. Don't think it's that much less than 3 seconds. There's still a third of the race to go. So the 2.9 second margin becomes 2.2, and a new lap record for Andy Hardy, 114.69, which is half a second under what he has done around this circuit before. So he will rapidly now lapping this Donington Park circuit.
So can he catch Paul Boyd by the end of the race? There's less than 5 minutes to go. He's got 2.25 seconds to make up. So it's touch and go, I would suggest, because Boyd did himself did his personal best that time for 1:15.41. So let's have a look. Well, I'd say that's less than 2 seconds as they're back into our shot or into our view, heading through McLean's that time, and Gambling's not too far behind either. So we'll see if Andy Hiley can do anything about Paul Boyd before the end of this race. And Boyd's been a champion as well before, certainly in Class A. So down the straight they come with probably 3 laps to go, maybe even 4 laps to go actually in this race. It's Boyd leading, but what's the gap back to Hiley this time? It was 2.25 seconds at the beginning of the lap. I think it's a little bit less than that now, perhaps a second and 3/4, something like that. Let's have a look as they go across the line. Well, actually, a second and a quarter, 1.26 seconds it is, a 1:14.32. He further improves his lap record.
Yeah, it's 8 tenths under the previous time. Another car it's good to see back out there is Austin Greenway in the Elite Pulse, a former winning car in the hands of Eddie Ives, and that manufacturer has gone on to good things on the Tokyo package and British Formula 3 this weekend.
Yeah, running cars as a team rather than constructing them, but Eddie's certainly made a great success of that. And that was a quick car, a race-winning lap record-holding car as well that Austin is now driving and is there in 10th position. So the leaders are up at, between McLaren and Coppice at the moment, and I've just sensed actually that Andy High has been slightly held up by a back marker there, which will do him no favours really, because he was a second and a quarter behind and probably 2 laps away from getting with Paul Bread, but probably only 3 laps of the race at that point left to go. I think it will be... it'll be 2 laps to go at the end of this one, won't it? Because it's take 2.5 minutes to do 2 laps, and there's now 2.5 minutes of the race left to go. Here comes Paul Boyd then. The gap's gone out, hasn't it? It was 1.25 seconds. It's now 2.21 as Boyd does a UPB at 1:14.68. So he's into the 14s now.
Yeah, so these are much quicker lap times we've seen in sports specials in the past, and both the leaders are doing. So very impressive from Paul Boyd and from Andy Hiley. Boyd qualified third, had a bit of a slow start to the race, but he's now right back into it after some time off. Martin Gambling's fallen a long way behind. He's 12 seconds back now. Anton Landon is 4th. 5th is Mark Conroy. 6th is Rob Johnston. 7th is Ben Shaw. 8th is Stuart Much. 9th is Stuart Thompson. And 10th is Austin Greenway. And the next car through should be the Class B leader, which is Brendan Dudley, who is 17 seconds ahead of Warren Vetty in that class.
Nigel Dragman across the line, stalwart of the class. He's in 12th position overall. And I think that's 9th within Class A, with Ben Short leading Class C and Brendan Dudley Class B, as we've been saying. Good battles all the way down the order. Big field, nearly 30 cars here at Donington Park this weekend in these sports specials. Here comes Paul Boyd then, about to start his final lap of the race. Well, that was 2.21. It's come back down to 1.36. No lap records winning on that time through. Martin Gambling is a bit later through than I expected. The last lap was a slow lap, a 1:18.56, and this one a 1:17.65, so lapping slower than he has been, but I think he's got enough in a hand over Anton Landon, who's 5 seconds behind, to protect that going into the final lap.
Okay, race leaders turning their way through the old hairpin. Gap 1.3 seconds at the start of the 12th lap. And Andy Hiley trying to go after Paul Boyd. Well, as I was saying earlier, it's great to see this battle that has evolved here, because Hiley's kind of had it a bit easy at times over the last couple of years, but he's got plenty of competition now with Paul Boyd returning this weekend at Donington Park, and it looks like Boyd should be able to win this, although Hiley's getting close, and there's a couple of cars to lap up the chicane as Hiley gets closer and closer to the leader then, as they now come down to the chicane for the final time, the 12th lap of the race, and these slower cars are going to be caught right in the middle of the corner for Paul Boyd. But I think he's timed this okay, but the gap is going to be much smaller because Hiley's right on the tag of the leader now as they come up across the line, but it is Paul Boyd that wins it by just a couple of car lengths in the end from Andy Hiley. The gap in time terms is 4 tenths, so Paul Boyd wins very well indeed on his return, but it was very close as well. In third place is Martin Gambling. He should be through. Here he is now, but a long way behind the top 2 in the end. Anton Landon, he takes 4th. He was the Class A Championship leader coming into the race. 5th for Mark Conroy. 6th goes to Ben Short, just ahead of Rob Johnston and Stuart Much. So in the end, Short only won Class C by a second. Stuart Thompson will be through next in 9th, being chased by Austin Greenway at the end. And then Brendan Dudley will take a length overall, but the Class B win. And like I said earlier, by quite some way, something like 20 seconds, I think now. So Brendan Dudley on the exit of the chicane, the Pro Comp. LA Gold wins Class B. Not sure if we saw him out at Silverstone, or certainly not with any real success. 12th comes through is Nigel Brown. 13th is Mickey Scott, who comes out of the chicane now. Then in 14th position will be Warren Vetty, who's 2nd in Class B. I think already taking the checkered flag. 3rd in the class is Martin Buckland. and 15th overall, just beating Andrew Hayward by a few tenths at the end. Then Martin Hayward 17th, 18th Gerard O'Donoghue, 19th for Colin Benham, and 20th for Marcus Roskill. So Class A podium was Boyd, Hardy and Gamblin. Class B, Dudley, Vesey and Buckland. In Class C was Short, Much and Scott. So the cars make their way back to the paddock. And before they get there, we can give you the grid for the next race, because it's the next run for the Yokohama Mazda 7 Championship, the 4th round of the season. We saw these cars out before lunch. On the front row will be 56 and 71. 56 is Daniel Simmons and 71 Jonathan Lissetter. On row 2, 55 and 37. 55 is Simon Court and 37 Ben Powney. On row 3, 24 and 35. 24 Martin Fowley and 35 David Winter. On row 4, 50 and 20. 50 is David Jones, 20 Joshua Platts. On row 5, 43 and 99. 43 David Mason. 99 is Martin Shelton. On row 6, 27 and 38, 27 is Danny Andrew, 38 is James Lewis Bond. On row 7 is 7 and 1, 7 Daniel Court, 1 is Colin Marshall. On row 8, 80 and 69, 80 is Rob Ollie, and 69 Thomas Bates. And on row 9, 47 and 34, 47 Lewis Penstone Smith, and 34 is Matt Groh. So those cars are assembling, but down in the pit lane is Ian Sloman. Thank you, Ian. Mazda 7 still in the assembly area. A dry race this time. They raced in the wet earlier. And it was Jonathan Lissetter that took the victory in race 1 then of the weekend, round 3 of the championship. He beat Ben Powney by 1.1 seconds in the end. Simon Court took 3rd, 4th was Daniel Simmons, 5th David Mason, and 6th was Daniel Court. Well, I suspect this race will be a bit closer than the one earlier on, although he did have a good battle between Lissetter and Powney in the wet. At Silverstone, it was Danny Andrew who won race 1 from Jonathan Lissetter, and Ben Powney was 3rd. In race 2, Danny Andrew won again. This time it was David Mason who took 2nd and Ben Powney 3rd. So it's only Powney that's been on the podium in every race. Lissetter and Andrew have taken 2 podiums, and Simon Court and David Mason have taken a podium each. We'll see if that changes in the 4th round of the championship at Donington Park. No green flag lap for these cars. They'll be straight into action once they're onto the circuit, which they are coming now. So it's Daniel Simmons who gets the second go from pole position. He qualified quickest, didn't go so well in the wet. And it's Jonathan Lissetter, the race 1 winner, alongside him. The driver who was most successful last season when the Mazda category was just a series. These cars are low-cost chassis with a Mazda MX-5 engine and gearbox, so a bit more power than the low-cost cars if you've seen them in the past. The one the cross-flow engine, these cars are 5 or so seconds a lap quicker than those. So Simmons and Lisette on row 1. On row 2 is Simon Court, who was 7th in the championship, coming here to Donington Park, but did get on the podium earlier. Then Ben Powney alongside him. And the only driver who's been on the podium in every race, but is yet to win a one. Multiple low-cost winner in the past. Then Martin Fowley starts 5th, a former class champion in the sports specials category, which we've just seen out. Alongside him, David Winter. Then David Jones and Joshua Platts. David Mason starts 9th. He's a bit further back on the grid. He would like to be alongside Martin Shelton. And then Danny Andrew, the Dole winner from Silverstone, starts 11th. He had an off at the start of the race earlier, but did fight his way back up to 7th, but was 5 seconds a lap slower than the leaders. So he'll be hoping to go better than that this time. The green flag is waved at the back. Looks like we're missing Matt Grove, but the 17 other runners are still there. And the 4th round of the Yokohama Master 7 Championship is about to get underway. The red lights come on now. And 15 minutes of racing gets underway now as they go out, and it's a good start from the poleman Daniel Sibbons. Jonathan Lissetter doesn't get away so well. Good start from Martin Farrelly from row 3 of the grid. He's trying to get second here into Redgate Corner, which will be a really good effort from there on the grid. But round the outside comes Lissetter, who carries lots of speed through Redgate. Now he's challenging Daniel Sibbons, and then in 3rd position it does look to be the fast starting Martin Fowley, but now going for the lead is Lissetter. Such a good speed he took through Redgate Corner there. He's alongside Daniel Sibbons, and he's trying to go around the outside of him through the left-handed element of the Craner curve, which will give him the inside line for the old hairpin, and he looks up and he goes straight on and way off the road. I think it was Lissetter there.
Yeah, that's Lissetter.
That's Lissetter. I think it's gone off into the gravel, isn't it? Sibbons has continued there.
And he's in the tyre wall. That is impressive, isn't it, the old hairpin?
Impressive to get that far off, because I guess the gravel was just a bit damp. That probably will not have helped his retardation, but it's a long way off.
No instant behind by the looks of it as well.
So it's Daniel Sibbons that's leading then while all of this is going on. He's up at Coppice Corner, the gap back to the cars in 2nd and 3rd position. They're making their way through Coppice and on to the straight for the first time, but the race one went up already out of it into the barriers. Not particularly heavy, I don't think, but he's getting out of the car okay. That was down at the old hairpin.
Kind of makes you wonder he had no brakes.
It did kind of look like that, didn't it? Leaders then, through the chicane, up and over the line, they're about to come in. It's Sibbons that is in the lead then, it's 55. In 2nd place, which is Simon Court, is it? And then in 3rd place is the 24 car of Martin Fowley, Ben Powney 4th, David Mason 5th, David Winter rounding out the top 6.
Side by side for the lead. Simon Court goes up the inside of Daniel Sibbons and doesn't make it, because on the outside line, I think his grip there at Redgate Corner, and staying in front then is Sibbons, the poleman. In 2nd position is then Simon Court, and 3rd Martin Fowley. Presumably there are yellow flags at the old hairpin, or that car is so far off the road, perhaps not, as they turn their way then through that sequence of corners, and it is then Simmons that leads it, with Court and Fowley in 2nd and 3rd, but the rest of the courtroom now, so there's a whole train of cars to the leaders. Ben Powney comes around the outside of Martin Fowley through Schwartz curve, and that's giving him the inside for the
race. That means that we'll have 14 cars still circulating, I think, as they're heading down the exhibition straight back towards us at the chicane once again.
Most of the 14 are in that battle for the lead, aren't they? Being headed, I think, still by Simmons. Much quicker through the chicane now they are than earlier with these dry conditions out over the grass. That's David Mason, so he leaves his momentum on the exit of the chicane for the lead. Simmons has got a slightly bigger gap to Simon Court now than what he had earlier. And then Ben Powney there in 3rd. Martin Farrelly, though, in 4th place, is starting to fall away from the top 3. Of course, he was 3rd earlier on, was passed by Ben Powney on that lap.
Certainly was. 69 goes over the line a bit further down. That's Thomas Bates, who was the retirement from the first race. So leaders heading down towards the old hairpin on lap 3. Simmons, Court and Powney with Martin Fowley just behind was the order at the start of the lap. Waiting for them to reappear as they head up Schwann's curve towards McLean's, and it looks like it's Powney now under pressure, or putting pressure, I should say, on 2nd place driver Simon Court. Is on the inside line and he gets P2 at McLean. So Powney up to 2nd place, but he's got, I should think, at least a second to make up on Sibbons as things stand.
Does look to have the pace though, doesn't he? Was the fastest driver on that lap, 1 minute 20.9 6. That's faster than what they went in qualifying. In perhaps, and there's a car off here at Coppice Corner that goes sliding back onto the road. Not sure who that was. We'll work that out in a moment. But it's a second. Penn Powney coming back under pressure from Simon Court. Martin Fowley's caught them. They're way out over the curves now, aren't they? You can tell it's dry conditions again, using all the road up. But there's a big lead by Daniel Simmons. It's 1.8 seconds from Ben Powney, who's going to be drafted by Simon Court and by Martin Fowley as they turn their way into Redgate. Well, Fowley might not make it. Well, he's side by side with Powney. He might make it, actually, as they turn their way out of Redgate Corner. They're side by side still as they go on to Hollywood and be back into a yellow flag zone at the old hairpin. But it's Daniel Simmons with this big old lead over the rest of them. About half the pack are battling for second with Simon Court there back in front of Ben Powney in.
Yeah, Simmons with 2 solid finishes at Silverstone that put him reasonably well placed in the championship, 4th and 5th in the championship coming into this second meeting of the season. He is having certainly his best race so far, I would suggest, in the Mazda 7s, the Yokohama Mazda 7 Championship, pulling out this big lead, and it looks like there's a car that's more comfortable in second place now, in the shape of Simon Court, with 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, I think, now getting it right together, which will include Powney, Fowley, Winter and Andrew, I suspect, and possibly more than that as well. There's actually 1, 2, 3, I think there was at least 6 cars in that group for 3rd, behind Ben Powney.
Yes, and Danny Andrews, the one on the move, he was 10th after one lap. He's got up to 6th, and now he's 5th, isn't he? He's got himself ahead of David Winter on that lap, so they will charge off towards Redgate. So Simmons leads by 2.7 seconds from Simon Court, and Ben Powney's got this freight train behind him, being headed by Martin Fowley. Then you've got Danny Andrew, David Winter, James Lewis Bond in there, as well as David Mason. And then a gap to David Jones and Martin Platt. So I think it was Martin Shelton who had that off at Coppice Corner a couple of laps ago. That battle, I think is now for 4th, because Powney's gone away from them, turned their way into the old hairpin. Looks like Ben Powney's going back after Simon Court.
Slippery surface flags being shown on the exit of the chicane and down the straight now. So that's for some oil. I can't see any debris, which would be the other reason that you'd have that yellow and red striped flag shown. So it's either some fluid or some small debris on the circuit. Can't see the debris, so it must be some fluid, I guess.
Ben Powney right on the tail of Simon Court now, so he has caught him. Can he pass him as they turn their way up towards the chicane? Looks good for Daniel Simmons, some 3 seconds ahead, but Powney's now on the inside line of Simon Court and is looking to go through into the Roberts chicane. He gets it then on the inside line. Last time he did this, he lost it again by the time they got to Redgate. And it's Fowley, Andrew, Winter, Lewis Bond and Mason in the next group of cars, and again a challenge from Simon Court, but Ben Powney knows about this, so he defends to the inside line, and that will stop Simon Court from finding a way through. But he's right on the tail of Ben Powney as they go on to Hollywood.
Yeah, good scrap between these two then for 2nd and 3rd position, but they're a long way behind Daniel Simmons now, 2.86 seconds the gap from 1st to 2nd, with this good dice go rather than the next 5 cars are very closely matched, closely battling for 4th place. Fowley, Andrew, Winter and Barnes and Mason as well in that group. 80 coming across the line now is Rob Ollie in 14th position, the last of the cars that's still running after we lost those 2 into the pit lane on the opening lap, and we lost Jonathan Lister as well, of course, into the gravel trap at the old hairpin as well. So 2nd and 3rd still together. It's Powney ahead of Court at the moment. They're getting away, I suggest, from the battle for 4th. Really, they're preoccupied with each other. Fowley heading that group still, I think. But are 2nd and 3rd, with 7 minutes of the race left to go, doing anything to work together to catch Daniel Simmons, I wonder?
Well, behind them, David Winter, I think that is, comes to the front of the next group. I think Martin Fowley had fallen behind Danny Andrew, who then got passed by David Winter, and Andrew comes back past on the exit of the chicane. So Fowley lost 2 places, but he's got a better exit to the chicane, so he might be able to get back past both of them. When they turn into Redgate Corner, they're 3 abreast. Backing out of it is Winter. Fowley still comes down the inside, but he can't make it either. So Danny Andrew now is into 4th place. Remember, he started in 11th from the grid. He was 10th after 1 lap, then he was 8th, then he was 6th, then he was 5th, and now he's 4th. Can he do anything about the podium position position drivers.
Well, he's got 1.8 seconds behind Powney and Court, so he could make that up. He's done 120.52, so he's lapped faster than anybody else, hasn't he? He's done the best lap of the race, so he's not in fourth place anymore is the problem. He's down to at least fifth, if not sixth position. Yeah, certainly fifth, because I think it's... Who's got through there?
Is that David Winter?
David Winter, I think. Yeah, David Winter's got through he was in fifth position, so he's up to fourth place now. And I thought he might have lost another position as well, but I think Martin Fowler was just behind him. So the leader's back down the straight again. Still Daniel Sibbins leading. His gap had come down to 2.05 seconds on the previous lap. I think it might have come down again because Ben Powney in second place has broken away now from Simon Court in third.
Danny Andrews got back ahead of David Winter for fourth, and the cars behind are very sideways. That's Martin Fowley, who loses a place to James Lewis Barn, and David Mason tries to get up into that as well. So that's allowed Andrew and Winter to get away from them, and they're side by side there for sixth, and Martin Fowley is actually just about ahead of James Lewis Barn, but Martin Fowley is well and truly involved in all the action in this race. Gap came down again, 1.5 seconds now, Simmons to Powney. But a debris gets flicked up at the old head. Is that somebody's mudguard gone? That's at the Quayer Curves, I should say. That well, it got collected, and now it's on the grass, so it shouldn't be a problem anymore. But the lead gap is perhaps one to watch over the final 5 minutes of this race.
Yeah, definitely. Ben Powney closing in. Last time he did a 121.06 to Sippins 121.53. That lap with Powney was the fastest of anybody, which is possibly not all that surprising. Caught a little bit on his own in third, with Andrew and Winter disputing fourth and fifth. Leaders are up at Coppice Corner at the moment, about to head down the exhibition straight. That's while CCTV shows Jonathan Lister's car forlorn in the area behind the barriers, but yeah, it is Sibbins leading from Powney in second. Third, fourth and fifth have got themselves together, and I think we've had a change. It looks like Danny Andrew is indeed through to third place now, and Simon Court is in the white car with the blue roll cage, the black design on it. That's dropped back down to fourth position, so it's a win if Danny Andrew could get himself up into the podium places. The answer to that question is yes, he's done it already.
Yeah, that was impressive, wasn't it? But he's not going to find it easy to stay there, I don't think, with Simon Court and David Winter battling with him. David Mason's had a problem. I thought I saw a car off the old hairpin, and it must have been him. So David Mason has not come through, and there he is. He's still there on the exit of the old hairpin, which could pose a problem for the remainder of this race because he's right on the edge of the racetrack.
Yeah, that's not far away. He's out of the car heading towards the safe side of the barrier, but the car very much it's actually on the green concrete, just beyond the red and white striped curbs here at Donington Park, on the exit of the old hairpin. I've seen cars use that particular part of the Donington Park circuit before, so it's not a great position for it. So Daniel Sibbins, I think, is still leading. Have we lost someone? Just trying to work out exactly what's going on here. Is that Sibbins coming towards us, and has Powney therefore disappeared? I think Powney might have disappeared. Yeah, here comes Sibbins. Powney is coming. We're going to get the checkered flag. Yes, this time it goes out to him. So Daniel Sibbins takes the checkered flag then from 55. Simon Court in second place, Danny Andrew third, and David Winter fourth. But what happened to Ben Powney is the question that we're asking. So we're trying to find him on our CCTV cameras. James Lewis Barn has come home a very good fifth. Martin Fowley sixth. David Jones seventh. Martin Shelton eighth.
Somebody's gone off and do a gravel at Coppice. So we saw those slippery surface flags out. So I wonder quite what's going on here. I think it's David Mason's car at the old hairpin, but there's another car at Coppice. There's two cars at Coppice now. I wonder if it's Powney down there at the old hairpin. Unsure. Actually, I might be able to find out more from our winner, which was Daniel Sibbins. First victory, I think, in car racing for him. He won by 4.5 seconds in the end. That sounds easier than it was. From Simon Court, in third place was Danny Andrew. In fourth was David Winter. So Court got back past Andrew on the last lap. Fourth was David Winter. Fifth, James Lewis Barnes. Sixth, Martin Fowley. Seventh, David Jones. Eighth, Martin Shelton. Ninth was Joshua Platts. 10th, Daniel Court. And I think it was Thomas Bates that went off into the gravel, as did Ben Powney. We lost David Mason, Rob Ollie, Lewis Spencer Smith and Colin Marshall. So only 10 cars finished that race. But it was quite entertaining while it was going, wasn't it? It was a 9-lap race, and Daniel Sibbins then was the winner. I think he must have missed a checkered flag because he's just done another lap, so it might be a while before we get to hear from him, which gives me time to tell you about the next race, doesn't it? Which is the large grid of Toyo tyres, Toyota MR2 cars. The fourth round of the championship is due to line up like this. The grid set by the fastest laps of race 1, which took place in the damp. On the front row, 26 and 25, 26 Paul Cook, 25 Paul Hinson. On row 2, 50 and 27, 50 Cam Walton and 27 Sean Trainer. On row 3, 96 and 6, 96 Aaron Cook and 6 Darren Aldworth. On row 4, 99 and 36, 99 Oliver Aldworth and 36 Giorgio Gordias. On the fifth row, 11 and 22, 11 Adam Lockwood, 22 Nick Williamson. Row 6, 24 and 69, 24 Daniel Sylvester, 69 Daniel Bryant. On row 7, 39 and 82, 39 Adam Lewis, 82 Andrew Ruffman. On row 8, 86 and 78, 86 is Lee Brown, 78 Jim Mew. On row 9, 2 and 79, 2 Ben Rowe, 79 Jonathan Grimes. Row 10, 72 and 17, 72 John Wilson, 17 Maxine Nichols. On row 11, 74 and 53, 74 David Mustard and 53 Tony Jones. On row 12, 5 and 14, 5 Dave Hemingway, 14 Gareth Baxter. On row 13, 66 and 68, 66 was Paul Hudson and 68 is Jim Cook. On row 14, 25 and 56, 65 is Veer Aldridge and 56 is Nathan Harrison. On row 15, 67 and 16, 67 is Simon Quinn, 16 is Daniel Farmer. On row 16, 12 and 51, 12 Gary Patterson, 51 is Andrew Strange. On row 17, 42 and 19, 42 Michael Japp and 19 Cameron Bell. On row 18, 57 and 21, 57 Chris Brown, 21 Wags Furman. On the 19th row, 55 and 58, 55 is Martin Davies and 58 is Micah Brown. And on row 20 is 84 and 13, 84 Neil Stratton and 13 is Ryan Dorman. So 40 Toyota MR2s about to take to a circuit for their 15-minute race. There will not be a green flag lap for them either. It should be an entertaining race in the dry. But the race winner of the previous race, which was Daniel Simmons, is down with Ian Simon in the pit lane. Indeed, it looks like it's Ben Powney's car that stopped at Schwant's Curve, which we didn't see earlier. David Mason was the car at Coppice, so he was the car at the old hairpin. Roboli, possibly? So there's 3 cars off the road then, or 4 in fact, so there was 2 at Coppice, 1 at Schwant's Curve and 1 at the old hairpin, so it may take a little while to recover these cars from their different places around the circuit. So that gives us time to tell you about the MR2 Championship, which is coming up next then. And they had 2 races, well, they had 3 races at Cadwell Park, but only 2 of them got completed. There were so many cars at Cadwell, the group system was utilised, which causes a bit of a problem for the championship because the final race didn't happen. So some drivers competed in 2 races at Cadwell where others only did 1. So we're awaiting Motorsport UK to confirm how the championship points will be scored. Well, I can tell you in the opening race at Cadwell Park, it was Aaron Cook that won the race, the champion from last year. He swapped though to a Mark III Roadster. You can have the 3 different types of MR2. The original Mark 1, the Mark 2, and then the Mark 3 Roadster. And the Mark 2s and Mark 3s, the cars that battle for wins generally. But it was Aaron Cook that won from Paul Hinson and Adam Lockwood. In race 2, it was Sean Trainer that led most of the way. He had an off all by himself while leading by a long way, which meant Paul Cook was the winner in race 2 from Adam Lockwood, and then Sean Trainer was third. In the earlier race today, which took place in the damp, Sean Trainer was the winner after working his way to the front and beating Aaron Cook. Sean Trainer, something like a 4-time champion now, managed to keep the weather specialist Aaron Cook at bay by just a quarter of a second at the checkered flag. So Cook took second. Third place went to Cam Walton. Fourth was Paul Hinson. Fifth, Nick Williamson. And sixth was Darren Aldworth in that race. But the grid is set in this one by the fastest laps, which went to Paul Cook, who had an off at the start of the race. He worked his way back up to 8th, but he will start from pole position. So he'll be looking to win. This car has been repaired. It was involved in the start line incident in the third race, which was the reason for one of 2 red flags in that race at Cadwell Park. Alongside him, the former champion Paul Hinson, who had an off in the opening race there as well. So where did Paul Hinson? He recovered to 4th, didn't he, in that race earlier. So here he started in the front row. So it's 2 front row men of both people that were off at Redgate at the start of race 1. Then Cam Walter, another returning driver, starts third alongside multiple champion Sean Trainer. Then Aaron Cook, last year's champion, 5th, alongside Darren Aldworth, who starts well up the grid. He finished 6th earlier too, so that was a good result for him. We didn't see him feature at the front at Cadwell Park. Then Oliver Aldworth is next, ahead of Geordie Dias, which is by far the furthest we've seen him up a grid, and he went well earlier too as well. He finished 11th, but starts 8th this time. Then Adam Lockwood 9th, and Nick Williamson 10th. And it was Williamson who was quickest in the dry qualifying session this morning. And Nick Williamson will be looking to move forward, therefore, from 10th on the grid. But recovery is still going on around the circuit, so the MR2 will have to wait a few moments before they're let out on circuit. So the car's being called forward towards the grid then for this MR2 Champion race, Toyota MR2 Championship race. Second and final race of the weekend for these cars, backed by Toyota Tyres, of course, the Championship. 3 different classes. Class A for the Mark 1s, cars from the 1980s, Class B for the Mark 2s, the cars from the 1990s, generally speaking, Class C for the Roadsters, the post-2000 cars, roughly speaking. And the Mark 1s run a 1.6 litre engine, it's a 2 litre engine in the Mark 2s, and the 1.8 litre engine in the Mark 3s. Mark 2s are the most powerful, but they're also heavier as well. So it's pretty evenly matched between the Mark 2 and Mark 3s in particular. Good to see more and more of the Mark 1s coming back out onto the grid as well after their sort of alternative home has ceased to exist. So they're racing with the MR2 Championship, as they have done a number of these for the last few years now. And an interesting racing prospect this, because we do have Paul Cook, who had to sort of find his way back through the field and set fastest lap in the process earlier on. Let's see if he can do better. He's not had a lot of luck this season so far, has he, Paul Cook? Well, he won a race at Cadwell, which Sean Trainer was leading by about 5 seconds, and I thought it was a good idea to chuck it off the road and into a tyre wall, which wasn't particularly clever. So yeah, Paul Cook had a bit of luck there, perhaps, but yeah, then after that it didn't go very well. He ended up, I think, missing a gear in that third race at Cadwell, and then got clobbered by a number of cars, which ended up firing him into the wall. But good to see he's got that car fixed, because he's been busy with his M3 as well, hasn't he? He's obviously had time to fix his MR2, and after going off earlier, did set the fastest lap, so should be quick. But of course, this grid is set by damp lap times, isn't it? Where some of these drivers didn't qualify very well. Aaron Cook qualified back in 11th, didn't he? And then, as I was saying earlier, Nick Williamson was the quickest in the dry qualifying, and he starts 10th. So that suggests he's going to be one to watch. Come back through the field. Ben Rowe, too, he's right in front of us, way down the grid on the 9th row. You'd think he should be able to move forward. I think the race is about to get underway. So this is the 4th round of the Toyo Tyres MR2 Championship. And it will be over 15 minutes. Let's hope they deal with Redgate better than they did in the damp earlier. So a full dry circuit now, which I'm sure the drivers will be pleased about. And well, I thought the race was about to get underway. There seems to be a bit of a delay now, doesn't there?
Yeah, there does. Maxine Nichols, she's going to start 20th on the grid, so pretty much exactly halfway up the field. This time racing in memory of her dad, who she lost just over a month ago now at Cadwell Park. She had a good race one to move from the back of the grid, where she chose to start to get up to 29th. She said a very good lap time along the way, and she's starting well up the grid, and I'm sure her dad would be very proud of her.
Alongside John Wilson, I think it's a former race winner in the championship.
Yeah, absolutely.
And just behind Ben Rowe, a championship contender in the past as well. So well done, Maxine. Good drive earlier. See how she goes in this second race, which, well, we thought it was about to get underway. Perhaps there's still some recovery going on from the previous race. Oh, yes, there is. So, bit of movement down at the old hairpin.
Yeah. So once that's all the clearing up has been done, everyone's in position, we'll be able to get racing underway. Still a good number of races to go this afternoon. This is race 7 we're on to now, isn't it? Of 12 today, so we're past the halfway point. Great grid of cars, 40 of them.
The 1 minute board has been shown now, so we should be able to get this underway. A full grid therefore, full complement of cars, and it's Paul Cook and Paul Hinson on the front row then. 2 low experienced drivers now in the championship. They've got Cam Walter and Sean Trainer, and then Aaron Cook and Darren Aldworth, who's well up the grid. They're on the 3rd row of it, and 1 minute board was shown. And usually when that happens, we get things going rapidly, but not so much this time. 30-second board is now shown, so we should be about to get this race underway then. The 4th round of the Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship here on the Donington Park National Circuit. And the 5-second board is being prepared. This is the slowest start to a 750 Motor Club race we've seen recently, but we are about to get the race underway. The 5-second board has now been shown, so the race is about to get underway with 40 Toyota MR2s heading off for Redgate corners. The red lights go on now, and the race for 15 minutes gets underway, and it's a decent start from the front row men. It's a good start from Sean Trainer from row 2, but Paul Cook's got the lead as they head off to Redgate. Paul Hinson sorts in behind. There's a bit of shuffling going on behind, a bit of contact to Sean Trainer. And round the outside of that, Darren Aldworth, I think, has gone second, which is a really good start from him. He was the one that was brushing alongside Sean Trainer, but it's worked for him. He's in P2, but now he's coming under pressure because Trainer's alongside him through the Craner curves. It's Cook that leads, and then he's sideways. Cam Walton, has he been able to hold it? Very hard to know at the moment as they turn their way then into the old hairpin, but Cam Walton was having a big old moment going down into the old hairpin. I think he managed to get away with it. As they now climb up the hill, it's Paul Cook leading, and Darren Aldworth has hold on to second position. They turn that way into McLean's then. Trainer is 3rd. Walton is still down 4th, and Hinson is 5th, and Aaron Cook in 6th position. The field throw their way up to McLean's. It makes for a great sight, doesn't it? 40 Toyota MR2s around this Donington Park circuit.
Yeah, absolutely wonderful stuff. They're already heading the leaders out of Coppice Corner for the first time. Paul Cook it is that has the lead then as they are about to go over the crest and drop down towards the chicane for the first time, and the leaders are on the chicane. The back marks are still going through Coppice Corner. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Here they come, though, to complete the end of lap 1. It's Paul Cook, number 26, leading from the number 6 car in second place, and that is Darren Oldworth up from 6th on the grid. What a first lap, well, first corner in particular, that was. Sean Traynor, number 27, is in third place. In fourth place is 25, Paul Hinson. In fifth is number 50, Cam Walton. In sixth is 96, Alan Cook. So some of those protagonists from the first race up there again. The one that's not is Nick Williamson down in 10th place, number 22.
Okay, so he hasn't improved, and now Trainor's having another go at getting past Darren Aldworth. He's around the outside through the left-handed element of the craners, which are giving the inside line for the old hairpin. He gets shuffled out a bit there, and he can't make it stick. So Darren Aldworth, his best race in the championship, isn't it? He's hanging on to second and going after the race leader, Paul Cook. It's 6th for the lead, and at the back of that queue, Aaron Cook, has he got himself ahead of Cam Walton? I think he has, so he's into 5th.
And there's one off that's gone very heavily into the barriers. That's on the exit of the old hairpin, I'm afraid. We will try and pick up who that is. We'll make sure that the driver is okay as well. I can read the number on it, but we'll just make sure the driver's okay before we give you any more information on that. The leaders, though, heading up towards Coppice Corner. Once again, the driver getting out of the car, we think it was the number 86 car, which is that of Lee Brown.
I agree, and the leaders turn their way into the chicane. Paul Hinton having a go at Sean Traynor, in turns having a go at Darren Aldworth. Oh, there's a car for Coppice in the background as well. There's cars across the chicane on the concrete strip, and Aaron Cook, who took the right line, gets the better exit, and he passes Paul Hinton. Number 2, Sean Traynor's having a go at Darren Aldworth. This is all allowing Paul Cook to get away. It's all very dramatic stuff in the MR2 Championship, and it's Paul Cook who turns into Redgate the lead. And again, Darren Aldworth is hanging on to second, or is he this time going to run out wide at Redgate? And Sean Traynor finally, after 2.5 laps of trying to find a way through, has got past. So that was all pretty dramatic stuff. It's 14 that is off there at the old hairpin, and 14 is Gareth Baxter's mark 1. And there's a car on the grass coming down to the old hairpin. Oh my word, that's Aaron Cook. And he's going off the road into the gravel.
Yeah, he was off on the sort of inside of the circuit. He skated across on the outside because he got no capacity to slow down, basically. So we'll see where Aaron Cook ends up. He was 5th. At the beginning of the lap, and now there's someone who's been spat out of the pack and into the gravel just before they arrive at the old hairpin, so they're going to go no further, not without outside assistance anyway. Can't work out who that one is, but the leaders, meanwhile, are up at Coppice Corner once again, and with cars liberally sprinkled around the circuit now, it looks like it is still Paul Cook leading. Sean Traynor now, of course, into second place. He's Darren Aldworth still there in third, I think he is, and it looks like Paul Hinson is now in 4th position. Well, he was before, he still is. Aaron Cook has, I can't exactly pick up where he is. We'll see if he does come through.
Yeah, he might be much further back, right in the after that moment. Is that him here back on the Ben Row?
Yeah, so that's going to put him about 12th, something like that.
Paul Hinton, meanwhile, is having a go at Darren Aldworth for 3rd. He's not going to make it, though, I don't think, on the inside line. Outside line looks good today at Redgate. Generally, people being able to take that line and it working for them. So 6th for the lead. We've got Adam Lockwood who's joined in. He's replaced Aaron Cook in this lead battle. The fastest lap of the race goes to Vic Williamson, who's there in 4th place.
Yeah, so
in 7th place even.
but he's making progress now, isn't he? Having started a little bit further back. Of course, was on the front row earlier on today. So the way people have been throwing the cars around, though, it's not surprising that some of the leading contenders haven't set the really quick times. Back markers will come into play as well before the end of this race. I shouldn't wonder whether conditions have improved compared to earlier on. There'll be yellow flags for Coppice because that's where the Gareth Baxter Mark 1 is being recovered at the moment, and that's where the leaders are as well. They're coming out of it now. Paul Cook leading, Sean Traynor second. The gap between them was 0.6 per second at the beginning of the lap. It looks like it's the same kind of gap now as they turn their way through the chicane, out of it now, and it's really 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, arguably 7 cars all in a line back to Nick Williamson in 7th place. The lot driver that's looking to make a move here is Paul Hinton in 4th. He's trying to get past Darren Aldworth, but now Sean Traynor drives down the inside of Paul Cook and he gets the lead. That almost came out of nowhere as he went wide on the exit of the corner, allowing Paul Cook to get back through on the inside at Redgate and Hollywood. So look on our CCTV cameras, they are absolutely side by side, but there are yellow flags and Paul Cook sees those and he tucks back in behind Sean Traynor.
That was a good move, wasn't it? So that car off at the old hairpin was Daniel Farmer by the looks of it, and he's the reason for the yellow flag. And Sean Trainer would have known that yellow flag was there, so he knew if he could get up the inside of the red gate, that could stick. At the back of the queue, as they come out of the yellow flag zone, Nick Williamson is challenging Adam Lockwood and goes up the inside, and he grabs 6th position. Lockwood, who was on the podium at Cadwell. Williamson's done another fastest lap, a 1:24.2. This is really quite an entertaining race up front, isn't it, with all these cars battling away. Sean Trainer, the new leader, is not getting away because Paul Cook is right there behind him. And then it's Hinton now third. He's got himself ahead of Darren Aldworth, I think. He has. And then for 5th place, Cam Walton's under pressure. Is he from Nick Williamson, who's trying to gain another place here into the chicane. I think he's got 2 places, therefore, on this lap.
Yeah, up into 5th place is gone. So it's Trainer, Cook, Hinson. They're the 3 leaders. Darren Aldworth 4th. And Nick Williamson now 5th, but 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th now together. Side by side for the lead once again. Trainer this time holds on to the inside line. Paul Cook on the outside, but does that leave Paul Hinton a gap? He thinks there is one. He tries to make it through. He's overlapping with Paul Cook as they head out of Redgate and through Hollywood now. They're side by side. There's no yellow flag there this time. Paul Hinton is not quite alongside Paul Cook there, so he stays for the moment in 3rd place, and Sean Trainer getting away.
Adam Lewis is joining in this group up front now as well. It's a good run from him. Sean Trainer's gone very wide at the old hairpin, and he's lost all that lead he had, and now Paul Cook is challenging on one side. On the other side is Paul Hinton, but now there are yellow flags, I think, at McLean's. But before they get there, Paul Cook takes the lead of the race. Trainer's running out wide. And it's all very busy through that sequence of corners. But Paul Cook is back in front then. Of course, the yellow flags are for an early yellow for the Coppice recovery. But Paul Cook got there just in time to lead the way. They come down to the chicane. I noticed on the last lap, nobody really actually was within the white lines, which was interesting. But we'll see what happens this time as Paul Hinton's coming up the inside here of Sean Trainer. They're both coming up the inside of Paul Cook. Paul Hinton gets both of them. Paul Cook stays in backwards. Hinton's now way ahead of the rest. That was messy, to say the least. It's Hinton that leads it. The second, Darren Aldworth is making his way ahead of Sean Trainer here. Adam Lewis is up to equal 4th alongside Adam Lockwood. So this is by far his best race in the championship too. Hinton leads for 2nd. It's side by side between Trainer and Aldworth. But the question, I guess, there is who knocked Paul Cook into a spin?
Well, yeah, I think it was pretty certain there was contact. It's just how does it all materialise, really? That's the question. I'm sure Paul Cook won't be particularly enamoured with anybody there, but Paul Hinton it is that's taking the lead now. There are yellows I can see at the foot of the hill going up to McLean's, so that's where they are heading to now. Paul Hinton with this big lead, 1.46 seconds it was at the start of the lap over Sean Trainer 2nd, and Darren Aldworth 3rd. Now got green flags there, and the car off into the gravel is one of the roadsters. Can we see which one?
74? No, yeah, David Mustard. It could be, couldn't it? He's gone off on the exit of Schwantz car. We can see the gravel trap marks. It's too far off the road. You can't really see
it's almost round the corner behind the barriers, but yeah, a long way off. So there's yellows on the reds, McLean's and greens on the way out of it. Leaders heading down with 5 minutes of the race left to go into the chicane. And is that Paul Hinton leading? Yes, it is. Sean Trainer 2nd. Darren Aldworth 3rd, Adam Lockwood it is in 4th position now, and
well, no one's actually on the circuit through the chicane, which is interesting.
It is interesting, and I'm sure because the clerk of the course can also see through these CCTV pictures, it may well be noted. We'll see what happens later on, but the drivers are consistently not taking the line you might expect them to through the chicane, which would be the one that's on the racetrack.
Yeah. Oh, it's 3 abreast going down the Craner curves here for 3rd. 4 abreast almost there. Oh, my word. Kind of making it through the corner there somehow. I think Nick Williamson's charging. This Trainer, is that off? No.
It's Adam Lewis. Is it Adam? Yeah, Adam Lewis that's off, isn't it? That's into the gravel.
He was going so well, up in 4th place. How did he do at Cadwell Park? Was he there? I'm not sure. He wasn't the front runner, I don't think, but a real shame for him. That's by far the best we've seen him go in the lead battle. And in a form-wide moment into the old hairpin. He just got shuffled out. Not sure if we've seen that many cars abreast of that part of the circuit before at Donington Park.
Not sure what to again. It was heart-in-the-mouth stuff. What have we got left? We've got 3 3/4 minutes left of the race. I think we had 10 laps earlier on, didn't we? So we'll probably have the same. Again, we are working lap 8 at the moment, and the leaders are heading into the chicane then to complete that lap, or out of it in the case of Paul Hinson. So it's Hinson leading, Gap, then it's 27, then it's 22, so that's Nick Williamson now, who's emerged up into 3rd position. So Darren Aldous dropped back to 5th as well in all of that. Alan Cook in 6th, Ben Lowe 7th, up from row 9 I think he was. Cam Walton 8th, Paul Cook there in 9th, the leader from earlier on, and Andrew Ruthven rounding out the top 10. It's been a busy race and there's still 3 minutes to go.
I think you could stand on the apex of the chicane and feel safe no one would hit you, because they're so far away from it on the inside of the circuit. It's quite silly, really.
Are you volunteering?
Yes, I think something needs to be done about that, doesn't it? Because nobody is on the racetrack. But there we go. It's Paul Hinson that leads the Motor 8, and second is Sean Trainer. Nick Williamson did make all those places up through into the old hairpin on the last lap, so he's to 3rd from 10th on the grid, so that's been a good run from him. He's got the fastest lap as well, so in the dry conditions, Williamson is very good, isn't he, around this Donington Park circuit? Struggled in the damp earlier. Leader has got traffic coming through Coppice Corner, so a car to lap. Is that Daniel Sylvester, possibly? He's a bit further. He hasn't come through, actually, Sylvester, so it's not him. It's probably Wags Furman, therefore. But leaders heading down to, well, what's supposed to be a chicane, but some drivers don't really seem to think that applies to them.
More respect, a little bit more respect. That's it's not brilliant looking at our CCTV images. Actually, the one that did respect a bit more was the back marker, I think, that's being lapped. So it's still Paul Hinson leading. The gap now 1.72 seconds. It's come down by about 3/10 that time through, because Sean Trainer's done his personal best lap of the race at 1:25.08. The best lap of the race, I think, is still with Nick Williamson, 1:24.20.
Yes, looks that way. So what, we've got a couple of laps. Well, we can get 11 this time in the dry, aren't we, compared to the 10 in the damp. I guess we could squeeze in another lap at the end of that, but we'll see what happens. Race leaders heading nothing out the old hairpin. So Paul Hinson was 1.7 seconds ahead of Sean Trainer. And Trainer's lost second. Nick Williamson's passed him. There's a much bigger gap from first to second. So missed that. So Nick Williamson having a great race here. He's into P2. 3rd is just Trainer, but he's got Adam Lockwood. He's another Class C car, and Aaron Cook's in there as well, isn't he? I just noticed that.
Yeah.
How far back was Aaron Cook earlier? On 96. He was down in 11th place. So that's been pretty impressive stuff from him. Oh, and that Trainer off the road now at Coppice. He's on the grass, or he's sideways back on the road. So he's lost a whole heap of positions here. We're going to have 1 lap at the end of this, I think. So, yeah, it's going to be 11 laps, isn't it? Hinson then way in front of Williamson. And then Cook's 3rd now. He's got himself ahead of Adam Lockwood as well, as they turn left through the concrete part of the circuit and come up across the line to complete 10 laps. Paul Hinson gets the last lap, but he's 2.6 seconds ahead of Nick Williamson. And Aaron Cook is the best of the roadsters now after passing Adam Lockwood. Trainer's fighting back here up into Redgate. Who's that? He's going down the inside. Oh, that's Ben Rowe. He's had that good run. We said he started 17th. He was 6th as he turned into Redgate corner there, but under pressure from Sean Trainer.
So Paul Hinson looks like he's got this, but 2nd and 3rd very much up for dispute. It looks like Aaron Cook has got his nose in front. They go down the clearance. Yes, he has. So Aaron Cook from 11th at one point after he'd been off at the part of the circuit is approaching now, back up to 2nd position. A great drive from the reigning champion. So well done to him. He's got Nick Williamson behind him now. He's in 3rd place. You've got Lockwood and Aldith and Rowe all in behind him as well. But Paul Hinson, it's his race to lose now. 2.6 seconds he was at the start of the lap. He's only got Coppice and the chicane to go. For 3rd place, it looks like Williamson's lost another place. I think Adam Lockwood's made it through now onto the podium, which we've not seen him on the podium too often, I don't think, have we?
Well, he's still at Cadwell, but
yeah. Apart from that, it's not been very often, but he's there in 3rd place. So Paul Hinson, it looks like Josh is going to come home to take his victory in round 4 of the championship.
Yes, certainly provisionally after that incident earlier. So it's Paul Hinson who turns it into the chicane. He's going to win it. It's anybody's guess for second. Trainers making a massive move up the inside and they're going to kind of get through the corner. But Paul Hinson is the winner of the fourth round of the Toyota Mark II Championship. Second is Aaron Cook. Third is Adam Lockwood. Fourth is Nick Williams and Darren Aldworth. Great race from him. He'll finish fifth. Sixth for Sean Trainer. Seventh Ben Rowe. Eighth Cam Walton. Ninth Paul Cook recovering after he was knocked out the way earlier. He come back to ninth, and then there's a big gap to the rest. The top nine separated by 6 seconds. Second to ninth was separated by 3 seconds. 10th was Daniel Bryan. 11th was Adam Lewis after his off at the Old Hairpin. 12th was Andrew Ruthven. 13th, Joya Gardis. In 14th, Jim Mew. 15th, Jonathan Grimes. In 16th position, out of the chicane, comes Tony Jones. He takes P16. 17th for Oliver Aldworth. 18th goes to John Wilson, who beats Maxine Nichols, who takes 19th, and 20th for Paul Hudson. And the Class A cars, the Mark 1 machines, that's been led by Dave Hemingway, and he comes across the line now and wins that class by some way. Second in the class, he's struggling in the damp, Micah Brown. Former Club Enduro front runner. In third place is Nathan Harrison within that class. Class B was won by Paul Hinson from Nick Williamson and Darren Aldworth, and Class C by Aaron Cook from Adam Lockwood and Sean Trainer. So that completes the day's action for the Toyota MR2 Championship. They will be back in action in June at Brands Hatch. They also have races at Snetterton, Silverstone, Castle Combe, Brands Hatch again, and then Alton Park. Next on track will be the F1000 Championship. We have got a reverse grid for that, so that should be entertaining. Hopefully we'll get more racing laps than what they had earlier on this afternoon. But the race winners, or the race winner from the MR2 Championship, is heading down the pit lane. That was Paul Hinson, and hopefully he will be directed into Ian Simon will greet him, and we'll have a chat with the race winner Paul Hinson. Plenty went on in that race to talk about.
Then back off, aren't you?
Thank you, Ian. I think we might have a small delay before that, though, because there is recovery work to be done at the Old Hairpin. We saw that car go off pretty heavily on the inside of the circuit into the tyre wall, so circuit maintenance are there to sort out the tyre wall before the F1000 cars can come onto the circuit. So that gives us time to read through this partially reversed grid. The top 8 from race 1 are reversed. On the front row, 33 and 7. 33 is Rob Bailey. And 7 is James Hills. On row 2, 5 and 42. 5 is Rob Wellham, 42 Paul Butcher. On row 3, 60 and 80. 60 is Jack Tomlin and 80 is Darren Gore. On row 4, 11 and 65. 11 is Elliot Mitchell. 65 is Matthew Booth. On row 9 is 55 and 12. 55 Nikita Abramov and 12 is Tom Gadd. On row 6 is 29 and 50, and 69, 29 Dax Ward, 69 Eddie Falkenham. Then we get 88 and 22 on row 7. 88 is Mark Betts and 22 Dean Warren. Row 8 is 56 and 17. 56 Lee Morgan. 17 is Daniel Levy. On row 6 and 8, 9 I think it is, 41 and 67. 41 Billy Stiles and 67 is Daniel Wills. Row 10 then is 18 and 77, 18 Christopher Hill and 77 Mark Crawford. Row 11, 66 and 73, 66 Max Winderhauser and 73 Kaylee Cole. And on the final row of the grid is car number 1, the champion from last year. Car 1 is Dan Clues, and he starts at the back because he was excluded from race 1. We suspected he might have to go to the clerk of the course after ignoring yellow flags, basically. That's what the reason has been put down to when he had an off under yellows. He's been excluded from the race. Seventh James Hills and 8th Rob Bailey, and those are the 8 cars which are reversed, which will start at the front of the grid for this race, the 5th round of the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. They had 3 races at Silverstone last month. The opening race was won by Lee Morgan from Elliot Mitchell and Dan Gore. Race 2 saw Morgan beat Matthew Booth and Elliot Mitchell, and then on row 3 Mitchell took the win from Booth and Gore. So Elliot Mitchell keeping up his 100% podium record with another second place finish, just like he did in the opening race at Silverstone. Lee Morgan, the double winner, he had problems early and an off at the old hairpin, so he finished down in 15th, is where he will start this time. So he'll be looking to move forwards, as will Dan Clues, we've mentioned already. He'll be starting at the back of a 23-car Jedi racing car field for the F1000 Championship. And you'd think with this reverse grid it's going to be a pretty busy first lap or two as everybody who went well in race 1 tries to make their way through the field. There's still no recovery going on. I think the one at the old hairpin has been completed. Up at McLean's, there is some work being done on the Toyota MR2 there of David Mustard, I think, who went off some way through that race. There's a car coming back on the back of the flatbed as well. But yeah, it's all completed at the old hairpin, so that is good. I think it's just that one car there at McLean, which is nearly completed. Then we get the cars in out onto the circuit for the F1000 Championship.
Yeah, let's just take the opportunity to give you a bit more information about some of the drivers that are out there then. Pole position, number 33, that's Robert Bailey. Rob Bailey, as he prefers to be known, 46 years of age, from Nottingham, so a local driver. And he's a builder and property developer. His wife Claire is a primary school teacher, and he was 6th in the championship in 2018. That was his best result, 7th 2019, 14th in last year's slightly shortened season. He's finding it tough this year with a very competitive grid, but he's a great midfield racer, and his overall pace is improving as well. And enjoys playing squash competitively and very well in his spare time as well. Alongside him on the front of the grid is number 7. That's James Hills, 35-year-old Londoner. And he was 8th in last year's championship and 6th in the Clubman's Cup. He was 5th in his first 2 races at the opening round at Silverstone National last year. So that was a very good start to the season for him. And then looking at the second row of the grid, we've got number 5 on the inside, which is Rob Wellham. Of course, he's the Suffolk driver. Good start to the season with 2 fourths and 3 finishes on all at the Silverstone National Circuit on a very competitive grid, 6th overall in the championship, but really he's still right in contention for the title with still a very long way to go. Next to him is number 42, that's Paul Butcher. We've mentioned that he is one of the great stalwarts of the category. His favourite circuit is Cowdrell Park, but he started racing the Caterham Scholarship, as it was then called, back in 1999. But for most of the rest of the time since, he has been in F1000, or Jedi as it's been previously known, and he's 51, he's from Cambridge, and he's a Chief Technical Officer. Third row of the grid on the inside, you've got the number 60 car, which is Jack Tomlin. And Jack is one of the younger drivers. As we mentioned, he's back with his own engine this weekend, and he finished the first race in 4th position. Had a loan for Andrew Wheels after problems in the early parts of the weekend at Silverstone. Next to him is number 80, which is Dan Gore in the Mattel Cars entered machine. And he, just finding his information is 39. He's an economist from London. He was 4th in the championship in 2019, but just 12th last year. He had his maiden F1000 win at his first meeting in 2019, and he was awarded the Drive of the Meeting accolade for that. And surprisingly, he started in Caterham's as well, like Paul Butcher in the Caterham Academy, the equivalent to the Caterham Scholarship, back in 2013. 4th row on the inside, we've got number 11. That's Elliot Mitchell, the man leading the championship coming into this weekend, the 24-year-olds from Snaith in Yorkshire, the hotel manager. And he was 5th in last year's championship. He's someone that's improved every year, pretty much. 11th, 7th, 8th, and then 5th has been his trajectory over the past few seasons. And then next up, you've got number 65, Matthew Booth, who was the winner of the rather bizarre first race that we had. And he was the 2019 champion, of course. As the green flag lap gets underway, let's just do a couple more rows of the grid, because we've got 55, which is Nikita Abramov. Number 12 has not got off the grid, unfortunately, and that is Tom Gadd. He's getting there now. He's not dropped to the back, so he should be able to take up his position. But 55 then is Nikita Abramov, Russian driver, and he has rallied cross country in Russia, racing the British Rallycross Championship as well in 2019. And he's moved into single-seaters and did finish every race, I think, last season. The only driver to do so was 2nd in the Clubman Cup. And the last driver in the top 10 is the driver that we just talked about, having stored number 12, Tom Gadd, the low-cost champion from a couple of years ago. So that's a bit of an insight into some of the drivers that are taking part in this Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship, and second race of the weekend, Josh, is surely to get underway.
Well, maybe. There's a car that's broken on the way down to Redgate Corner, and we've got Katie Cole, who's going to start from the pit lane. But there's a car just a bit further up, which I can't see who it is. I think it's somebody quite near the front of the grid, though. Is it Dan Gore, possibly?
Could be, couldn't it? But it's been pushed into the pit lane, so it's cleared the circuit at least.
Yeah, so we should get the race underway, but one car less than they should have been. I think after the problems earlier, Katie Cole therefore starting from the pits to hope not to have any problems getting the car off the line like she had earlier. Is it Dan Gore? Hard to tell. Let's see if he returns. It'll be a real shame for him, because of course he got pole in the dry qualifying session, but then struggled a bit in the earlier race, didn't he? Still got 3rd, but you wonder if the race carried on whether he would have lost any more places, because he didn't quite have the pace. So the team's gone down though. Is that the Mattel team?
It's
Gordon not there. It is. He's got the cars down here. It's Dan Gore's car that is missing, so that should be the Mattel Racing team.
They've got Mattel on the back of their jumpers, certainly. So
so Dan Gore, all shame for him then. Doesn't he have much luck in this championship, does he?
No, not really.
He is third in the championship, and probably still is third in the championship headed into this race, but if he starts, it'll be from the pit lane. The rest of the field are there, with Katie Cole in the pits. She will start from there with hopefully she has a better time than earlier. although her car's now been pushed back from where it was as well. So that's not gone well for either of those cars. The race is about to get underway. This is the 5th round then of the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship, partially reversed grid race. The red lights are on, the lights go out now, and away they go. And Rob Bailey makes a good start from pole position. Paul Butcher makes a good start from row 2. He's got himself ahead of Rob Wellham. He might get himself past James Hills too as they turn their way into Redgate Corner. He does. He swoops round the outside there into second place, and he'll go off after Rob Bailey. Kelly Cole does get going with a push start from the pit lane. So it's just Dan Gore who does he get going as well? Possibly. Hard to tell. Already watch the leaders sweep through the grain of cars. They're so quick, these cars. Rob Bailey's hanging on for now, ahead of Paul Butcher as they start to climb the hill up towards McLean's Corner then for the first time. And Bailey's getting away here from Paul Butcher, who's now under pressure from James Hills, and he passed a moment ago and he goes through. Paul Butcher's losing loads of places on the outside line. He's down to something like 4th position as they turn their way now up to Coppice. There's 2 cars further back, so presumably that's Cole and Gore. So turning their way through Coppice Go, the leaders then, it is Rob Bailey that's managing to hang on. Everyone else was trying to be second. I think it's Hills that's back in that position at the moment, but they're fanning out down the straight. Butcher is that trying to get back ahead of them once again. Is it Wellham? Yes, Rob Wellham, I think, in the purple car, which looks similar to Butcher's car in some angles, but he's now going for the lead as well. He's number 5. In fact, there's 3 of them that are going to be side by side. It's Hills on the inside line, Wellham on the outside line. In the middle is the race leader, Rob Bailey, and as they turn into Redgate Corner, it's still Bailey that hangs on from Wellham in second place and Hills in third. Hills just dropping back a length or 2, back into the clutches of Paul Butcher as they head through the Claimer curves. But now Wellham has another go at Bailey as they head through the Claimers and towards the old hairpin. Pretty frantic stuff. We thought it might be, but Rob Bailey's doing a good job here to hang on to the lead of the race. But he went a bit wide on the exit of the old hairpin, so Wellham's having another go. He can't do it though. He's still then in that position. The top 11 cars are separated by 3 seconds when they come across the line. That's how close it is. And Wellham's done it, I think, into McLean's Corner. He makes his way then ahead of Rob Bailey, then into McLean's on lap 2. They turn into Coppice. Bailey's not giving up though. He's right there, as is James Hills, I think, who's right behind him. He was all over the curb through Coppice Corner. One's off. Is that Paul Butcher? He's spun into the gravel trap. It might be. We'll check that at the end of the lap, but it's Wellham that leads. Second is Hills on the outside line of Bailey, and he will have to go through the gravel, which puts him sideways, so Bailey stays second. Now it's Elliot Mitchell and Matthew Booth, the top 2 from earlier, who come up alongside James Hills. And he's at Lee Morgan there as well, from 15th on the grid. He goes up the inside of the 3 of them, and he's going to get it, is he? Yes, he does. A great move from Lee Morgan. Elliot Mitchell still side by side with him, and what a start to the race it has been for Lee Morgan. And the car off at Coppice is Paul Butcher. So after the car in the middle of the road down the Carina curve, which isn't ideal, is that Katie Cole again with more problems for her. So that is a pretty poor place to be, but everybody's seen her, I think, and he's able to take to the left-hand side of the circuit. But that's pretty worrying stuff, isn't it?
Certainly is, and she's still on the circuit.
It's a car from McLean's now as well.
Yeah, and there's that's very close to the edge of the same time. The driver's out of the car, try and work out who that is. The leaders are up at Coppice Corner.
Mark Crawford didn't come through.
Okay, so it could be Crawford that's out. So Crawford and Cole both out of the race. Don't know where Cole's car. There's obviously the one in the gravel as well at Coppice, which we think is Paul Butcher. It is Paul Butcher. Leaders, though, back again. Rob Wellham's got a big lead here, hasn't he, over the rest of them. It's Elliot Mitchell second now, Lee Morgan third, Matthew Booth fourth, Rob Bailey's back to fifth, James Hills in sixth position. But Wellham leads by 2.39 seconds. Whether he'll keep hold of the 2.39 seconds, lead remains to be seen.
Katie Cole managed to push her car off the road. That's good from by her. Now she's got to get behind the barrier, which is a long way away. So she's doing a good job there to try and keep this race underway. This car's going free abreast into the yellow flag zone. That's not really what you're supposed to be doing. We've already had exclusions from F1000 drivers for not abiding by yellow flags. Are there going to be more? Well, we'll wait and see about that. But it's Rob Wellham. He hasn't got to worry about any of that. He's a long way ahead of everybody else. But I think it's fair to say, the F1000 Championship has been dramatic today.
It has, not necessarily for the right reasons, but yeah, it's certainly been an interesting race. So Rob Wellham continues to, that gap I reckon has come down though from 2.39 seconds. It's Elliot Mitchell, the championship leader coming into this weekend, that's chasing after him. And of course that gap between him and Matthew Booth diminished after race one. I think it was down to 4 points really coming into this race. There's green flags waving at the exit of Coppice because there's a recovery about to take place there of Paul Butcher's car. But as we said, there are a couple of other cars around the circuit as well.
So leaders head off down into Redgate. What lap times are we doing in this race? 67.1 is the best. That's Elliot Mitchell. And yellow flag still out at Crane Curve because Cody Cole's making her way behind the concrete wall that's down there at the Crane Curve. So second Mitchell, third is Morgan, and then fourth is Booth. And how do they look as they climb up the hill? The top two are together. Elliot Mitchell's caught Rob Wellham. And
Red lights, red flag, right, being stopped. 5 minutes and 20 seconds into the race, the red flags appeared, and the red light's still flashing, and red flags out on the finish line as well. So inevitably there's going to be some kind of interruption there, with Mark Crawford's car only just off the circuit at McLean's, Kaylee's Cole, her car just off the road between the Craners and the old hairpin. We've got Paul Butcher's car off as well. I've been there in a little while. But, yeah, it's a real shame that we've had this second interruption of the day, 5 minutes or so gone. So I expect we will get a restart, but the marshals will hold the cars back from the grid, and then they'll regrid them based on the order, probably at the end of lap 3, I would suggest. And they will be able to get the race back underway, perhaps have an 8 or 10 minute restart, something like that for the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. Good to have you here with us at Donington Park today. Good to have spectators back at the circuit. And I know some of you listening online as well. And I apologise if the audio quality is not quite perfect, but we are just taking the feed out of the PA and bringing that straight to you. So just apologies for that, but hopefully you can just about make some sense of what's going on here. It's a bonus to be able to bring you that, really. And we'll have the full live stream from Croft at the next 750 Most Club meeting, which is next Saturday and Sunday. So a few more moments to clear some cars up around the circuit, and then we'll get F1000 back underway, Josh.
Absolutely. Well, like you say, it might be a few moments because I think there's 3 cars to pick up. And we get a new grid again, which should see Rob Wellham and Elliot Mitchell on the front row, Lee Morgan and Matthew Booth on row 2, and then presumably taking it from 3 laps, which would give us Rob Bailey, James Hills, Jack Tomlin, Nikita Abramov, Eddie Falkenham, and Billy Stiles, who was having a good run. He started near the back of the grid and worked his way into the top 10. And Dan Clues wasn't far behind, also coming from the back. But there'll have to be a new grid, so it'll probably be a few moments' time before we get this race back underway. So the F1000 cars are lining up on the grid then ahead of what is scheduled to be a 5-minute restart. So it was frantic before, it's a short restart, so we'll see how this goes with our new grid with Rob Wellham at the front. But his pace today not quite as quick as those who are starting behind him. Elliot Mitchell, Lee Morgan and Matthew Booth. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. I suspect the winner will come from those 4 here. And look at the lap times in the earlier part. Elliot Mitchell's by far the quickest.
Yeah, what did it? 107.17. Matthew Booth 107.83. The rest 108s. So yeah, Mitchell is really proving to be one of the men to beat this season. I mean, I say that he's only actually won the one race, but he's certainly showing pace this season that we've not seen to the same extent in previous years. So it's good to see, and you wouldn't bet against him here.
But Tom Gadd is one of 2 drivers at the end of the pit lane. He was pushed off quite early on, but trying to get his car back in action. There's a second car down there too. Not sure who that is though. The green flag is waved at the back, so we should get this race back underway after the green flag warming up lap. Lee Morgan was impressive, wasn't he? 15th to 3rd in the well, it only took him 3 laps to get into 3rd place. So he's certainly good at overtaking, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely right. And I imagine he'd have quite liked to have continued the momentum that he had there before the red flag came out. But nevertheless, he's in a good position here to sort of move forward.
Yeah, he did drop a little bit behind the top 2 at that point. So I guess from a standing start this time, he's got a good chance to pass those 2 in front of him and right off the mark. We saw him make a good start, didn't we, in the earlier race earlier on this afternoon. So interesting that should be. So on the 3rd row of the grid, we have Rob Bailey and James Hills and Jack Tomlin and Nikita Abramov. Then Eddie Falkenham and Billy Stiles complete the top 10 on this new grid on what is going to be, should be a 5-lap race, shouldn't it? 5 minutes around here.
Yeah, you'd think so, because they're doing sort of low 60-second laps. So yeah, it should convert to just about 5 laps, you would think. So they won't have had too many racing laps here today, unfortunately, but obviously that's been a result of incidents that have occurred during their races, so not anybody else's problem or fault, as it were. So relatively slow green flag lap, this being led around by Rob Wellham. And he was 0.8 of a second in the lead when the red flags came out. Can he convert into a victory here? He was 6th in the championship coming into this weekend. He finished 6th in the first race as well, so he's being relatively consistent. He would like to get another victory here. Of course, had those breakthrough wins, I think at the end of 2019 at Snetterton. I think I just saw the car's purple earlier. It's actually dark blue, isn't it? With orange livery on it as well. Looks good, whatever colour it is. And one more sort of basic green livery on Elliot Mitchell's number 11 car next to him. Lee Morgan in the blue, white and red Perpetua Motorsport entry, and then the sort of bronze coloured number 65 for Matthew Booth. Well, Bailey, who led initially, is on the inside of row 4. Last couple of cars go into position, and we'll soon have the green flag at the back. So Josh, we will head over to you for the start of the race.
Yeah, thanks Ian. So let's hope we can get through this race in green flag running. 3rd try today for the F1000 Championship. Part 2 of round 5 is about to get underway. The red lights are on, the lights go out, and it's a good start from Rob Bailey from row 3, and Lee Morgan's done it again. He blasts through the middle of the front row men to grab the lead. Not a good start from Rob Wellham, actually. Rob Bailey might get 2nd here. Not quite. He was on the inside line of Elliot Mitchell. Wellham's dropped to 4th, and then Booth is in 5th. One of the cars have got going from the pit lane, and the top 2 are nose to tail because Lee Morgan is under pressure here from Elliot Mitchell. They fly down the kind of curves and into the old hairpin, and then they turn their way through that corner so quickly. And there's a car breaking down already going slowly into the old hairpin, but it is still moving for now at least as the cards turn their way up to McLean's corner. Great start there from Lee Morgan and from Rob Bailey, Ian.
Yeah, both of them made absolutely fantastic starts, but Lee Morgan's absolutely brilliant to sort of streak between the two front row drivers, Rob Wellham and Elliot Mitchell. Mitchell made a reasonable start. He's in second place, but I think the fourth place got up might be Wellham that's gone off into the gravel track. We'll pick up who it is that's gone missing. It is Wellham. Number 5 has gone off into the gravel trap at Coppice Corner. So a race that started badly, it only got worse for Rob Wellham, and he's out of it as the leaders come through. It's Lee Morgan 56 from number 11, Elliot Mitchell in second place, Rob Bailey 33 is in third position. That is Matthew Booth number 65 in fourth, James Hills 5th, Eddie Falkingham is 6th.
And Booth loses out to James Hills. He lost out to Rob Bailey into the chicane. I think he got ahead of Bailey, and Bailey muscled his way back up the inside. I think Rob Bailey sees a chance here to get a podium, doesn't he? And he's in there with that place, and Booth around the outside through the cleaner curves of James Hills, and he gets that fourth position back. They've got Eddie Falkingham behind them. It's Jack Tomlin, isn't it, for the pit lane, who went well in that earlier part of the race. Leaders are together because Elliot Mitchell's put him Lee Morgan under a lot of pressure. He's through, isn't he? Yeah. Elliot Mitchell's grabbed the lead there. I think that might have actually happened before they got to McLean's. So Mitchell, the new leader, he's absolutely flying this season as they turn now their way through Coppice Corner, and that Wellham was still trying to recover. They're going into the chicane, so he's into retirement by the looks of it, which may mean yellow flags for the chicane. And Booth's got third. We have got ahead of Bailey. James Hills goes around the outside of what would probably be a yellow flag zone. Yes, it probably was. There we go. The card come up across the line here.
10-second penalty for number 33, which is Rob Bailey, because he jumped the start. We thought it looked like a good start. It was a little bit too good. And he's 5th on the road. He'll be dropping down a few places more because of that. So, Elliot Mitchell leading. What a season he's having. Lee Morgan in second place. And Matthew Booth in third, but Booth that time was quicker than Morgan, not much slower than Mitchell. So we'll see if Booth can come into the equation, making a 3-car lead fight before the end of this race. Still yellow flags at the chicane because Rob Wellham has parked just before the gravel trap at the Fogarty S is on the Grand Prix loop. First 3 cars are a little bit clear of the rest. James Hills is 4th. It's Rob Bailey 5th on the road still. And I think it's Eddie Falkingham and Dan Cleese, the reigning champion, but the man that was disqualified from race 1.
Matthew Booth carrying loads of speed through Coppice Corner as he gets back onto terms with Lee Morgan. They turn their way then down to the chicane, and top 3 are one in front of the rest. Mitchell, Morgan and Booth. Then in 4th place is Hills. Bailey's hanging on to 5th place from Falkenham and Dan Cleese. Remember, started the original race from the very back of the grid. He could get a top 5 out of this yet as they charge their way down towards Redgate. And battles behind him. Billy Stiles, he's making good progress. He's into 9th place.
Certainly is. And Nikita Abramov rounding out the top 10. We've had 3 laps then. We've had 3 3/4 minutes, so probably 2 laps of this race left to go. As we watch the battle for second and third, making its way through the old hairpin. Elliot Mitchell is getting away in the lead, but now Lee Morgan and Matthew Booth right together. They're side by side. I think Booth's gone through there on the left-hander before McLean's. He's done it, so Lee Morgan down to 3rd place. Matthew Booth up to 2nd. Can he chase Elliot Mitchell down and make it 2 wins in the day?
Lee Morgan's quick at the start, but his pace doesn't seem to quite be there, does it? Which makes his charge through the field even more impressive, really. And James Hills, he's going well there in 4th. He's not letting the top 3 get away too far. Then it's a battle for 5th, and Rob Bailey still fighting hard to hang on to the position on the road. Dan Clunes is coming around the outside of him, which don't think that's a yellow flag zone anymore. And Clunes is going to get a better run out of the chicane. He's up alongside and going through into 5th place to get himself ahead there of Rob Bailey. But Matthew Booth, the driver of the fastest lap, is 1.3 seconds behind Elliot Mitchell.
And we're on to the final lap. 1.3 seconds is the gap. They did very similar lap times last time through. 106.72 for Mitchell, 106.77 for Booth. Morgan obviously slower. He got past.
Morgan's teammates had it off. That's Andrew Wills, isn't it, at the chicane? He's recovered, though.
Yeah, leaders up to McLean's for the final time in this race then. I think Booth is just eating into Mitchell's advantage. Morgan dropping away and being caught, in fact, by James Hills. But I suspect the first 4 will finish in those positions. Behind that, not quite so certain, because Rob Bailey has got Eddie Falkingham right behind him as well. And I think Dean Warren as well is possibly in there. Of course, Bailey does have that 10-second penalty. Up front though, it looks like it's going to be Elliot Mitchell that gets his second win of the season.
The cars behind are going into the gravel at Coppet, but no worry for Elliot Mitchell. He turns his way then out of the chicane and wins for the second time this season. He's got one at Silverstone, he's got one now at Donington Park in second place across the line, doing the fastest lap on the last lap. Matthew Reed, he got the gap under a second. Third was Lee Morgan, he held on just about from James Hills, who had a good run in the end. Rob Bailey took fifth on the road, but has got a penalty, so he got back ahead then of Dan Clues, who had a problem on the last lap. That's he was the one running wide. Eddie Falkenham took sixth on the road, which will be fifth overall, ahead of Dan Clues and Dean Warren and Mac Vinderhauser and Mark Betts, and then Billy Stiles will complete the top 10. Then you have the penalised Bailey, then 12th for Dax Ward, then 13th for Daniel Levy, 14th goes to Tom Gadd from the pit lane, 15th Andrew Wills, and 16th will be Christopher Hill. Nikita Abramov we lost with a lap to go, or a couple of laps to go in fact. So that concludes the dramatic weekend at Donington Park for the F1000 Championship. There's still plenty of racing to go today though, here at Donington, because up next, the next four races we have are all out for the first time racing today, and we'll race tomorrow too. The High-Tech Alfa Romeo Championship, the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship, the Demon Tweaks and Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch Championship, and the K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship. So four races still to go today here at Donington Park. If you haven't got yourself a ticket for tomorrow, you can do so. Tickets will be available on the gate here at Donington Park for £16. So if you're watching along at home, listening along at home, or if you're here today and haven't got yourself a ticket, tickets will be available on the gates at Donington Park for the second day of 750 Motor Club racing. But we've still got four races to go today, so don't go away. There's plenty of excitement to go with Tin Top Racing for the remainder of the day. But the race winner from the F1000 Championship was Elliot Mitchell, a championship leader as well, has headed down into the pit lane where Ian Soman can greet him. Thanks, Ian. Yep, so the Alfa Romeo Championship, which joined the 750 Motor Club last year, is back again this season, and the cars will be out on track shortly. The grid is split over two starts. So there's three classes in the Alfa Romeo Championship. The first grid will be for the modified and the power trophy cars. Power trophy cars that run to a power to weight ratio, and unlimited cars are in the modified class. And then we've got the Twin Spark Cup class, which will be separate. We'll have a 10-second delay, and those are standard production 2-litre 16-valve Alfa Romeo cars. So we should have 11 cars in the first grid and then 8 in the second. On the front row of the race will be 57 and 34. 57 is Barry McMahon and 34 is George Osborne. On row 2, 50 and 1. 50 is Gareth Hayward and 1 is Tom Hill. On row 3, 79 and 14. 79 is Dave Messenger, 14 Andy Page. On row 4, 55 and 5. All the 5. So 55 is Scott Austin and 5 is Graham Seeger. And then on row 5, 80 and 4, 80 Andy Inman and 4 is Keith Waite. And on row 6, 97 is Gabriele Icariano. Then there's a gap, and there'll be a 10-second delay before the Twin Spark Cup cars get away. On the front row there, 86 and 23. And 86 is Andrew Bork and 23 is James Ford. On row 2, 11 and 9. 11 is Andrew Fulcher and 9 is Richard Ford. On row 3, 65 and 18. 65 Jeff Turrell and 18 is Jonathan Billingsley. And on the final row, 26 and 17. 26 is Steve O'Brien and 17 is Tom Herbert. And we'll shortly get those Alfa Romeos onto the grid then, ahead of their race here at Donington Park. They'll race again tomorrow, as will all the cars we see from now on today. So the Alfa Romeo Championship, which qualified this morning, saw Barry McMahon go quickest in the Alfa Romeo 156 in the modified class, 1 minute 16.41. Barry McMahon has been racing with the Alfa Romeo Championship since 2008. He started out in a Fiat Punto before moving to a 3-litre GTV and a 155 V6, but now he's moved into this 156 with a 1750 Giulietta engine that produces over 300 brake horsepower. And he's very rapid indeed. Has got a number of the lap records in the Alfa Romeo Championship, including around here, 114.7. So he's a bit slower than that. These cars run on slick tyres in the modified class, and he's on pole by a long, long way. Alongside him on the grid would be George Osborne's Alfa Romeo 75. He was 5 seconds slower in qualifying, and he's on pole though in the Power Trophy class for cars up to 195 brake horsepower per tonne. George Osborne, who builds high standard Alfa Romeos, and he's gone well recently, went well at Silverstone, which opened up the championship, and we'll talk about that in a moment. On the second row, Gareth Hayward, who was quick at Silverstone, got a lap record there in his 3.2-litre V6 GTV. For Silverstone, he hadn't raced with the Alfa Romeo Championship since 2012, so returning and going very well at the opening round at Silverstone, where he got on the podium. Tom Hill was alongside him. He's another Power Trophy driver. He's in the Alfa Romeo GT 3.2-litre V6. Former champion Tom Hill switched to the Power Trophy class last year in his car that's run by Roger Evans, and he, I think, won the championship last year with a successful season. So they started the season, I said, at Silverstone last month, and it was Barry McMahon, I think, who took 2 victories. So he leads the championship on 42 points after 2 wins. Second in the championship is George Osborne, the Power Trophy leader. He took a 2nd and 4th overall and a 1st and 2nd within class. To the other driver who won the Power Trophy at Silverstone was Graham Seeger. He's down in 4th in the championship after a couple of 3rd positions overall. James Ford, he's third in the championship on 39 points. He's the Twin Spark class leader after taking a win. And it was his brother Richard who won the other race at Silverstone. In the Twin Spark class, it is Andrew Bork who is on pole today. And he won that championship last year, but he's down in, 4th place in the Twin Spark Cup championship position. So we're looking to improve on that this weekend at Donington Park. And the cars go off then onto this green flag lap, being headed up by the very much touring car looking 156 of Barry McMahon. But there's a good range of eras of Alfa Romeos in this grid, and particularly in that first group of cars. There's some retro looking Alfa Romeos.
Yeah, I mean, you get a real nice variety of cars in the modified and Power Trophy classes. So cars, I guess, harking back to the 1980s with some of those there. And it's really great to see. I mean, the Alfa Romeo Championship is one that I've been watching ever since I've been watching racing. So I remember that back to the mid 1980s. Always remember big grids at Mallory Park, often 3 grids worth of cars for the Alfa Romeo Championship at Mallory Park. It's not quite what it was in terms of the numbers, but still produces really good racing. And actually, notably, that's within the Twin Spark Cup, which is the more standard cars in the second part of the grid. And you mentioned the likes of Andrew Bourke and the Fords brothers there, and they produced some really good racing at Silverstone. Actually stole the show, really, on the Alpha live stream that we had for that event. So we look forward to some good competitive and close racing in the Twin Spark Cup, but some fantastic cars to salivate over in the front part of the grid, the modified and the power trophy classes. Barry McMahon, as you say, with 2 wins at Silverstone, leading the way coming into this weekend on 42 points, just a point clear of George Osborne, who has had 2nd and 4th overall, but a win in the 2nd within his class. He, a power trophy driver, and James Ford 3rd in the championship. Twin Spark Cup driver 2nd and a 1st within that class. So
behind Barry McMahon in qualifying, it's actually super close because George Osborne did a 82.62, Gareth Hayward did an 81.63, and Tom Hill did an 81.64. So you couldn't really get much closer than that between those 3. And then Dave Messenger's only a further couple of tenths behind. And of course, Osborne, Hill, and Messenger are battling for the power trophy class. So that could be a real battle to watch at the front of the field here.
Yeah, and Tom, of course, very successful driver in the championship over recent seasons. So wouldn't be surprised to see him up at the front of the power trophy division again. But yeah, you've got some of the old 75s in there. You've got the 14 car as well. Vandy Page, the Giulietta Turbo as well.
Looks like we're missing Scott Austin.
Oh, that's a shame.
And Gabriele Icuriano. So a couple missing from the front group. But I think we've got 17 cars there, which are about to get underway then for the 3rd round of the high-tech Alfa Romeo Championship, which gets underway. It's a good start from Tom Hill from row 2. Not a very good start from the 2 modified cars. There are 2 of Barry McMahon and Gareth Hayward, but McMahon's got so much power, he's going to kind of lead into Redgate Corner. The Twin Spark Cup cars get away as well. Tom Hill's going to take the lead of the motor race, by the way, out of Redgate Corner, but in the Twin Spark Cup, Andrew Bourke v James Ford off the front row, and again it's very close there as they turn their way through Redgate. Andrew Bourke's got the lead of that, and for the overall lead, Tom Hill's dropped back again. So McMahon has got the lead. George Osborne is 2nd and leading his class, and then Tom Hill there in 3rd. I just wonder if Barry McMahon's been a bit more cautious on those slick racing tyres, which perhaps aren't quite up to temperature yet.
Yeah, and it's dry but breezy at the moment here at Donington Park as they head up towards McLean's for the first time, and the first group of 9 cars I think we ended up with heading there, and then the Twin Sparks, the quicker Twin Sparks already catching the back of the front group, and so that's Andrew Bourke still out in front from James Ford at the moment. It looks like it might be Andrew Filcher, who got a lot of wheel spin off the line that's there in 3rd position, but we'll pick that up in a moment. Difficult to tell from this range.
Close for 2nd into the chicane. It's George Osborne just ahead of Tom Hill with the modified car of Gareth Hayward right behind.
Yep, over the line they go then. So it's changed there, has number 50 going through. So that is the Gareth Hayward car ahead of Tom Hill now. And now Hayward trying to put pressure on George Osborne as they go up into the right-hander at Redgate Corner. So 2nd, 3rd and 4th right together. Gap back to Dave Messenger in 5th. As far as the Twin Spark Cup class is concerned, well, they're certainly catching the slower cars from the front group. It is Andrew Bourke leading from James Ford on those right. It is Andrew Fulcher in 3rd position in that very distinctive livery car. So they're making their way down towards the old hairpin and back up towards McLean's go the leaders. In the case of Barry McMahon out front, he was 2.4 seconds ahead at the start of the lap.
I wonder if McMahon can lap everyone here. If it's 5 seconds a lap quicker in qualifying, it's possible.
The 20-minute race is going to be probably 15, maybe 14 laps. So yeah, could happen just about. It'll be touch and go, but could happen.
Well, Gareth Hayward set a quicker lap time than him, didn't he, at Silverstone? So he's not seemingly making the progress here at Donington. that he could make there. So these three cars that were separated by basically nothing in qualifying are having a good battle for second overall. And Gareth Hayward goes up the inside of George Osborne and locks up into the chicane, but gets through okay. So he's into second. So that allows the other two to battle over this Power Trophy lead. Tom Hill, who won most of those races last year, hasn't got his own way this season, has he? He was beaten at Silverstone by George Osborne and Graham Segan. Again, here it's Osborne that leads that battle for third overall for the lead of the Power Trophy as they turn their way into Redgate. Graham Segan not going so well though here at Donington. He's behind Dave Messenger in sixth overall.
Andrew Bork nearly catching Andy Inman now, who's at the rear of the Power Trophy part of the race, so the Twin Spark Cup cars getting on terms with them. James Ford second, Andrew Fulcher in third position, but out front Barry McMahon extended his lead by 5 seconds on that lap to 7.3 seconds. Gareth Hayward in the ex-Graham Seeger GTV 3.2 up into second position, now pulling away from George Osborne and Tom Hill, who are disputing the Power Trophy lead. Now that's cars 34 and 1. George Osborne going pretty well here. 1:22.57 for him last time through, 1:22.36 for Tom Hill. So Hill was slightly quicker on the first of the flying laps. They're heading down the exhibition straight now. Already Barry McMahon through to complete the lap. Oh, and a big moment for Gareth Hayward, who's massively locked up, and he spins the car and possibly into the gravel. This time he's into the gravel. He was on the tarmac runoff, and Gareth Hayward from second place has spun that GTV 3.2 into the gravel trap at the chicane. He's not made contact with anything, fortunately, but I don't think he's going to get out of there. Yellow flags at the chicane, and that means that it's now Osborne and Hill battling for second overall.
Their pace is rapid. It's under the lap record already by about 3/4 of a second. Tom Hill's got the new lap record then in the Power Trophy element of the Alfa Romeo Championship, 1:21.62, where he was only 200ths of a second quicker than George Osborne, who he's chasing. He's only 4 attempts behind. They're 13 seconds behind Barry McMahon, though. In fourth is Dave Messenger, fifth Graham Seeger, sixth is Andy Page, seventh lead in the Twin Spark Cup is Andrew Bork. He's 3 seconds ahead of James Ford. Then Andrew Fulcher and Keith Waite complete the top 10. And of course, we've got yellow flags at the chicane with the car of Gareth Hayward in the gravel after that big old moment. The marshals are trying to push the front wheel drive car out of the gravel, which the front tyres are only just in the gravel, but I think it's pretty deep down there, and I don't think that car's coming back.
No, I think they're going to need mechanical intervention there. So yellow flags down the straight into the chicane. Barry McMahon comes through to complete 4 laps now. Slightly slow lap, of course, with the yellow flags. 1:18 dead, did a 1:16.75 on the previous lap. Second and third coming through, still pretty close together. Of course, no chance for Tom Hill to overtake into the chicane that time, but he's right in behind number 34 George Osborne in the 3.2 V6 24 valve Alpha 75. Dave Messenger is fourth in car number 79 now. That's the 156, of course. Graham Seeger across the line in fifth, and then Andy Page in the junior coming across the line in sixth position, car number 14. And then I think we're probably going to start to get into the Twin Spark Cup cars, probably getting in amongst the back markers now, and it is indeed Andrew Bork that's the next car through in 7th place overall, and is, I'm afraid the Twin Spark Cup class isn't living up to expectations here, because it's not the classic race that we had at Silverstone. A big lead for Andrew Bork from James Ford in second, and then Andrew Fulcher still there in third.
Andrew Bork did a 1:27.72, which is a couple of seconds away from the lap record, though, so not quite there. He's only fractionally quicker than James Ford. I wonder if he made his way through those slower front class cars better, and that's what managed to make this good, 4.5 second margin. A good battle of a second in that class, because you've got James Ford, Andrew Fulcher, Richard Ford and Jonathan Billingsley all together. Battle of a second overall, they're still lapping quickly. Another lap record within the class for Tom Hill, 1:21.44. And what's happened on this lap? Well, they're still together, half a second between them as they turn their way through Redgate. Looks like at the chicane, the 750 Motor Rescue Unit doubles up as a live snatch, and a bit of improvisation worked a treat down there, Ian, and we'll be able to get that part of the track back under green flag running soon.
Yeah, absolutely right. So Barry McMahon leading by 19 0.4 seconds now over George Osborne and Tom Hill, who are still right together. Of course, Tom Hill had to have an engine change the day before Silverstone due to a failure in testing there, and that will have set him back there. So I'm not sure if he's sort of got a sort of optimum engine in this weekend. Tom Hill, as he's battling there for the Power Trophy lead with George Osborne. Tom, of course, in the GT 3.2 V6, 24 valve car.
George Osborne's now done a 120.87, which is 1.5 seconds under the lap record of the Power Trophy class. So it means they're both going rather rapidly, doesn't it? So they turn their way down into the chicane then, and they are nose to tail. And so that's a part of the race, or the battle of the race, isn't it? Absolutely together. These two different eraed Alphas, probably about 20 years or so between the two of them, but on a lap of the Donington Park circuit, there's nothing that can separate them. And now it's Tom Hill that does the lap record, a 120.52, so we're getting towards 2 seconds under the lap record.
Yeah, very good pace being set by both of these two, and I suspect they're spurring each other on. Dave Messenger can't live with that pace, but he did his personal best lap that time for 1:22.78. Graham Seeger lapping in the 1:23s, and Andy Page at 1:25s and 1:26s in his modified class car that's in 6th position. Overall modified is for most modified cars, Power Trophy, sort of intermediate level of modification. Then you've got the Twin Spark Cup cars that are those running with a particular specification of engine.
It's close to second in that class, isn't it? They're coming up across the line now.
Well, it is now, and it's Richard Ford now that's got ahead of Andrew Fulcher. So James Ford has dropped back. So we've had a change there within that battle. It's a slow lap for James Ford, a 3 seconds slower lap than he's done before. And so that's allowed Richard Ford and Andrew Fulcher to get through. But Fulcher went ahead of Fulcher as well, in the Filippo Bello liveried car, Andrew Fulcher.
And he's giving a good go now to get himself ahead of Richard Ford, heading down towards the old hairpin. And they turn their way in there. I don't think Ford had the best line through the old hairpin, which might give Fulcher a go. Absolutely, he's up over the cage on the grass, trying to get past the cars, bouncing his way up the inside. It's pretty lively there, isn't it, in about of a second in the Twin Spark Cup, and he's going around the outside of McLean's, and Andrew Fulcher in the 147 gets past the Alpha 156 of Richard Ford in pretty dramatic fashion through the kink on the way up towards McLean's corner. So that was quite exciting stuff. Yellow flags in now at the chicane because Gareth Hayward's car's been retrieved. They've just been lapped by Barry McMahon. He would have got a good view of their battle. And what's going to happen into the chicane? Fulcher's dropped back, has he, in all of that?
Yeah, back to third, I think, wasn't he? Within the class. Here they come now. Yeah, so second in this group, but third in all, because Andrew Brooks well up the road, and now James Ford, who lost the place on the previous lap, is trying to attack Andrew Fulcher once again. Going with them as well is Jonathan Billingsley in the number 18 car, so they're turning their way. The four of them together, it is a good battle within the Twin Spark Cup. It's just not for the lead because Andrew Bork is something like 7 seconds ahead of the rest.
Yes, I think Fulcher did get past Richard Ford, but it didn't last very long. By the end of the lap, Richard Ford was back through. It's side by side behind them now, with Jonathan Billingsley tries to get the better of James Ford, and they're side by side as they turn their way into the old hairpin. It looks like Gareth Hayward's going to rejoin the race, many laps down.
He is, so he'd been released. I think he's driven down to the Melbourne Loop, and now he's driven back up again.
Rear wing? Did he have a rear wing at the start of the race?
It's not where Nav it did.
Well, that would explain the off, wouldn't it?
It might do. If that was a failure. Anyway, 24.5 seconds is the lead for Barry McMahon. I don't think he's going to lap everybody because there's only 8.5 minutes left to go, and he's doing sort of laps in the 18s and 19s now, so I think he's driving within himself. What does he do as he comes over the line this time in car number 57? It's a 1:16.08, so actually it's the best lap of the race, as I was saying that. So new fastest lap for Barry McMahon.
About of a second in the Twin Spark Cup, turns its way out of the chicane, and the two 147s have got themselves together because Jonathan Billingsley did get ahead of James Ford, and now he's having a go at passing Andrew Fulcher down towards Redgate. That's not going to happen, but what's happened here to James Ford? Because he might lose another place. He's dropped away, he's slow, isn't he, through Redgate Corner? And
he's pulling off, I think, by the looks of it.
Looked that way, didn't it? And is that Tom Hill ahead of George Osborne? It is. So on this lap, has George Osborne... sorry, that's Messenger. The top two... I missed them, sorry. George Osborne is still there. He's going second, just ahead of Tom Hill. They're so far ahead of the rest. So they're going to have to lap that big group of Twin Spark Cup cars, which could get lively.
Yeah, absolutely right. Again, they're all together, the Twin Spark. Well, this often happens, doesn't it, in the high-tech Alfa Romeo Championship with the Twin Spark Cup cars not having a very close battle of their own, but having to be lapped by the quicker cars. Barry McMahon's now lapping Andy Page, who's in 6th position, so he's lapped everyone up to, including 6th place now, has Barry out in the lead of the race, another lap in the 16th. So having said he was doing laps in the 18s and 19s, he's going almost as quickly as he has done it all day.
I think it was a failure for Gareth Hayward because you can see the right-hand element of the wing, so you wouldn't have that if you didn't have a rear wing.
No.
So I think that's why he had that big moment. The Twin Spark Cup cars have Keith Waite trying to get back past them in the modified class 75, Alpha 75. Now here comes the place battle of a second overall to lap this lot. Might this be a chance for Tom Hill to come through? This is a 20-minute race, remember, so there's still 6 minutes to go. They passed the first one up the inside. George Osborne's been able to hang on there, but the rest of the lap could get more busy.
Could do. A few more cars to try and negotiate. There's 3 of them all together heading their way down the Craner curves now as Tom Hill and George Osborne and Tom Hill are steadily picking their way through the sort of group that they're going through now. Then they've got a bit of traffic a gap to go through before they hit the next group of traffic. So they are heading up towards McLean's. It looks to me as if George Osborne has made a better progress through the traffic so far. He's got a bit of daylight between himself and Tom Hill now. Maybe 4 or 5 car lengths between the two of them as they climb up towards Coppice Corner. That's probably roughly where they're going to get to this next group of back markers. So let's wait and see how this sorts itself out. Yeah, they're pretty much with them as they head through Coppice, so that might work out well because they'll get them down the straight, and of course they'll be much, much quicker in a straight line than these 3 cars that are disputing 2nd, 3rd and 4th position, I think, in the Twin Spark Cup, aren't they? Down towards as they come. The leaders have negotiated them without, or the 2nd and 3rd place cars have negotiated them without too many problems, and it's still Richard Ford number 9 2nd, Andrew Fulcher number 11 3rd, and 18 Jonathan Billingsley in 4th in the Twin Spark Cup, but of course we've lost along the way James Ford.
Is he still running? He did 135 last lap.
Just going through, but very silly. So I think he's driving around for points, isn't he?
Yes. Ever since you said that Barry McMahon was going slowly, he's gone quicker and quicker. He's on 1:15 now. 1:15.38, which is half a second or so off the lap record.
Yeah, and obviously he must have found a gap in the traffic to make that work. You'd think. Here he comes again. Does he improve that lap time? He's looking pretty quick as he comes over the line, and that is 1:16.89 that time through. He's ahead on track now of the Gareth Hayward car, which had that failure and had that off, and is 6 laps down on the race leader.
I suspect that car's interesting to drive at the moment. Not in its planned shape. Still, George Osborne is ahead of Tom Hill. So the Power Trophy class lead battle back to the lap, the Twin Spark leader. And behind them, the battle of the second in the Twin Spark Cup is absolutely fraught with Andrew Fulcher trying to get himself ahead of Richard Ford here into the chicane. He looks to the inside, he can't quite make it. He outbraked himself a bit. He's out over the curves, out over the concrete section of the track, which didn't help him and dropped him back into the clutches of Jonathan Billingsley as they make their way up towards Redgate.
Yeah, turning their way down through the Craner curves, this big group of cars now, and still in the same order and a bit more spread out than previously. Barry McMahon 45 seconds in front of anybody else. There's 33 minutes of the race left to go.
Oh, McMahon's slow out the chicane.
He is, and that looks like it might be a problem. And is it still up, and what's that lap time? It's a 1:26.7. Wow, just as I was thinking, Barry McMahon's, it's his race to lose, something has gone wrong with the car now. Is this an intermittent problem? or is it something that's going to continue to blight him for the rest of the race?
I don't know if there was just confusion with the slow car James Ford, and perhaps he thought it was a safety car or something, because he looks like he was back up to speed on the exit of Redgate.
Very odd.
We'll see at the end of the lap. Now, for the first time, George Osborne's got a bit of daylight between himself and Tom Hill. So this has been a great start to the season for George Osborne in the Alfa Romeo 75. He completes 13 laps, and he is 1.2 seconds now ahead of Tom Hill.
And that battle in the Twin Spark Cup class going through the chicane, everyone just looks a little bit sideways there, I thought, for a moment, for second, third and fourth. Richard Ford, Andrew Fulcher, and Jonathan Billingsley. Of course, Andrew Bourke still leading that class. He's now 12 seconds clear of Richard Ford.
Well, Barry McMahon's making his way down to the chicane now. Looks like quicker than he was going on the last lap. He was 38 seconds ahead. Of course, in the modified class, he's a lap ahead, I think, of anybody else. Yeah, all power trophy cars between him and Andy Page.
1:22 that time, so 4 seconds faster than the previous lap. But still well set off for his best. But if he carries on at that pace, he's going to win the race anyway, because he'll only have 2 laps to go.
Tom Hill's not been able to get himself back onto terms with George Osborne. George Osborne's best actually was on the last lap, 1 minute 20.11, which is now 2 seconds under the lap record, which was previously held by Dave Messenger. James Ford's car is very slow now, isn't it?
I think it might be an electrical issue. The way lights are flashing on and off as he goes down the straight. George Osborne and Tom Hill go through, and there's now 1.3 seconds between them. They lapped almost identically, and both did personal best that time through as well. But a long way behind everybody else, 36 seconds behind the leader. But also there's about 12 cars all on the exhibition straight there, George.
Yes, including the Twin Spark Cup battle for second. Richard Ford's been able to hold this challenge off so far from Andrew Fulcher and from Jonathan Billingsley. He's only probably got a lap or so to hang on. Is Barry McMahon going to get one more lap in or not? He is, isn't he? He comes up across the line, so he starts the last lap. So his Twin Spark Cup car should get 2 more laps of their battle.
Yeah, so 20 minutes almost ticking around. Hayward continuing on. What's he been doing? He's done 1:24s. What was that lap time? A 1:24 again. So very consistent, but much slower than he'd been expecting to be doing in this race.
I think the Ford car's come to a halt now on the just after Starkey's Bridge. Just got a glimpse of that. So he's not going to score any points after all, by the looks of it.
It was a valiant effort, but ultimately to no avail. Second and third, the Power Trophy, that just goes across the line now, and the gap's come down there because Tom Hill's on a 1:19.77 now, so finding more and more time further and further inside the lap record, and the gap is down to 0.7 of a second between him and George Osborne as they go on to their final lap.
Yeah, it's about 2.5 seconds now under the lap record. It's a demonstration of Alfa Romeo's making their way down to the chicane, and the leader's probably somewhere in it, right at the back of this group of cars. So the Twin Spark Cup cars are going to get another lap, and Richard Ford still under plenty of pressure, but for the win, for the third time this season, Barry McMahon in the Alfa Romeo 156 touring car looking machine takes the win then, unsurprisingly really, the only rapid modified car left in the race really. But for second, and more importantly, the Power Trophy victory, is George Osborne going to hang on? Well, he's got Tom Hill right on his tail as they come through Coppice Corner, and Tom Hill's been able to bring down a gap which was over a second a couple of laps ago. They're nose to tail as they make their way down through the chicane. So for the Power Trophy win, is George Osborne going to be able to hang on here? I think he can. A good run through the chicane will do it, but he's got Tom Hill closer and closer to him all the time. But no, it's not enough. It's George Osborne that takes the victory there in a great race for the Power Trophy guys. The gap was a quarter of a second across the line, and Tom Hill set another new lap record on the last lap, a 1:19.75. Very rapid indeed in the Alfa Romeo GT. The Twin Spark Cup leader for the first time this year is going to be a win for Andrew Bourke. 3 different winners in the Twin Spark Cup this year. It was James and Richard Ford at Silverstone, and now it's Andrew Bourke's turn. A dominant win in the class as it turns out, and for second place, they make their way into the chicane all absolutely together. They're a long way behind Bork, but it is going to be Richard Ford who hangs on here as they come up across the line. So it is Ford in second, third for Andrew Fulcher, fourth Jonathan Billingsley, and then Tom Herbert doing a great job to join them right at the end of the race. And he set the fastest lap within the Twin Spark Cup, 1 minute 26.81. Which wasn't a lap record, well away actually. Barry McMahon, the winner then, his fastest lap was a 1:15.38. Second was George Osborne, third Tom Hill, fourth Dave Messenger, fifth Graham Seeger, sixth for Andy Page, seventh Andrew Bork, eighth Richard Ford, ninth Andrew Fulcher, and in 10th position was Jonathan Billingsley. The top three in the modified class were Barry McMahon, Andy Page, and Keith Waite. In the Power Trophy with George Osborne from Tom Hill and Dave Messenger in the Twin Spark Cup. Andrew Bork from Richard Ford and Andrew Fulcher. Three more tin top races to go today: the Hot Hats Championship, the Classic Stock Hats Championship, and the Clio 182 Championship. But the race winner of the Alfa Romeo Championship, backed by High Tech for 2021, Barry McMahon, is downstairs with Ian. We have, and the cars are being released from the assembly area. It's a full grid. There's reserves as well. The championship in great health. The PBS break, 750 Motor Club Hot Hats Championship. This is round 3, and they will line up with car number 36 on pole position. 36 and 45 on the front row. That's 36 Ryan Polly and 45 Alistair Camp. On row 2, 18 and 63. 18 is Chris Smith and 63 Phil Wright. On row 3, 79 and 12. 79 is Jack Ashton and 12 Martin Ward. On row 4, 2 and 7. 2 is Jamie Martin and 7 Cameron Elder. On row 5, 26 and 74. 26 is Jonathan Hayes and 74 Neil Stringfellow. On row 6 is 60 and 65. 60 is Stephen Langton and 65 Ben Norton. On row 7, 37 and 16. 37 is Chris McCloy and 16 is Ben Piper. On row 8, 68 and 96. 68 is Dan Gibbs and 96 Matthew Howarth. On row 9, 1 and 28. 1 is David Drinkwater. 28 is Olivia Martin. On row 10, 21 and 33. 21 is Jeff Connor and 33 Sean Green. On row 11, 94 and 75. 94 is Matt McCarthy and 75 Paul Keynes. On row 12, 44 and 15. 44 Lewis Field. 15 Daniel Cogswell. On row 13, 43 and 9. 43 Chris Woods and 9 Tim Hartland. 14, 20 and 6. 20 to 0 Martin Paget and 6 is William Hornsey. On row 15, 99 and 85. 99 Alexander Harris and 85 Anthony Woodhams. On row 16, 197 and 55. 197 Stephen Connor and 55 is David Measday. On row 17, 49 and 66. 49 is John Hobbs. And 66 is Peter Grist. On row 18, 86 and 98. 86 is Tim Parsons and 98 is Paul Rowan. On row 19 is 47 and 148. 47 is Charlie Cole and 148 is Wayne Shackelford. And on row 20 is 46 and 17. 46 Nick Leston and 17 is Kate Yates. The two reserves which have headed to the end of the pit lane are cars 97, which is Andrew Ashton, and 143. which is Lee Thorrington. So a great grid, 42 cars here for the Hot Hatch Championship. Actually, somebody has withdrawn since qualifying. Not quite sure who that is, but not ready to worry because there's plenty of them that are left. This category got underway at Cadwell Park last month, and it was Alistair Camp who took 2 victories from Phil Wright, and then Ryan Polly and Chris McCloy took a 3rd place apiece. Class B wins went to Andrew Ashton and Neil Stringfellow, and Class C wins both went to David Drinkwater. A new class system for Hot Hatch this year seems to be proving pretty popular by early stages, Ian.
Well, it really sort of has done the trick because we were getting great numbers in Hot Hatch before, but what we've now got is a much more competitive top class. Last year, pretty much it was Gary Preble who was out on his own in that class. We'd only had probably a handful of cars in the year before, so I think it's really good that we've effectively dropped down the top power band now. So the power to weight ratio split is 200 brake horsepower to the limit for Class A, 175 for Class B, and 145 for Class C. So they're relatively close power bands, really, that we're operating in. And it does seem to have attracted more cars to the grid. So a good move has been made by the 750 Motor Club this year to attract more cars onto the grid, and the top class in particular does look very competitive this season, doesn't it?
Yes. At Cadwell Park, Alistair Camp was very quick. It has to be said. Ryan Polly led, I think, the first race, but then Camp got past him, as did Phil Wright. But it looks like Ryan Polly's got that car sorted now. It didn't run particularly well at Cadwell Park, but he's got pole position here. So that's a good sign, isn't it? He was a 10th quicker than Alistair Camp. And then Chris Smith, that was impressive from him in qualifying. He got 3rd ahead of Phil Wright. Lots of Civics at the front. But then in 5th place is Jack Ashton in the Rover Metro GTI. He blew an engine at Cadwell. He blew an engine on the rolling road this week. So he's got his detuned, I think, engine in now. And he qualified 5th, which is rather good, isn't it, from the former Metro Cup champion.
Yeah.
Then you've got Martin Ward, he starts 6th, so back to Civics again. But you've got Martin Ward, Alistair Camp, Ryan Polly, they've all been champions in one way or another with the 750 Motor Club recently. Class B, that's headed by Neil Stringfellow in his Peugeot 205. He won one race at Cadwell and retired in the other. He's on pole by some way, 3 seconds, I think, or so. So this is the new class, 175 brake horsepower per tonne. So more people getting used to running cars here, so I think the Class B will grow. Dan Gibbs qualified 2nd, who's upgraded his Golf, and Lewis Field was 3rd in a Renault Clio. Then Class C, the class that's been dominated by David Drinkwater recently, had some real competition at Cadwell Park from Olivia Martin, who basically was on his rear bumper for the whole race. She's also in a bit more BMW compact, although a car which got a rear wing on it, which Drinkwater's car hasn't. But that's the beauty, isn't it, of this Hot Hatch Championship with open regulations. You can do what you feel is fit with the car, as long as it fits into the power to weight ratio, and it generally makes some really good racing. But championship, that's equal between Camp and Drinkwater. 3rd is Phil Wright, Olivia Martin 4th. Class B championship leader is the reserve this weekend. That's Andrew Ashton, who's in the Rover 216. So it looks like he won't get a race today.
Just a reminder, if you want to watch the live timing, you can do that. It's accessible via the 750 Motor Club website. If you go to 750mc.co.uk/calendar, you'll see a link to the live timing page for today's event, and you'll be able to see the timing information that we can see here in the commentary box as well. And that may well add to your enjoyment of the racing. You can see Ben Piper heading into position in the black and gold Honda Civic, the 38-year-old restaurateur from London. Completed in his first ever race at Mallory Park. He had great failure after just 2 laps, but Donington was much more successful. Had 2 finishes here, 1 in the top 10, so he'll be looking to try and repeat that if he can. And he built this car himself on a cold and wet single garage on the council estate in Bethnal Green in East London, so all credit to Ben Piper for the many hours of hard work he's put in getting his black and gold Civic, which starts this race on, where are we on the grid? Race 7 of the grid.
The Golf for the pit lane, that's 99, which is Alex Harris from Class B. Good to see lots of Clios of different eras. You've got the 172, 182, 197, a 200 and a cup car as well. So lots of Clios fit in here nice. Now with one car for the pits, presume that means one of our reserves should be able to get into the race.
You would think so. So I think that the signal's being given to Andrew Ashton. Yep, close your door. You might get a race, but the red lights are on, Josh.
Yep, so the third round of the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship is underway. Polly made the best starts at CAD 1. I think he's done again. Look at Andrew and Jack Ashton in the light Metro, gets away really well. He's trying to find a way past Chris Smith, but he can't quite manage it. Alistair Camp didn't make a great start, so he's losing places. And around the outside comes Chris Smith, but he throws it into the gravel truck, so he's off the road. So Jack Ashton in the little Metro gets a second position here, as everyone did. It's all gone wrong behind. There's a Ben Morton's Integras across the glass, there's many others too. So that all started when Chris Smith went off, so there's 3 or 4 cars. They may all rejoin though, which should be positive for this race. What's happening up front? Well, it was Polly that led, but he's no longer because Jack Ashton's alongside him in the Metro. He's grabbing the lead. He went really well at the start of the races at Cadwell Park too. So all of these Honda Civics are being beaten by a 30-year-old Metro that goes right round the outside on the claims to grab the race lead.
Good cars, those Metros. They are out in front, or one of them is at least in the hands of Jack Ashton then. Ryan Polly has been vanquished for the moment at least, but can he come back? There's one car that's still stranded on the grass on the exit of Redgate Corner, but I think the remainder of them did get away, which is good to see. Hopefully this won't have too much of an impact. So Ryan Polly pulling out of Jack Ashton's slipstream, gets down the inside and gets into the lead into the chicane. So how many different leaders have we had on this first lap? It seems like a few.
Yeah, Chris Smith led for a bit, didn't he? Ended up in the gravel not long afterwards. So the leaders head off down towards Redgate, and the Civics have got a bit more power, able to pass Jack Ashton in a straight line. Of course, that car will be lighter, and he tries to fight back. He had Camp on the inside, but he didn't care about that. He went up the inside of Ryan Polly. Couldn't quite make it. So it's Polly, Ashton, Camp, Jamie Martin's up to third. Good start from him. Phil Wright is fifth. Then you've got Martin Ward, and Neil Stringfellow in the Peugeot 205, the Class B car, is up in seventh place. So that's a good start for him in Class C. It's Paul Keynes. Where did he come from? He's got himself ahead of David Drinkwater, I guess. The Class C cars were trying to avoid all the carnage in front of them.
Yeah, big sort out there because they had that those incidents to pick their way through. Right, it's Ryan Polly still leading then. Jack Ashton clinging on to second place. Alistair Camp in third, coming under pressure now, I think possibly from Jamie Martin there. As into the pits comes one of the cars that was involved on the first lap. That is the number 60 Clio, Stephen Langton, the Yoo-Hoo liveried car. He was involved in that incident in the first corner.
I think the car that's left is Ben Morton's Integra, but the leaders turn through Coppice, and it's free absolutely together. The two Civics of Ryan Polly and Alistair Camp that have the straight line speed and therefore can get past Jack Ashton. So Ashton in the Metro drops down to third as they turn their way into the chicane at the end of the second lap. But this is really positive, I think, for Jack Ashton because the Metro is going very well with possibly a car that's not up to its full power spec this weekend. We've got yellow flags up at Redgate Corner. Jamie Martin's trying to challenge. Well, he shouldn't be doing that because there's a yellow flag there. But you've got a lot of cars separated by not very much at all. 2 seconds separate the top 6 with Martin Ward, a former champion in this equivalent class right there. Phil Wright's got the fastest lap. He's in 4th.
So we are on to lap 3 of this race then, this big grid, and it's side by side for the lead. Down into the old hairpin, Ryan Polly is in the lead at the moment, I think, but it's really 4 cars disputing the position now. Jack Ashton is there in third. I think it's Alistair Camp that's up into second position. And then it's Philip Wright in fourth, I think. So really actually 6 cars in the leading group. Fantastic stuff this, Josh.
Yeah, Cadwell Park, it was good to see lots of cars. It was not this competitive, that's for sure. So it's absolutely brilliant to see here at Donington Park. That's a bit more of a conventional circuit, and it is really very competitive at the front of the field. This is lap 3 of a 15-minute race. Alistair Camp, who was a double winner at Cadwell Park, looks up the inside of Ryan Polly. He can't do it. Behind, Phil Wright looks up the inside of Jack Ashton. Can't do it. Oh no, Ashton's thrown it off and he's into the tyre wall quite heavily. So I think, although that's the not done too much damage, that's not actual tyre wall, is it? That's it. So that might have saved his Metro, I think. And for the lead, Alistair Camp down at the inside of Ryan Polly, and he grabs the lead of the motor race then, and ended up being quite easy for him, I think. So into the lead goes Alistair Camp. We didn't have yellow flags there for the first time, and he noticed it, and perhaps that's why Polly wasn't defending as hard as he may have been.
Yeah, so Jack Ashton's car's come to a stop. The recticell has been comprehensively rearranged on the exit of the chicane, but it's done its job, I think. It's prevented what could have been, it's not a big accident, but it could have been much more dramatic. Let's hope that Jack is okay and that the car is not too badly damaged, but driver most importantly. So we've got then Alistair Camp leaving it, and Jack Ashton's driving away. Now, is he going to drive into the pit lane, or is he going to go back into the race? He's going to go into the pit lane. I think that's probably the wise course of action.
But there is not really any damage to the car, is there, considering
it's still metro-shaped, at least. Bit of broken light, bumpers hanging off, but yeah, get that checked over.
If you didn't see that, you wouldn't have thought it, would you?
No.
That's for sure. It's a great job by the Donington Park trackside furniture to keep that one car alive. Right, free for the lead. Polly behind Camp now, of course, and then Phil Wright. So these are three front runners in 750 Motor Club racing for some time now in Honda Civics this year. And Phil Wright having a look here to try and make his way ahead of Ryan Polly. Both of these drivers have been winners in the Clio 182 Championship, which we'll see out later on this afternoon, and it is Wright that gets the fastest lap, a 1:19.32, and that is a new lap record, about a second quicker than what we've been doing here in the past.
No surprise, really, given how competitive it is. Here's a good little scrap coming up and over the line now as well, and it's for the Class C lead. Paul Keynes, David Drinkwater with that new livery this season, and Chris Woods, the three cars together, separated by just over half a second. You've got three different cars there, the Saxo heading them, but Drinkwater only just behind. They've got behind them one of the Class A cars, I think Jeff Connor, so that'll be a bit quicker and might well get stuck in amongst those cars and disrupt that battle.
Yeah, you've got Chris Woods C2 in there. That's going better than perhaps expected. Certainly better than it went at Cadwell Park as well. Not sure what's happened to Olivia Martin. Perhaps she's 32nd. I presume she was involved in that lap one incident, which has dropped her way back. Right, what's happened with the leaders? They're in traffic, and Alistair Camp got through the traffic well in time, and he's got a massive lead because of it, and Phil Wright's got himself ahead of Ryan Polly. So Polly, who got pole, has now dropped a third. This is all too familiar to him from Cadwell Park. But Camp leads by 2 seconds now over Phil Wright, who I think got caught up a bit in back marker traffic. Fourth is Jamie Martin, fifth is Martin Ward, sixth is Cameron Elder, and there's a gap back to Jonathan Hayes. Eighth is Neil Stringfellow, who leads Class B by not very much at all, because Dan Gibbs is going after him and going quicker than him in the Gulf.
Just pick up on that Class C battle. Actually, the quickest driver in Class C is Olivia Martin. That 1:27.12 that she's done is faster than the lap times the drivers contesting for the lead in that class were at the moment. They're back with us now, and they have got the battle still being headed by Paul Keynes from David Drinkwater. The C2's just dropped back a little bit. It's got some quicker cars now ahead of it from the other classes. But yeah, Olivia Martin's in good lap times, but she's way behind after that first corner incident.
Pretty confident. Paul Keynes hasn't won a race before, so he's ahead of David Drinkwater. Can he stay there? Well, it's very close indeed as they head onto a crane of curves with the Clio Cup car. Jeff Connor squeezing between them through the middle of the craners, which I should imagine is quite exciting. Paul Keynes locks up now. That might not help his case, and he's locked up, so that means the Cup car's got through, but David Drinkwater has not. So I think Paul Keynes just about hangs on for now.
So our camp's just gone through to complete lap number 6. 8 minutes of the race have gone, so just under 7 minutes left to go. He leads by 2.1 seconds from Phil Wright. Ryan Polly another second behind in third. Jamie Martin in fourth. Martin Ward fifth. And Cameron Elder into sixth position ahead of Jonathan Hayes, Chris Smith, Neil Stringfellow and Dan Gibbs in the second of the Class B cars, and now only less than half a second behind Stringfellow.
Drinkwater's alongside Keynes coming down to the chicane. So this is for the lead of Class C. Oh, someone's gone way off in the background, but Paul Keynes has held on at the front of Class C. The car that went off, I think, at Coppet has got back on again.
Yeah, and the 37 car, which is Chris McCloy, who's one of those drivers that I think got caught up at the first corner, probably looking at some damage to the car. He's making his way past that Class C battle as well. So there's various cars come past David Measday, and the Nova comes through one to watch is this battle for Class B, because 16 seconds behind the race leader, Neil Stringfellow and Dan Gibbs in Peugeot and VW are separated by only half a second, or they were last time they crossed the line.
Good to see Class B sort of come alive this weekend, because that was almost non-existent at Cadwell Park, if we're honest. But yeah, good to see them going well inside the top 10 overall, and Dan Gibbs going quicker than Neil Stringfellow in this upgraded car. Meanwhile, Martin Ward's just got fourth away from Jamie Martin, I noticed, outside the commentary box. But here are the Class B cars. It's Stringfellow in the 205 ahead of Dan Gibbs in the Golf. So a bit of retro racing here as well. What, these cars 30 years old or so, and it's the Golf that's on the inside of the 205, but he can't make it work. So Stringfellow stays in front. They've got lap cars to deal with now.
Yep, so good scrap going on among Class B, good scrap in Class C. Out front was about 2 seconds between Al Camp and Philip Wright. Then another 1.3 seconds back to Ryan Polly in third.
Looks like Drinkwater's got Paul Keynes on this lap, but he locks up into the chicane, which probably won't help his line. But he's held on, he's pulling away, isn't he now? And Chris Woods in the Citroen C2 is going to come up alongside its sort of older brother, the Saxo, side by side going up towards Redgate. So Paul Keynes, who led a lap ago in the class, might lose second here to Chris Woods, who's on the outside. He can't quite make it though.
We have got 4.25 minutes or so of the race left to go. 7 laps completed by Alistair Camp. Blue flags waving because Camp is making his way through some back markers. And he crosses the line to complete 8 laps now. Another lap in the 19, so very quick lap times, but not as quick lap time as Philip Wright, who's taken another 4:10 out of him. But Camp was, I think, deeper into the traffic that time. So 1.5 seconds first to second, 2 seconds now second to third, and then Martin Ward is 6 seconds adrift of Ryan Polly.
Here come the Class B cars, and Dan Gibbs is still right on the tail of the Peugeot of Stringfellow. Oh, and he's had an off in front.
Is that the Civic?
There's lots of them here.
It is a Civic, and it's the one I thought it was, and that it is car number 2, which is Jamie Martin in the Type R drive from Stockbridge, who we thought originally was entered in a Golf.
He was fourth earlier. He's ripped the front bumper off, and it's a bit smoky, so I'm not sure if it's all well with that, because it was a slow last lap as well, so whether there were some car issues that put him there. But here's Drinkwater, the Class C leader, and now he's got the lead. He's gone, isn't he, from the Keynes and Woods Citroen battle.
Yeah, and that's hotting up nicely, isn't it? C2's never really took off much. Hayden had one in stock hatch for a while, I guess.
Josh Cook tested one, didn't he?
Yeah.
But decided the Saxo was better.
Yeah, absolutely right. And, of course, Josh Cook has gone on to be a race winner in the British Touring Car Championship. But, yeah, that battle is tracking as it heads down the Crowther curves. It's pretty close, but I think the Saxo of Paul Keynes has got the legs of the C2. As one heads into the pits, that's the 148 car, Wayne Shackelford's Class C Saxo.
Okay, leaders across the line. Alistair Camp 1.6 seconds ahead of Phil Wright with 3 minutes to go. Ryan Polly is third. Fourth is Martin Ward, who in that lap was quicker than the 4 cars in front, but was slower than the car that's behind him, which is Cameron Elder. Chris Smith has recovered to 6th. I mean, he was off on the first lap. Where was 18 early on in the race? 16th after 1 lap. So that was, so there was 13th, then 11th. And then he's gradually worked his way up into 6th place. So it's been a good race from him, really. He qualified well as well. So Chris Smith, one to watch, I think, in the championship this year.
Would seem to be that way, wouldn't it? That's for certain. So we've got just about 2 minutes of the race left to go. And it's Alistair Camp leading by 1.7 seconds. I've hovered between 1.5 seconds and 2 seconds, really, for the past 5 laps or so now, as David Drinkwater crosses the line as well. Leading Class C, the second and third place battle in that class continues to rage on. Paul Keynes ahead of Chris Woods in their 16th and 17th overall as well. As Camp goes across the line, and he will start his penultimate lap, I think. There's a driving standards flag being shown to car 85, which is Anthony Woodham's Saxo. So he's perhaps exceeding track limits or committing some other misdemeanour. Jamie Martin, we're just hearing, has dropped down the order. That's the car that's in the gravel, isn't it? Yeah. Look at the side-by-side for the Class B leader, but over the line this time, and the nose of the Golf is in front this time. And so that's done before they get to the yellow flags, which is for the Jamie Martin incident that's the car's being recovered. So change there, Dan Gibbs getting ahead of Neil Stringfellow into the Class B lead and 8th place overall.
Good stuff then from him. So that's been a good upgrade to the car over the winter, isn't it? From Class C to Class B.
And good that he got the race as well, because he was on the reserve list too, so good that he got in.
Same for Alistair Camp, isn't it? He was on the reserve list. Well, there was an amended grid which put him into the race.
Yeah.
And he leads the motor race then on this penultimate lap, I think we are. The last lap board's being prepared. He's making his way past the front cars in Class C. Down into the chicane. He's got a larger gap now, I think, over Phil Wright, so getting through the traffic okay.
Second and third in Class C, side by side over the line as they go on to their penultimate lap. Last lap board goes out to Alistair Camp. Is it going to be Keynes or is it going to be Wood that turns in first? It's Keynes in the slightly older car that manages to hold on. Still there, Class C second, and overall in 16th position.
Ryan Polly's only 1.5 seconds behind Phil Wright now, so don't think he'll be close enough to get through. Dan Gibbs has pulled away from Neil Stringfellow in the traffic. Now he's in front in Class B. So Gibbs looks quite good now for a victory. His fastest lap was a 1:22.4 as a car off at Coppice. It's a Civic, but that doesn't narrow things down too much. But he's got back on again. But Alistair Camp looks set then to make it 3 wins in a row in the Hot Hatch Championship. He took both wins at Cadwell Park. This one, I think, it stays a bit more tightly contested than what Cadwell Park would be. He did have to do some overtaking there as well. He turns his area then through Coppice Corner in the lead. Second, Phil Wright, I think, is still ahead of Ryan Polly. So it looks like that should stay as it is then. So Alistair Camp turns his way then into the chicane. He hasn't got the fastest lap this time though, so not maximum points that he took in the earlier race. So he wins, and behind them for second in Class C, it's a dead heat pretty much. They just need to get in front. It looked like Chris Woods was just nosing ahead of Paul Keynes, and he took it by 100th of a second. Phil Wright come through in second, only half a second ahead of Ryan Polly. So Polly was catching and doing his fastest lap right at the end. Fourth goes to Martin Ward. He hangs on ahead of Chris Smith. Sixth will go to Cameron Elder. Seventh to Jonathan Hayes. And for Class B, out of the chicane, it's Dan Gibbs all over the curves, but he is in front and he wins the class and he beats Neil Stringfellow. 2/8 overall. 10th will go to Sean Green, and 11th, Jeff Connor, the Class C winner. He'll end up being the only driver on the lead lap. David Drinkwater, he did pull out 8 seconds to Chris Woods and Paul Keynes. Fourth in that class was William Hornsey, fifth Martin Paget, and sixth Tim Hartland. They've all taken the checkered flag already. But an eventful hot hatched race, excitement pretty much all the way through it. But again, it's Alistair Camp that wins, a former champion in hot hatch. By 2.8 seconds from Phil Wright, with third for Ryan Polly, fourth Martin Ward, and fifth for Chris Smith. In Class B, Dan Gibbs beat Neil Stringfellow. Third, much further behind, with Daniel Cogswell and Nathan Almera. Fourth was Lewis Field, and fifth Stephen Connor. And then in Class C, it's David Drinkwater who's taken the checkered flag as the winner. Second, Chris Woods. Third, Paul Keynes. Fourth, William Hornsey. And fifth, Martin Paget. So that completes Hot Hatch Racing for today. They will be back out tomorrow. We've got 2 more races today, 13 races tomorrow, so plenty of racing still to go here at Donington Park. We've got Classic Stock Catch and Clio 182s up next, but Ian Soman is downstairs with our race winner, 3-time winner this season, Alistair Camp. Thank you, Ian. Yes, Classic Stock Catch up next. No green flag lap, so let's give you the grid. On the front row, 53 and 87. 53, Pete Morgan, and 87, Stuart Place. On row 2, 2 and 72. 2 is Ryan Morgan, 72 is Lee Scott. On row 3, 88 and 28. 88, Martin Kaiser, and 28, Andy Tibbs. On row 4, 46 and 41. 46 is Chris Deere, and 41, Jason Wood. Row 5, 89 and 39. 89, Richard Kelsall, and 39, Martin Rogers. Row 6, 12 and 5, James Hasselhurst, and 5, Terry Roughton. On row 6, 12 and row 7, 93 and 24. 93, Ben Bateman. 24, James Hancock. Row 8 is 30 and 58. 30 is William Humphrey. 58, Peter Oxaby. On row 9, 33 and 60. 33, Ryan Clark. 60 is Gary Coburn. Row 10, 26 and 21. 26 is Paul Block. 21, Ian Gibbon. Row 11, 27 and 73. 27 is Jack Reynolds. 73, Jason Watkinson. Row 12, 92 and 91. 92, Rick Green. 91, Steve Groom. And on row 13 is 18, and 18 is Darren Bassingthwaite. So it'll be 25 pre-92 stock catch cars in Classic Stock Catch, backed by Demon Treats of Yokohama this year again, that are about to take to the circuit. And they had 2 races at Silverstone last month, and it was Stuart Place who took both victories there. So he's the championship leader by 8 points from Ryan Morgan, who finished twice in second place there. Martin Kaiser's there with the championship. He got 1 third place. The other podium finisher at Silverstone was Chris Deere. So cars soon to come out. Qualifying this morning took place when the rain came down. So I think it was important to get your lap time in early in qualifying. We've got Paul Thorpe up to talk to us. So Paul, qualifying looks at interesting conditions.
Yes, hello Josh. Yes, it was incredibly slippy out there. Speaking to the drivers, the conditions were worsening as the qualifying went on. Like you say, most people got their quick laps in by about lap 4, and then they just couldn't improve the tyres. But most of them stayed out there because it looks like we might have a wet race tomorrow. So they'll get some track time to see what the car was feeling. But most were quite confident it's going to be dry, and it looks like it is going to be dry. So we can see cars at their full pace. It's quite interesting. There are 2 cars actually out there that I've raced myself personally. Gary Coburn in the 60 car, that's a Fiesta that I raced here, I think it must have been 2016, and I managed to get a 5th place in that. Well, no, maybe in 4th place. I can't remember. It was a good race between me and Ted Cooper. And also the number 93 car, which is Ben Bateman. That car I took out a couple of years ago here, and also managed to have a good race with Ted Cooper. Just beat him to the line again. But it's good to see both them cars are out here. Ben Bateman, he's come from mini stocks, he's given it a go. And he did show he's got very good talent. So that'd be one to watch out for. He's qualified 12th in his first ever race, and I'm expecting him to get into the top 10.
Is there anybody you think qualified out of position because of the weird qualifying session?
Well, it was interesting. I was speaking to Pete Morgan, who has got a pole. He managed to pull out a wonderful lap. That's his years of experience. He admitted to me that his son Ryan, who's in position 3, is quicker down the straights, but Pete, his experience, he managed to pull off a pole lap. I was expecting Stuart Place to be there, and Lee Scott, he hasn't lost any of his mojo to show that he was in position 4 there. I think it was a good showing by Andrew Tibbs, who was his first time racing that car. He's in the right position. I don't think anyone's actually qualified where I don't expect them. It's about where I'd expect them to be, and it's all impressive that we didn't have a red flag at all in that qualifying session, because like I said, the conditions are incredibly slippy here at Donington when it's wet, partly due to those wonderful aircraft taking off and leaving greasy deposits on the track. So when it is like it wasn't raining enough to clean the track, it was just enough to make it nice and slippy, but it was entertaining to watch.
Steve Groom's right here at the back. He had a good run at Silverstone. He got a 6th position, so perhaps he's to move forward.
Yeah, I think he had a bit of a misfire. I know I would expected him to be probably middle of the pack, so it'd be interesting to see how he does. I'm quite impressed to see that Chris Deere actually qualified quite well. He actually had a car that wasn't given the engine enough petrol, so he actually qualified quite impressive considering his car wasn't running properly. So he'd be one to watch because he's got his car running on form. But I think it's going to be very difficult to predict the top 10 places this year, because all the drivers out there are getting better and better, and it's getting much harder getting to the top 10. It should be a good race, Josh.
Of course, Stuart placed after taking 2 wins at Silverstone. Means he's got 60 kilograms of ballast in his Peugeot 205, which he's not used to running with.
Yeah, I think it's 50 kilos. 50 kilos. It's 25 for a win. So he's carrying 50 kilos. But Stuart has shown that he can handle a car whatever the weight. I don't know how he does it, but he'd be interesting to see how he does with this much weight. I don't think he's had this much weight before, but I'm confident that he will do well, because he definitely rings the neck of that 205.
Absolutely. So we've got a bit of recovery going on from the hot hatch race. A bit of recovery going on the back straight at the moment.
It's quite nice actually to be up in the commentary box. We haven't had this for about a year and a half because of something going on in the world. And it's actually nice to be up here at the commentary box and actually looking around. And I can see we've got cameras on parts of the circuit we can't see, which is a lot better than the last time I was here. So.
And we've got nice sort of spectators around the circuit, which is good to see, Paul. We've got people down the old hairpin, and there's people up the top of Redgate, and of course, first meeting this year that spectators have been able to attend to. Thank you for coming along, and hopefully Classic Stock Catch entertains you.
Oh, we should do. Looking at the interesting parts of the circuit, the old hairpin's always quite exciting. The first corner's always exciting. Looking at the far end, I love McLean's. As we're looking up as we just got up the hill there towards the end of the circuit, McLean's, I love that corner. So that's going to be quite eventful. The next one, I think it's Coppice. Coppice is the next one. Sorry, I've raced here so many times and I don't know what they're called half the time. Down that long straight and the chicane. That's going to be a hot spot as well.
Well, I noticed, Paul, for the last 10 minutes, they've been clearing gravel from the circuit. In one race, particularly earlier, I don't think anyone actually was on the track. And it's a bit of a hot spot here at Donington, isn't it? The inside over the concrete curbs, what's allowed and what isn't.
Well, a couple of years ago, they actually removed, they used to have some sausage curbs there. And I think it's, I think on the 750 Motor Club website, you can still actually see a picture of me where I clobbered the sausage curbs and got it in 2 wheels. And they removed the sausage curbs, and now it seems to be a free-for-all around there, and you tend to get a lot of gravel there. I just hope they're keeping an eye on the track limits there, because it can be a place for abuse there.
Yes, we saw some. I had a little rant earlier, Paul.
So it's not just me, though, Josh.
So if that happens again, beware. But race cars are coming onto the grid, so let's talk about them rather than track limits, because that's a topic everyone loves. Ryan Morgan there on road 2, and actually spoke to you on commentary since he's been out. He was very impressive last year, wasn't he?
He's very good, yes. Well, he's an oval racer himself, and he's shown that he's incredibly quick. And Pete's admitted to me that Ryan is so much quicker in a straight line than him. So it'll be interesting to see what happens between father and son in the first lap.
So is Pete giving his son the better engine?
I don't know. I don't know. It's just an observation. He said, so it's going to be intriguing to see how the first lap, whether he's going to let Ryan by, or if he's just going to say, no, I'm going to try and beat you, son. So that's going to be very interesting. I'm always worried when I see siblings close together on the on the track.
And of course, when they're green flag lap and front-wheel drive cars, we've got cold rear tyres to look out for on the first lap. We've had a few moments at Redgate and other races today, although now the track is dry, that should be less of an issue than it was earlier on, hopefully.
It's still going to be quite interesting because you've got some fast right-handers here. The first lap is going to be well interesting. By the time you get to McLean's down the far end, you're hoping that you've got some heat in your tyres. So McLean's is a place to watch for cold tyres. But they're just about to get underway. Just trying to see how many seconds we got left. We've got 30 seconds left.
Absolutely. So the third round then, a 14 this year for the Demon Tweaks and Yokohama Classic Stock Cats Championship then for late 1980s hatchback cars, generally 1600cc engine machines. The 5-second board is shown. We're about to get these 25 cars underway then for the third round of the Demon Tweaks and Yokohama Classic Stock Cats Championship. The red lights go out now and away they go, and it's better start by Stuart Place then, and the XR2 alongside him of Pete Morgan. So it looks like the championship leader Place is going to head the way.
We had contact there. It looks like someone's gone into the back of a slowing car.
And Bateman's Nova perhaps didn't get away very well, but it's Stuart Place. He's miles ahead of everybody else through Redgate. Oh, and one of the Morgans are off on the inside of Redgate corner. Not sure who it is. Yeah, not sure which one that was. But yeah, that's Ben Bateman's inexperience there, paying not in his favour off the line. But down the Craner curve we go for the first time. Stuart Place lead. It's side by side, and Lee Scott gets second from one of the Morgans, and it's Martin Kayser who is in fourth place. They turn their way into the old hairpin, but it's been a phenomenal start here by Stuart Place. And there's a car off into the
wrong way,
and it goes
over. It's gone over.
Yes, it had. It's back on four wheels again, but that's one car out of the race for sure. But the leaders pull up at McLean's, and it's Stuart Place, the Peugeot 205, the double winner from Silverstone that leads.
He's got a good 3 or 4 car length advantage over Lee Scott there. I see that one of the Morgans is tussling. I think that's Martin Kayser. I can't quite see where they're going down the back straight. Just wait for Josh to take the screen. But there they go. They're going round Coppice now onto the straight. But what a marvellous start there by Stuart Place. I'm not quite sure what happened there, whether Pete missed it perhaps. But it's quite a surprising distance that he's leading at the head there. I'm just looking further back.
Both Morgans are dropping away, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there, or whether they've got the wrong setup or whatever. But as they're coming into the chicane now, and here we are, Stuart Place, and Lee Scott has got he's only 2 lengths between him now, but there's about 10 lengths back to Martin Kayser. Jason Wood, well done. He's in front of Pete Morgan. But there's Martin Rogers, and then Ryan Morgan. What a terrible first lap they've had.
So I think it was Ryan Morgan who had the moment at Redgate, and then as you said, Pete Morgan's car doesn't look very quick in a straight line. But Jason Wood come from 8th from the grid up to 4th, so that's I think one of his best first laps he's had. I think he struggled a bit at Silverstone. It's an XR2 I think that went over. That Ian Gribben.
Oh yes, it does look like Ian Gribben's car, the blue XR2. Just seeing the marshals. I think he's out of the car.
Yes, he got out of the car. He's okay, which is the main thing, isn't it? Hopefully wouldn't have done too much damage.
It was quite a slow rollover. It's the classic when you go into the gravel, it slows you down, but you end up with the car slightly sideways and it just sends it over. It's quite a light roll, but it's shocking nonetheless. And I'm just seeing further back there was a tussle between somebody going up the straight. I can't quite see who it was. I did notice that Terry Roughton got a real good start, but he seems to have a diabolical first lap.
Okay, so Terry Roughton is 9th, so he did all right in the end. Where did he start? 12th, so we're going 3 places on the first lap.
He actually got a really good start off the line. I was looking at him, he really seemed to get away. But the AXs are incredibly light vehicles.
Here comes Lee Scott, he's challenging Stuart Place from Stuart Place.
All over him.
Carrying the ballast this weekend. Lee Scott, ballast free. He wasn't at Silverstone. He's a multiple champion, is Lee Scott, and I think Stuart Place might struggle to keep him behind throughout this race. Now, Ryan and Pete Morgan are coming back now, aren't they, at Jason? They're coming back for the lead. Lee Scott's going to get it, I think, into Redgate corner. He's on the inside of Stuart Place. He's blowered past, basically, and he's through into the lead. Stuart Place second. Third is Martin Kayser for 4th. Jason Wood is hanging on there, but he's got the Morgan freight train behind him.
Yes, I noticed that Pete let Ryan through there to let him chase after the leading pack. Just showing that, like you say, that he's not very quick. For some reason, the engine seems to lack it in a straight line. The car handles beautifully, but it's just lacking that little bit of power as it comes down to the old hairpin.
Ryan Morgan up the inside of Jason Wood. He's got the fastest lap as well with Ryan Morgan, a 1:28.0, which is a second quicker than the leaders. And Stuart Place is pressurising Lee Scott again, so now he's in the slipstream. He's able to keep with Scott. Then Kayser's third, but how long is it going to take for Ryan Morgan to catch him? And Pete Morgan now looks up the inside of Jason Wood, but he couldn't quite make it.
Yes, that's a good move there by Stuart to try and use the slipstream to try and cancel out the weight he's carrying. It's probably a good move that he tries to sit there as best he can. He's got to not make any mistakes and try and keep with him. And there's slightly different lines there coming out the last corner there, coming down the start finish straight, but he's all over it. It's like a little train there, about 10 cars, isn't there, Josh?
Absolutely, and it's Lee Scott who's heading it now. Ryan Morgan coming back under pressure from Jason Wood for 4th, and behind Martin Rogers trying to get the better of Pete Morgan. He flings the car over the grass on the inside of the chicane. That was taking liabilities with things, I think, but he held on to his position nevertheless. And it's 8 cars. It's Scott, Place, Kaiser, Morgan, Woods, Pete Morgan, and Rogers and Chris Deere. And it's Andrew Tibbs in 9th, but he's a long way behind the top 8.
Yeah, it looks like Andrew's slowing down. He's not very good. It seems to be losing power on the end of the straight because Titch Kessel caught right up with him there, and there was about 3 or 4 lengths between it at the beginning of the straight. I don't know if he's got a problem there.
Yeah, Andrew Tibbs told me this morning when he was out at Snetterton, his car loses about 4 car lengths.
Oh, they got a car sideways. That looks like Paul Brock has gone completely sideways and losing places left, right, and centre.
But he will rejoin from that spin. Now, Stuart Place is keeping with the leader here, isn't he, Lee Scott? And then in 3rd is Kaiser, and 4th Ryan Morgan, and 5th Pete Morgan gets ahead of Jason Wood then. So he tried that a lap ago. He's got it done now. So fastest lap is now the leader, Lee Scott, 127.75. So at the moment, Ryan Morgan's not really bringing the gap down to the leaders on this particular lap. And Stuart Place is looking up the inside there.
Slightly different lines. They're usually slightly different lines because we've got so many different cars that are in the championship. You'll see that they're all using slightly different lines because some cars are better in the corners than others. But that was just a line difference. But like you say, Stuart Place is doing the right thing, in my opinion. He's keeping right with Lee Scott. He's going to let Lee Scott do all the work, and he's just going to keep in that slipstream. He's like thinking about threatening, but if I were you, sir, just stay there. Just play the weighting game. You're ideal. You've got the slipstream to overcome the weight.
Pete Morgan's line through the right-handed element of the corner is interesting.
Is that the chicane?
Yes, but the right hand, we had the left-hander was the problem earlier.
Oh, Pete just gone sideways there. Who was that? That was Pete Osgoody, but he managed to save that wonderfully.
Okay, fastest lap now goes to Stuart Place, 127.17, which is about a second off the lap record for these cars around Donington Park. The leaders turn their way then into the old hairpin. It's Lee Scott, ahead of Stuart Place, Martin Kaiser, then Ryan Morgan there in 4th. Gap now back to Pete Morgan in 5th, Jason Wood 6th, 7th is Martin Rogers, and 8th is Chris Deere. Outside the top 10, we've got Andrew Tibbs, Ryan Clark, Richard Kelsall, Jason Hasselhurst, and Jason Watkinson. They're in that big train of cars heading through the old hairpin at the moment, all 5 of them.
Excellent there. I see that Lee Scott's just pulled a couple of lengths there on Stuart Place. Come on, keep your head down, Stuart. Keep with the slipstream. You'll be fine. I mean, he's following a multi-champion there. So if he can just keep holding the slipstream, but he has dropped a few car lengths, and that will tell down the straight. And Martin Kaiser's really looking as though he could threaten coming up in the next couple of laps, because now we're getting over halfway distance. The tyres will start going off from that extra weight. So Stuart's just got to nurse them tyres as best he can.
Okay, watch Pete Morgan through the chicane here, Paul, if he does what he's done on previous laps. They turn their way here on the inside. He takes, I think, oh my good grief. It's interesting, isn't it? Right. And looking at the time he gains from here as well, which actually goes to show he must be losing so much time on the rest of the lap.
Well, there used to be a really, really high sausage curb there, and if you used to do that in the past, you lose your sump. So, I don't know. I can't comment. I mustn't comment.
I'll see if I'm in trouble by the end of the weekend, Paul.
Yeah, quite.
Race leaders turn their way through the Craner curve. And Lee Scott's done another fastest lap at 127.03. He's half a second now ahead of Stuart Place. Look at this gaggle across the line there.
4 abreast. Wow, come on.
So you've got Paul Brock trying to recover in that lot. He's in a new car, isn't he, this season?
That's a brand new built car. He's struggling to get used to it at the moment because his old car was so unpredictable. he can't get used to the fact that he's got a car that's predictable. So, and he's made a place up, actually. He's looking to make 2 or 3 places up around the Craner curves. Excellent going, Paul.
Stuart Place is, I think, back on terms with Lee Scott as they turn their way through the Poppis corner.
Yes, it looks like Lee may have made a mistake. And it looks like he has actually caught up. He's threatening them again, isn't he?
Yeah, Martin Kaiser's starting to drop away, so perhaps it's Stuart Place going quicker rather than Lee Scott going slower.
That wouldn't surprise me. Here we go.
Chris Deere's on the grass in the background.
Oh, okay.
But he should get back on again. But here come the lead, and Stuart Place is right on the tail.
Right with him again. Well done, Stuart. Yes, he's just going to keep in that slipstream. I think he should just stay there and threaten towards the end, because looks like you say, Martin Kaiser's dropped right back. He must be about 15 car lengths. I don't think, looks like Ryan's going to catch him. And now it looks like, and Jason was threatening, but Pete Morgan again, he's going for the outside line. Now that's really interesting. He's going to try and do the cutback. No, actually going down there side by side. Oh, wow, that is so difficult to do.
We've seen quite a lot of that today. The outside line at Redgate seems to be very grippy, even in the dry conditions. So they'll be side by side onto Hollywood and down the Craner curves, and Jason Wood on the inside line slots through then. Nova gains a place up to 5th for Jason Wood. Remember, he started 10th, so this has been 8th. So this has been a decent run for him. For the lead, Stuart Place has done the fastest lap, 1:26.54, which is only 4/10 away from Andrew Thorpe's lap record around here.
I think mine is a 20. My fastest lap round here, which was I think in the Red Nova, which was 20.
Lee Scott runs out wide, sorry to uphold, but Stuart Place is alongside the leader, and they are going to. Oh, Scott's just held on there. That was the biggest challenge so far. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh wow, what a move that was! I mean, yeah, Lee made a bit of an error there, which is easy to do, but Stuart couldn't grab hold of it because of the extra weight.
Let's see what line they take through the chicane, because it's been a lot of curve on the inside and Stuart Place on the left. I think they're getting more and more, aren't they, as this race goes on?
Okay, yeah, it's a new line.
Across the line they go then. They complete 7 laps. The gap is 4/10 between Lee Scott and Stuart Place. In 3rd place is Martin Kayser. 4th is Ryan Morgan. Pete Morgan's now also fallen behind Martin Rogers. So
yeah, he lost a couple of places on that lap, didn't he?
Yeah, Jason Wood 5th then. 6th is Rogers. 7th is Morgan. Chris Steer held on to 8th despite his grassy moment. Then Rich Cowsall is 9th. And Jason Hasselhurst is in 10th.
Oh, we've got Andrew Tibbs and Jason Watkinson side by side down the straight. It looks like Jason. Oh, there's been contact. Oh, a bit of a wobble there, but it looks like both of them got away with that. Oh, wow, that was scary.
Yeah, I think Andrew Tibbs might be getting a bit frustrated with his lack of straight line speed, because, of course, he's a former Stock Catch winner.
He's gone for the cutback. He's gone on the inside down the Craner curves. But, of course, as he gets to the left-hander, he'll be on the outside. Oh, they are still side by the looks of it. It's very difficult on this telly to see this then, but it looks like...
Yeah, Tibbs stays in front.
It looks like Tibbs has just got in front, yeah.
Perhaps a bit... Oh, Stuart Place has got the lead into Coppis. He went up the inside. He went up the inside of Lee Scott, but Scott's fighting back on the inside line. They're side by side as they come down to the chicane. I guess there's a weight hold you back down on a straight line as well a little bit, but Stuart Place isn't going to give up. He's on the outside line. Lee Scott's on the inside. They're mirror to mirror. They're door handles. They turn into the chicane. Stuart Place backs out of it, but can he get a better exit with his interesting exit to the chicane? As they come up across the line, he carries a bit more speed, but Lee Scott
he's trying to go onto the outside line and try to make Lee do the inside line, but no, Lee's come to the outside. But I think Stuart Big Wise just to sit there.
So we've got 2, maybe 3 laps to go. Is a battle. Is that going to allow the others to catch? On that lap, Martin Kayser was a touch quicker, but the quickest of the 4 of them was Ryan Morgan, who's there in 4th place. 5th is Jason Wood. 6th, Martin Rogers. 7th, Pete Morgan. 8th is Chris Deere. No, he's not, because Richard Kelsall's got past him. So Kelsall 8th. 9th is Hasselhurst.
Hasselhurst has got by him as well.
So bad lap for Chris Deere, and now Jason Watkinson gets ahead of Andrew Tibbs,
yeah.
Who I suspect is not enjoying himself being that far down the order.
Yeah, it seems to lack a bit of top end speed down the straight. Steve Groom has made up quite a few places. He's because he was right at the very back of the grid, and he's definitely made up some places in this race.
And he's up to 14th. And he is lapping in the 130s, so I don't think he's going to gain any.
Just looking at the very back there, I can see is that Darren Bassingthwaite's having a lovely little battle there. Was it Will Humphries, is it?
Yeah, that's Jeff's son, I think, isn't it?
It's Jeff's relation. I don't think it's son, but cousin or... yeah, they are related. Yeah, he's trying out Jeff's car while Jeff has gone on to race some Civics.
Yes, so he'll be out with us at Croft next week. Race leaders exit the chicane. There are, 2 laps to go, I think, and Lee Scott's leads Stuart Place.
We have got... Ryan has really caught up with Martin Kayser. Now, we've only got a few laps to go. And Martin Kayser's going to have his work cut out because Ryan is very quick down here. And he's gone for the inside line at the very last moment. And they're going side by side round Redgate. We're looking down the Craner curves.
Let's see on the grass now.
It's gone wide.
That's Kayser on the grass, so that's made that work. And behind, Jason Woods under all sorts of pressure from Martin Rogers. They've run in the PDC stable, don't they?
They're teammates there. I know who's the boss of the team, and I've got a funny feeling that Martin Rogers won't chance his time too much.
Right, okay. But he's right behind him. At any rate, the leaders... it's a bigger gap, isn't it?
It's a bigger gap now, but how many laps are we? We've got a couple of laps left.
I think we'll probably run at the end of this.
I think you say the gap has opened up again to about 7 or 8 laps, lengths of the cars. And so I think Stewart, I think he's going to just stay where he is, just to get those points. He's got 2 wins under his belt, and Lee Scott, it looks like he's going to win. He's definitely got his mojo back after having quite a quiet year last year.
Is Lee coming back for the rest of the season, do you know? Or is this a bit of a one-offs a bit again?
I don't know. It's a Saturday night tonight. I'll let you know in the morning.
Okay. Ryan Morgan's back under pressure from Kaiser, but I don't think he's going to find a way through. So there's 1 lap to go. I know Stuart Place doesn't like thinking about the championship, but obviously staying second here, would, like you said, will be good points.
They haven't put the last lap board out yet. I can see they're holding it, and he's looking at his clock, who's not showing that it's the last lap yet. It's going to be really interesting to see if there's another 2 laps.
No, definitely 15 minutes is up now, Paul, so this will be the last lap of the race. Ryan Morgan's got a driving standards flag going out. So
yes, I see it. Yeah, too. Yeah, warning from car number 2. That's Ryan Morgan.
So the lead gap was 4 tenths. So is Stuart Place going to try anything on this, the last lap of the race? They turn their way then through the old hairpin and the long climb up the hill. This must be where the weight hurts.
This does hurt. It's a long old hill. You wouldn't want to cycle up it. It's a long uphill, but as long as you get the line right. But look at that. Stuart's actually reeled in quite a few car lengths up there. And that's really surprising, considering the 50 kilos he's carrying. He's now reduced that gap down to 2 car lengths. Maybe Stuart has saved something in the bag. It wouldn't surprise me. How he's managed to manage that weight on these tyres, I don't know. Oh, just looking there, Rick Green got incredibly wide coming out of the chicane there, decided to enter the grass. We're looking down the back straight. And yes, it's Stuart's just sitting in the slipstream. He's just going to bide his time. I don't think he's going to come out.
The last corner is a good battle behind as well, but we'll watch the leaders through the chicane first, and it is Lee Scott in front, but Stuart Place is right on the bumper as they turn their way through the chicane, and Lee Scott returns to Classic Stock Hatch this weekend, and he just wins from Stuart Place. And for third, it's no Stu Tail between Pete Morgan and Martin Kaiser.
Oh, here they come.
And it's just Morgan that holds on.
Oh, well done. What a remarkable comeback there for Ryan Morgan.
Pete Morgan, I think, was really gravel with the chicane that time, trying to gain a place. He can't do it though. So 5th went to Jason Wood, 6th Martin Rogers, and 7th Pete Morgan. We lost Chris Deere to the pit lane, so obviously he had an issue.
He's been having fuel starvation issues. I don't know how he qualified so well because it sounded like his car was running on 2 cylinders. So I'll get you some feedback, see what's going on with them. But what a fantastic race. Just a little snapshot there of how competitive this Classic Stock Edge is. We've got so many different cars out there. There are not many championships left with this many different cars on the grid and all equal.
Yeah, it's just the one class, of course, here, rather than some of the multi-class stuff, though. We might get more cars. But one thing that's where Stuart Place is going to be, and Andy Tibbs pitching as well, so obviously he's not happy with things either. But Stuart Place must be, he got the fastest lap on the last lap as well, 1:26.43, must be so pleased.
Oh, wow.
That with weight, he's able to battle with Lee Scott, who had no weight.
That is impressive. I mean, 50 kilos is a lot of weight. I know it really affects your front tyres. It was actually at Donington a few years back when I was in my XR2, whereas I won the first race. I already had a win and I was carrying some extra weight, and it looks like Rick Groom was actually parked.
Well, hopefully he's parked.
He's not happy. He's not happy about something.
So is that an off on the last lap, possibly?
Well, it doesn't look like there's any contact. It looks like he lost power and just stopped, I think.
Yes, either way, Rick Green then not finishing. So the top 10 was Lee Scott, Stuart Place, Ryan Morgan, Martin Kaiser, Jason Wood, Martin Rogers, Pete Morgan, Richard Kelsall, Jason Hasselhurst and Jason Watkinson. So we get 2 races for these tomorrow. What's the thoughts about a triple header for this weekend?
Oh, it's interesting. We've never had a triple header before. This is going to be really interesting. I mean, if you can stay dry, that would be really, really lovely. But I can't see us having 2 dry races tomorrow. But it'd be really interesting because now Stuart Place is going to have to add some more weight into his car. Now, it didn't seem to affect him in this race. Obviously, he lost early on, but was able to use the slipstream of Lee Scott to keep with him. So it was really impressive. And but that's going to be an extra 15 kilos he's got to add tomorrow. And I know that might just push it over the edge. It does really work the front tyres really hard. So let's look forward to some wonderful 2 races tomorrow, Josh.
Absolutely. I think you'll have Ian with you for those tomorrow. So good to be back with you. I think we're going to hear now from Ian. Lee Scott's not quite out the car, but so more wins tomorrow for Lee Scott, do you think, Paul?
I think so. I was definitely talking to him earlier, and he's definitely fired up. You know, he was definitely fighting talk, he was. And, sure enough, he was a bit disappointed with his qualifying. but the conditions were awful. They were so slippy. So don't look. He will be getting a couple of podiums tomorrow, and don't write Stuart Place off with the extra weight either, because he's shown that it doesn't matter what the conditions are or how much weight he's carrying. He's a front runner.
Nice early race for Classic Stock Catch tomorrow. They're out before 10 o'clock, which will be our first race tomorrow. Let's hear now from our race winner, Lee Scott, with Ian Soman. Absolutely. So, newer version of hatchback racing next, the K-Tech Racing Clear 182 Championship. Thanks to Paul Thorpe, who was with us for the classics stock hatches, but now it's a Clio 182, which is sort of a modern version of stock hatch, I guess. And they will line up like this. On the front row, 11 and 3. 11 is Jack Dwayne and 3 is Jack Kingsbury. On row 2, 22 and 44. 22 is Christopher Keir and 44 David Garside. On row 3, 99 and 86. 99 Neil Heath and 86 Oliver Wayne. On row 4, 21 and 42. 21 is Scott Edgar and 42 John Lavelle. On row 5, 33 and 24. 33 is Nick Brady and 24 Sam Johnston. On row 6, 14 and 55. 14 is Jason Pelosi and 55 Justin Griffiths. On row 7, 77 and 7. All the 7. 77 is Andrew Harding and 7 is Stephen Richardson. On row 8 is 26 and 48. 26 is Gareth Tansey and 48 Tristan Lang. On row 9 is 12 and 56. 12 is Greg Hill. 56 Christopher Lawrence. Row 10 is 23 and 66, 23 Jason Powell, 66 Ross Borman. On row 11, 80 and 15, 80 Christopher Noah and 15 Michael Ward. And on row 12, car 13 and 13 is Josh Larkin. So a good grid of Clios here, 23 cars, so a larger grid than we had at Cadwell Park, and lots of newcomers to the series, newcomers to racing as well out this season. No former champions on the grid, so it's really wide open. The 2021 K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship. They had a slippery old qualifying session this morning, which was had a few incidents as well. So potentially drivers think they can go quicker than what they positioned on the grid. At Cadwell Park, it was 2 victories for Oliver Wayne from Jack Dwayne and Scott Edgar. It was the same podium in both races. Wayne has 6 more points than Dwayne, who had 5 more points than Edgar. 4th in the championship is Jack Kingsbury. 5th is Jason Pelosi, and 6th is Christopher Keir. And much like at Cadwell Park, it's Jack Dwayne who set the quickest time in qualifying. He led about 95% of the races at Cadwell Park, but lost out right at the end on both occasions from Oliver Wayne. Wayne was involved in a qualifying incident this morning. He only qualified 6, so he's got work to do. Looks like the cars that were involved in the qualifying incidents are pretty much all there, so that is good. Alongside Dwayne is Jack Kingsbury, who really struggled a bit at Cadwell on his return to the series. He got a 5th and a 7th, but I'm sure more is on the way for a former winner in the category. Christopher Keir starts 3rd, the driver who's got a 6th place finish as his best result at Cadwell Park. Alongside him, David Garside, who went well at Cadwell and got a 4th place in one of the races there, and he's qualified 4th again. Neil Heath starts 5th. He got a best result of 10th at Cadwell, so that's a good qualifying effort from him. And then Oliver Wayne, the double winner, the championship leader, starts 6th. Scott Edgar, double podium finisher at Cadwell. He starts down in 7th alongside John Lavelle, who I think is new. It's a good quality from him. Nick Brady is 9th. again, newcomer really, and going well. Sam Johnston, he is 10th. He was out at Cadwell, but didn't finish inside the top 10. Jason Paluzzi returning to racing, the ex-Stockhatcher, starts 11th. He had a best result of 6th at Cadwell. Alongside him, Justin Griffiths, who had a best result of 8th. Andrew Harding is up next. He went better at Cadwell. He's got a best result of 7th, so he's a bit further down the grid than he would have liked. Then Stephen Richardson out next. Gareth Tansey, he starts 15th alongside Tristan Lang. Then you've got Greg Hill and Chris Lawrence. Chris Lawrence is much further down the grid than we'd expect. He got a 5th at Cadwell Park, so Chris Lawrence looking to move up the field. Jason Powell is next, and Ross Borman, another driver who should be higher. Ross Borman also had a 4th place finish at Cadwell Park, so he's got progress to make. Christopher Noah, he starts there in low 11 alongside Michael Ward, and then Josh Larkin, just like at Cadwell Park, starts from the back of the grid. Josh Larkin recovered to 10th in one of the races there. Perhaps a bit easier to overtake though around Donington Park. Clear up continues then for the Classic Stock from the Classic Stock Championship, and in a few moments' time we'll get the Clio 182 cars onto the circuit. So the K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship cars are heading to the grid. This is the final race of today's action here at Donington Park. But don't fear, we've got 13 races tomorrow to look forward to as well. If you haven't got tickets, they will be available on the gate. So we'll be delighted to welcome you back tomorrow. Tomorrow there'll be races which we've seen today, like Classic Stock Hatch, the Clios, 750 Former, Sports Special, Alfa Romeos, and Hot Hatch, but we'll be joined by historic 750 Formula, the BMW Car Club, and by 116 Trophy. So plenty to look forward to. And if that's not enough 750 Motor Club racing for you, we're back next week at Croft, which will be live streamed by Alpha Live. So it's a busy end to the month for the 750 Motor Club. And we've got one further race today, the Clio 182 Championship. And Ian, it's great to see a big grid, and there's no former champions on the grid, so it's really all open this year.
Yeah, wide open, isn't it? Should be a very good season, very good race. I can see at the back the number 7 car very much patched up is out there, but that's with the pink tape. They also couldn't find anything that matched the rest of the car, and some plastic bag by the looks of it has been pressed into service as a window on Stephen Richardson's car. He's going to start at the back next to Josh Larkin. So he'll have a bit more work to do than he would like. Just like on the green flag lap, Josh.
Yeah, so the driver on pole, Athenian, Jake Dwayne, led about 95% of the races at Cadwell Park. Never won either of them. And it was on both occasions Oliver waned past him. I think he did it with 1 lap to go in the first race, and then did it into the mountain on the last lap. So really the last opportunity to overtake. But Oliver Wayne's got plenty more to do, hasn't he, this weekend at Donington. I think he was involved in that incident with Stephen Richardson. He starts 6th. Yeah. So that should be interesting to see if he can come through. Of course, Donington, a bit of an easier track to overtake than Cadwell Park. And from the back, just like he was at Cadwell, is Josh Larkin, who was a winner twice here in December last year.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, the Clios usually do provide some very good action, very closely matched as well. The lap times usually pretty close together. But yeah, we've got some different drivers up towards the front this time, of course, than we've seen in the past. As you say, with the likes of Ryan Polly moving on, things like that. But some good quality down there, some drivers who've raced in the championship for quite some time. But now having their chance of success, some who've been more recent newcomers as well, like Jack Dwayne to the championship.
Yes, absolutely. He did that one off, didn't he, at the end of last year?
Yeah.
But looks quick. Jack Kingsbury didn't have a great Cadwell Park. What did I say? He got a 5th and a 7th. But he was up there, wasn't he, with the likes of Patrick Fletcher and James Mark, who both won championships. So Kingsbury, probably on paper, you'd think the favourite for the championship, but with his newcomers, it's spicing things up somewhat. And
it is. I mean, obviously waned a bit further back this time on the grid, so we'll see, where he features in this weekend's racing. Of course, there's three races this weekend, so there's plenty of time for things to change. And of course, it could turn out to be quite a crucial weekend in the championship, what with it being a triple header, when we reflect on things towards the end of the season.
Yes, it's not really a weekend where you can afford to have a disaster, is it? But I think we've got 2 triple headers this year. Anglesey is also planned to be a triple header. Of course, that's no longer not the next round. Actually, there's a massive gap after this weekend, isn't there? Because they're not out again until Silverstone in August, because of the delayed Anglesey event. So, if momentum means anything and confidence, you want to have a good weekend at Donington, don't you?
Yeah, you do, because it's going to be a long time festering if you don't have a strong weekend here before you can next get in action at Anglesey. It's really unfortunate that Anglesey weekend has been delayed. It's sort of imbalanced the calendar a little bit, but not a lot can be done. Welsh Government taking a very, very, very cautious view as to what should be done with unlocking and the start of bigger events there, whereas motorsport in the rest of the UK is now able to go ahead, not yet able to get underway in Wales. But the race for the Clays is about to start.
It's nice and sunny now, isn't it? The day's almost at an end. Red lights are on, and red lights quickly go out when we get the last race underway. And there's lots of wheel spin further back on the grid, but for the lead, it's side by side between Jack Dwayne and Jack Kingsbury. So it's the Jacks battling into Redgate Corner, and they turn in with the poleman in front. So Jack Dwayne's got the lead. There's one that's run a bit wide into the gravel there. That might have been Jason Powell by the looks of things, but he'll get back on, and that was the only real drama there. So on to the Craner curves we go. It's side by side for the lead between Dwayne and Kingsbury. It's very difficult this time of day to pick up the cars on the CCTV pictures, but I think it's Dwayne still ahead of Kingsbury. And great to see so many cars out there this weekend, a much bigger grid than we had at Cadwell Park, and they're absolutely together for the lead as they head up the hill with him.
Yeah, so 2 cars together then. It looks like it is Dwayne still out front as they turn into McLean's Corner for the first time. It's a 15-minute race. It looks like Jack Kingsbury still in second, a small gap back to third, but not too big at the moment. Turning up into Coppice Corner now. They get from second to third, almost evaporating by the time they get to Coppice Corner in actual fact. And then they'll come back onto the straight, dropping down the hill into the braking area for the chicane. And Kingsbury looks to the left and really switch back to the right, which will give him the inside line for the chicane now. Just follows Dwayne through. Did we get a change for third there, possibly, in the background? Who's in third now? And it's the 44 car of David Garside that's now in third position. Ollie Wayne is fourth. In fifth place is number 99, Neil Heath, and Scott Edgar, number 21, rounding out the top 6.
Oliver Wayne down the inside to grab third from David Garside. So Garside didn't keep third for very long, did he? So it's been a good first lap for Oliver Wayne. He was sixth. He's now third as he turned through Redgate. What's happened to Christopher Keir then? He started third. Well, he's down to seventh, so it's not been the ideal start for him. So some drivers moving up the order, some drivers therefore have to drop down. Leaders drop down the Craner curves, and Ollie Wayne's going to lose third position again by the looks of it, because Garside come back up the inside of him. So, and has that lost Wayne more places here? I think he might have dropped right to the back of that queue of cars, back to sixth, where he started, by the looks of it. So that didn't go well for him, but the top two, they're getting away as those battle behind intensify, and Jack Kingsbury's right on the rear bumper of the leader. They turn right through Coppice, and then the gap back to new third placeman, which is David Garside.
3 tenths between the first two at the end of the first lap, but it's probably less than that now, but there's a big gap back to third position, and it looks like Kingsbury thinking about showing his nose to Jack Dwayne in the lead of the race, but didn't do anything with it there. Over the curbs they go at the chicane and back into our view. So it's Garside in fourth, it's Heath in his third, sorry, Garside fourth, Heath fourth, Edgar fifth, and Wayne, as you say, did rejoin in 6th position, so lost all those places that he'd gained on the first lap. What a disappointment for him.
Plenty of road being used once again.
It would have changed there because Neil Heath goes very wide. Another thing, Ollie Wen managed to make contact with him on the exit of Redgate Corners. One of them now into the gravel as a result of all of that. Now, which car that is, I'm not entirely clear, but it looks like Heath was slowing. I think he got collected by Wayne, and the one that's in there is 90. That's the Heath car, isn't it? That's gone off into the gravel.
Yeah, it looked like Wayne was slow as well after that, so he might have lost more places. So he's having an eventful race. That'll be an interesting onboard camera to watch tonight in the paddock, I suspect. But this is lap 3 then of the motor race, the final race of the day, the K-Tech Racing Clear 182 Championship at Donington Park. And it is Jack Dwayne that leads then. Has he got a bit of a bigger margin maybe over Jack Kingsbury now? Then it's Garside in 3rd. That means Scott Edgar in P4. He's come through from 7th on the grid. And down into the chicane they come. And they use all the road and horse them through the right-handed element. The left-handed element's been a bit more cautiously taken than some of the other races as they turn their way through that corner. It's 4/10 of a second, so the gap hasn't really gone out between Dwayne and Kingsbury. There's yellow flags at Redgate, so an overtaking there. David Garside is 3rd. 4th is Scott Edgar. Up to 5th has come Jason Pelosi, the ex-stuck catcher, returning this year. He started on the 6th row of the grid, so it's been a good start for him. Andrew Harding is 6th. He started 13th, so both of them making their way through the order. Christopher Keir is 7th. Ross Borman is 8th. He started 20th. 20th to 8th then for Borman. 9th is Justin Griffiths, and 10th is Nick Brady. Oliver Wayne dropped to 13th.
Oh dear, so not a happy weekend for the championship leader coming into this weekend. Had that good weekend at Cadwell Park. It's not going to plan at Donington. Hopefully tomorrow is a better day for him. Top 2 still well clear of the rest. Still only a car length between Jack Dwayne, number 11, and Jack Kingsbury, number 3. As they climb up towards Coppice for the 4th time in this race. Garside, Edgar, Pelosi, Harding, Keir, Borman, Griffiths and Brady, the rest of the top 10. But none of them really in contention up front. Because that's split between the two Jacks. Jack Kingsbury tracing after Jack Dwayne down towards the chicane for the 4th time in this race. Further back, spreading out across the exhibition straight. There's a big gaggle from about 5th backwards actually. Probably about 10 cars in that group for 5th and backwards, headed by, at the moment, the number 77 car, Andrew Hardings, fought his way to the front of that group, ahead of Jason Pelosi, then Ross Borman, and then Christopher Keir.
So that's another place gained for Harding. He started 13th from the grid, and he's up to 5th now. So that's been one of the drives of the race. So I think there's a few people here that didn't get what they wanted in qualifying with a shortened session and tricky conditions, and now they're making the most of this race to get their way back up the order. Andrew Harding got a 6th place, I think, at Cadwell, or a 7th place perhaps, so he's going better than that despite starting further down the order.
Group of cars heading into the old hairpin, but the leaders are at McLean's corner. They're in fact already heading towards Coppice corner, and still Jack Kingsbury in 2nd position, unable to do much about race leader Jack Dwayne. He has not done such a fast lap at Dwayne either. He's in a 1:23.98, Kingsbury 1:24.14. Top 4 drivers all in the 24s, then about the next 11 all in the 1:25 bracket, so that's really quite close in terms of their best lap times. Down to the chicane they come again. This is lap 5, so approaching half distance. We're probably going to get 11 laps out of this one, I think. And it is still Dwayne, number 11, leading from number 3, Kingsbury. Gap back to 44, David Garside in 3rd position. Scott Edgar in 4th. Those two actually, Garside and Edgar, in identical lap times that time through. Both of them personal best as well. Harding still 5th, Pelosi 6th. But the two leaders, 3.8 seconds clear of the rest.
And the fastest lap for Jack Kingsbury, 1:23.78. Which is, a second and a half of James Bark's lap record. But they're quicker than anybody else in this race, and that's what matters here. And out of the chicane, they are out of the old hairpin, I should say, they are nose to tail, and Jack Kingsbury, he can't get much closer to the back of the lead up, so surely a challenge is going to be coming soon. We're into the second half of the race now, and it's just so close. They're so evenly matched, I guess you'd expect in one-make racing, and I think the Clios offer so much of a slipstream, so you really have to fight your way past. And Jack Kingsbury's trying to get a tighter line through Coppice, try and get on the power earlier for the run down the straight to the chicane on this the sixth lap of the race. And Dwayne is feeling the need to put the car a bit more in the middle of the road than before. I guess he'd be conscious of what happened at Cadwell and being passed towards the end of the race, is that you have to really defend a bit to keep these drivers behind you, Ian. And Jack Kingsbury, again, right on the tail of the leader.
Yeah, hopefully he'll have learned his lessons there. Kingsbury, though, looks to briefly get up the inside of Dwayne, but then seems to decide better of it. Kingsbury, as you said, I think fourth in the championship coming into this weekend, behind Dwayne, Edgar and Kingsbury. Wayne is up to 12th now, so he's not really made any more progress, has he? From 13th, two leaders heading through the corners down towards the Old Hen for the 7th time, so 4 laps to go at the end of this one, we reckon. And still very little to choose between them. There's barely even a car length between the pair as they make their way through Schwantz Curve up towards McLean's for the 7th time. Really, really close between these two drivers, and they clearly are the class of the field today. Garside and Edgar going a bit further apart, actually, because Garside was into the 123s that time, as were the leaders. That's allowed him to pull away from Scott Edgar in 4th, Andrew Harding in 5th, getting no close to the first 4 cars, though.
Stephen Richardson's remodelled Clio has been making its way up the order, up to 15th. First time from the back, but for the lead, it's side by side this time, I think. Jack Kingsbury is on the inside line of Jack Dwayne, and it's all too familiar a story towards the end of races for Jack Dwayne season. Lose the lead as Kingsbury comes up the inside into the Robert chicane and goes through then into the lead at the end of 7 laps. Let's see if Jack Dwayne can come back at him, because this is happening a bit earlier than it did at Cadwell Park.
There's still 4 laps to go, so I suppose it does give Dwayne a chance to come back, and he throws it up the inside into Redgate corner, but I think it was too far back to make that work. So he's still in contention. He's certainly not given up. There's a great dice further down. I mean, looking at it, we've got from 7th to, 14, 7 cars covered by 1.5 seconds or something there. Absolutely ridiculous. Fantastic battle. Leaders, though, should appear back in our sight heading up towards McLean's any moment, I would think.
Yeah, but the new leader, of course, Jack Kingsbury. Is that, what car's that? Sam Johnston, it must be, stopped on the right-hand side of the circuit up to McLean. For a moment, I thought it was Oliver Wayne, but obviously not. He's still going, he's 12th. And he's in that group that are just passed in that yellow flag zone, very busy amongst them. Let's hope they continue as they are to the end of the race. We've got 4 more minutes to go, 3 laps there for the end of this one. David Garside's going really well. I'm not sure if he's been on a Clio podium before. He's in third, he's only 3 seconds behind the top 2, and Kingsbury is just starting to pull away now. He's in front of Jack Dwayne.
Leaders coming over the line then, yes, and the gap between the first 2 is as big as it's ever been, and obviously it's the first full lap where Jack Kingsbury's been ahead, and the gap out to 3/4 of a second out, 1:23.29. Dwayne did his personal best as well, but that was half a second slow, 1:23.77, and those 2 still continuing to get away from the rest. Wayne up to 9th now, so he's made up another place on that lap, I think, at least one. And so he's back inside the top 10 and picking up more useful points, but I would still think he'll be conceding the championship lead to Jack Dwayne after this race.
Yeah, certainly. It was actually 3 places he gained on that lap all around. And car 14, who's at the front of it, Jason Pelosi's dropped back, so there's been a real shuffle up on that lap. So Pelosi, who had the gaggle of cars behind him, I think it's pretty much dropped to the back of the queue, or certainly to the middle part of that queue, and it's just spread everybody out, I think, in that battle of 7th, so it's not quite as intense as it was a lap ago.
No, not at all. 12 minutes of the race have gone by. Kingsbury leading by 3/4 of a second at the start of the lap from Jack Dwayne. David Garside very much on his own now in 3rd position, car number 44, and Scott Edgar similarly 3 seconds clear of the next car, Andrew Harding, in 5th place. So it's actually starting to look quite spread out in this race as they make their way through the chicane once again. Kingsbury continuing to lead. Over the line he goes again, probably 2 laps to go here, and the gap now 1.13 seconds, so continues to pull away.
Yeah, so he's got the fastest lap, 1:23.29. Still a second away from the lap record. Well, it's an extra bonus point for the fastest lap for Jack Kingsbury. Third is David Garside. Fourth is Scott Edgar. It's starting to be closed in by Andy Harding, who started way back on the grid. Ross Borman is sixth now. He started 20th. So he's gained 14 places. Seventh is Christopher Keir. Eighth, Justin Griffiths. Ninth, Chris Lawrence. Oliver Wayne's lost one that time. He was 10th across the line ahead of Stephen Richardson, Nick Brady, Josh Larkin. Jason Pelosi's lost even more. He's down to 14th.
Kingsbury, though, continues to lead. McLean's on lap 10. Gap between him and Dwayne continues to go out, but there's no danger, I don't think, of Dwayne dropping into the clutches of David Garside, who's 3 and a bit seconds behind. So you would think that at this stage the order is set, although a bit further back, side by side, I think that's for 5th and 6th positions between, even 7th, is that Ross Borman and Christopher Keir possibly
that would make sense.
Involved there. That would make more sense as they're heading up towards Coppice Court. I can't quite work out who's who in that battle from this distance, but having an absolutely fantastic fight. They are still side by side, the pair of them, all the way around Coppice Corner.
Looks like it's that Keir that's gone around the outside of Borman. Remember, Keir started 3rd and Borman started 20th in this race.
Yeah.
Yes, the inside for Borman as they come down to the chicane. Is he going to be able to hold Christopher Keir off here? He does, as they turn their way through. But as they battle, that's going to bring the rest back to them, isn't it? Being headed by 55, Justin Griffiths.
Yeah, so Borman it is in 6th place at the moment, just from Keir, only 16 hundredths between them. Meanwhile, the leader, Jack Kingsbury, has gone on to his final lap of the race, a second ahead of Jack Dwayne, and a bit further back is David Garside in 3rd position. So it looks like Jack Kingsbury, who's won races in the past, is going to add to that his first win of the season after perhaps a slightly disappointing meeting at Cadwell Park in terms of his results. Having said that, Jack Dwayne, Josh, is a little bit closer than he was at the start of the lap.
And he just set the fastest lap of the race, so 123.28, 100th quicker than Jack Kingsbury. Don't think he's close enough, is he, to have a go on this last lap? Not quite, not far away, but not quite, I don't think. So Jack Kingsbury's first win in a little while in the K-Tech Racing Clear 182 Championship. He makes his way down to the chicane for the 11th and final time as they turn their way then through the Roberts. Right and left-hander is Jack Kingsbury, who wins the first of 3 Clear 182 races for the weekend. So it's a win for him again. Jack Dwayne leads most of the race, but doesn't win the race. There's a car for Coppice who work out who that is in the moment. David Garside looks delighted with 3rd. I think that's his first podium. 4th is Scott Edgar. It's 3 abreast behind into the chicane. So Andy Harding's 5th, but for 6th, there's cars through the gravel, and it's Stephen Richardson. He comes through. The driver who started from the back of the grid. He's stuck in a car that's been remodelled since qualifying, takes 6th position. So that was pretty phenomenal stuff. He was 10th at the start of the lap. So I think he passed those 3 cars that were going side by side and ended up going through the chicane the wrong way. So that's a phenomenal effort from Stephen Richardson to get 6th position. His fastest lap wasn't that far away from the leaders either, so phenomenal stuff there from him. 7th was Chris Lawrence, 8th Christopher Keir, 9th Oliver Wayne, and in 10th position was Justin Griffiths. And what happened to Ross Borman? He dropped all the way down to 17th position. The driver who started 20th got up to 6th and ended up down in 17th. So that was a pretty wild last lap in that battle. We thought it calmed down a bit, but perhaps not. So Richardson 6th, 7th Lawrence, 8th Keir, 9th Wayne, 10th Griffiths, 11th Tristan Lang, 12th Jason Powell, 13th Greg Hill, who did one of the fastest laps of the race, I think, in one of his first motor race. He started 17th, so that's a good effort. Jason Pelosi's finished 14th, 15th John Lavelle, 16th Nick Brady, 17th Ross Borman, 18th Josh Larkin, he dropped back on the last lap too, Christopher Noah 19th, and 20th Gareth Tansey. So behind the top 4, there was a real sort out on that, the final lap of action here at Donington Park. Big thank you to everybody that's come to watch here at Donington Park. We really do appreciate you supporting Motorsport Vision and the 750 Motor Club on the first spectator weekend here at Donington. We hope you can return tomorrow. If you don't have a ticket and think, actually, I'd like to come back, they will be available on the gate. So tickets will be available on the gate. Tell your friends, get them to come along because we've got an epic day of racing in store tomorrow. Also, a big thank you to the officials and the marshals. Of course, we couldn't do it without you, and we hope you've enjoyed your weekend, particularly the volunteer marshals trackside. You managed to keep a busy day kind of on schedule in the end. We only finished about 20 minutes later than we were scheduled to, despite a few incidents. A big thanks to all of your assistants. Hopefully you enjoyed yourself, and I'm sure somebody that did enjoy that race was Jack Kingsbury, and he is down with Ian Simon. Thanks, Ian. Big thanks to Ian Solomon downstairs and up here. Big thanks to Paul Falk too, and to Dave Ash for turning on the lap charts, which proved to be pretty busy over the course of the weekend. 13 races tomorrow. Classic Stock Hatch are back, as are Clio 182, 750 Formula, Sports Specials, Alfa Romeos, and Hot Hatch will be joined tomorrow by historic 750 Formula, BMW Car Club, and the 116 Trophy. Tickets are on the gate. We look forward to seeing you again tomorrow.